user interfaces. It's going to be a series of so many videos, and in these videos we are going to look at very many different components and following very good programming practices that can help us in our day-to-day life of creating mobile applications. Hello, and how are you? My name is Muhindo, embark, and I welcome you to our very first video of learning how to make Flutter user interfaces. It's going to be a series of so many videos, and in these videos we are going to look at very many different components and following very good programming practices that can help us in our day-to-day life of creating mobile applications. User interfaces are very important to applications because they are the ones that interact with the users, or the users interact with the user interfaces with the application. So if you make poor user interfaces or application that does not look good or does not have good user experience, it means that the users will not appreciate it, and if they don't appreciate it, they will not be able to promote it, or they'll not be able to come back to you. So having doing good, nice user interfaces or good user interfaces is very crucial to a mobile app developer. So I'm going to do this series of very good number of videos of how we can create different day-to-day interfaces, and you can even stock these interfaces somewhere so that you keep on coming back to them and use them in different kind of projects. So without wasting much time, let's go straight in our today's business, and we start learning how to create different kinds of user interfaces in Flutter, or I can call it maybe UI challenge or whatever you want to call it, but it's going to be a serious journey. So I want you to get your hands dirty. Don't just watch the video that I'm going to be teaching you. Watch as you practice. Okay, I've already created these interfaces, so I don't need to repeat myself, but I'm going just to be explaining everything step by step. I'll not explain it. I'll be creating even some. So I'll be explaining them as you also do it, as you go ahead and do it and write them. So by doing like this, it will be able to save our time that I used to type. However, I already have my code, so I'll be explaining how everything works, and also maybe what needs modification. I'll be doing the modification in the video. Alright, without wasting much time, let's go straight and start our today's journey of learning how to make different kinds of user interfaces in Flutter by following the Google recommended material UI design. Okay, let's do this. So we're going to begin with creating the fresh new application. So I'll close this application that is here, close project, close all projects, and I'm going to create a new application, new project. So I'll simply come say Flutter project, and then I'll go, that will be the SDK. I just say Flutter and then I click next. I hope you already know how to do this. So here I'm going to give this the name, so I don't know how I should call it, Flutter UI or UI challenge. Okay, I'll call it maybe UI. Mobile app UIs, I don't know. I don't know how I should call it, but you'll find maybe a good way along the way. Alright, so I can call it maybe Flutter UI. UI is UI, whatever. So it is in my in this folder, and I'm going to call this one maybe Flutter user interfaces. Alright, so after doing that, it's going to be an application. This can be our temporary name. It's going to be Scotland. Everything is going to be the way it is. Maybe I can remove in iOS and Linux and Mac and web and Windows. I keep Android only for now. and then after I go ahead and say create the project. So I'll wait for the project to be created. So there's the project. After it has been created, I'll go ahead and run the project. So my emulator is there. I'll run the project. So there's a lot of materials that I don't want you to repeat. I don't want you to repeat again and again and again. So I'm going to provide you with these materials so that when you start your project, you don't suffer with material. You just concentrate on the work only. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to, I will publish the basic file or the startup file, the startup project. So for you, you'll just clone it and then you use that startup project. I'll put the link in the description of this video so that you don't suffer with creating your own images, creating your own UI. Creating things that are very common like the data, all that stuff. I'm going to share with you so that for you, just download the Scratch file or the Scratch folder. The Scratch application, and then you start from that from that Scratch application. So that Scratch application will come with assets, and the link I'll put in the description of this video. That asset will have pictures, etc. Okay, so you can see I've already started my application. There it is. Okay, this is a typical Flutter application. So the first things that I'm going to add in this application, the one that I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you the pubspec.yaml, this one. Okay, so the whole pubspec.yaml, I'm going to put it here. Okay, I'm going to put it here. So your task will be just to download that pubspec.yaml and then start following along. Okay, or start implementing what I'll have just done, because I don't want you to suffer by looking for your own images. I just want you to concentrate on the work only. So let me first organize this guy. Okay, so we begin with pubspec.yaml. So I'm going to do right now in this video creating just a Scratch folder, Scratch file. So you may just watch, because I'm going to give you this file. I'm going to give you the link of this project. I'll tell you where we'll start from. Just watch how I do everything, and then I'll say, okay, here we are now starting. So that's where we'll get it. You download that folder that I'll share with you. You put it in your project. You put it in your phone, and then you start from there. Okay, so I'll begin by removing these useless comments. I don't need these comments for now, so I'll go ahead and remove them. I don't want these comments. Remove all the comments. So I hope you're watching. All this is a part of learning. Some people think these comments are needed and they'll leave them there. So let's learn. Okay, so I'll remove all. Even these assets I'll put my own. All right, so after doing that, the next thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to add my own packages, the packages that I really want. Okay, so here they are. So I can just in the form of, for the assets I need only the folder of images. Okay, let me just copy everything and I put it the other side. Okay, up to the environment, just simply come and copy this, and I'll explain up to version. So I'll come and copy up to version and put it there. All right, so these are the packages that we're going to use in this project. Okay, so I'm going to explain them. We're going to use Flutter, that is okay. Cappuccino icons, that is okay, that comes with it. We're going to use getX. This is called getX. This getX, we will use it for navigation and local database and state management. This getX. So you should be knowing how we're going to use getX, so you should add it in your app. Okay, we are going to use Flutter Toast. You know Flutter Toast. It is used for doing what? For making those simple toasts. We're going to use intl or intl. This one we use it for converting the dates and other different conversions. It simplifies the life of converting different things. We're going to use package info. This one just helps in knowing the package information. We're going to use the HTTP. This one will help us to make HTTP requests, but we'll not use it so much. Okay, we're going to use it Flutter Speed Dialer. We're going to use shared preferences. We're going to use one signal. One signal, we may not use it right now. Let me remove it. Okay. We're going to use URL launcher. URL launcher, it helps us to launch the URLs and also the fonts. This shared preference helps us to save the keys in the local database. Okay, you're going to use backdrop. You're going to use Flutter staggered grid view. We're going to use SQLite. SQLite, you know it is used for local database, and then you're going to use path for accessing the local files. We're going to use cached network image. You already know this one for offline fault images. We're going to use this HTML. This HTML, we use it to display the data in the form of HTML. We're going to use web view for displaying the web views in the app. We're going to use material design. We're going to set it to free, and then we're going to use an asset of images. These images, I'm going to share them with you. So I'm going also to share with you this pubspec.yaml. So these are the things that we're going to use. So when we'll be listing the things that you don't know, of course, I'll be explaining them. But these are the most important packages that we're going to use in this journey of learning how to create user interfaces by following the good practices. So let me go ahead and install this. So I'll just simply click on pubget. Okay, so pubget, it is going to do what? To install all these into my application. So also go ahead and do the same. Don't bother to do this by your own. Of course, you can do them. You can pause the video and copy them and do them, but don't bother. I'm going to share with you this project. In the middle of this video, I'm going to share with you, and then I will tell you, okay, forget about everything. Now we start from here. Download this project from this place, and then we start from here. I'm going to show you everything, okay? Because it's going to be a serious journey of learning user interfaces. Okay, so that is our pubspec.yaml. Okay, now the next thing that I'm going to add is the assets. So these are the assets. In assets, we just literally have images. So I'm going to copy this assets folder and I put it there. So I'll come and copy the asset folder and I put it in this project that we're going to do together. So I'll come and put it here. Put asset folder into board X. Yes. So this is the asset folder. So in this asset folder, of course, you're accessing the images, as you can see here. So that's what you're going to use, asset. So these are the assets. I'm giving you these images for free. Just go ahead and download. They have a lot of things that you're going to do to use, icons and the rest. So instead of you suffering creating your own images, you are going to download this application, and then the learning, so that we can focus on learning. Okay, I hope you understand my point. All right, so we're going to need that assets folder. Okay, after having the assets folder, what else do you need? The lib. This is where the logic is going to be. I think that's it. Okay, then you're going to need the data. This data that you're seeing here, this data. I don't know whether you'll need also the models. Okay, I'm going to give you the models and the data. Okay, I'm going to give you those two so that you should not suffer. The models and the data. So when you reach a model, we'll be explaining how to deal with that model. So that our focus should be only on the user interface, not on the logic of creating the back end. Okay, so but I'll explain everything. So I'm going to copy the model and the data. Those two are also going to come in the Scratch file. The Scratch project that I'm going to share with you. So I'll come and paste them here in this project that we're doing. All right. So I think those are enough for you to get started. So you have the data, we have the models, good, and then you have this main file. This main file is crying. I think it doesn't need me to have this super. I'm going to remove it. Okay, I'll go ahead and remove this test. I don't need it. Okay, so yeah, so that's our application. I'm going to share with you this code, so don't worry about anything until right now. Don't worry about anything. Okay, so this data, it is having SQLite. What does it say? First remove this notification. Okay, this for notification. Let me first remove things that you don't need. For example, the notification I don't need. You don't need them right now. Let me first remove those ones. Let me remove things that you don't need. Okay, you don't need those ones. So this is the dummy data. You don't. What else is crying there? People model. I'll just import it. Yeah, just some models are not imported. Okay, yours just to copy the project and start focusing on the user interfaces. Okay, but I'll explain these things as we proceed. So still don't worry. This is crying. I have to remove these ones. Okay, so in this main, there's something is crying. We're going to remove those ones. In this main, in fact, okay, these are just our simple screens. We have a splash screen, and then the main screen, and then the about us screen. Let me remove the about us screen. You don't need it now. We're going to design our own splash screen. Okay, so we may even not need that one now. Let's just put our home screen, our menu screen. No, you can call it menu screen. Okay, so we're going to come here and create another folder of screens. We are going to create now a fresh folder of screens. Folder called screens. So inside these screens, so we're going to put our first screen that we're going to call cascade menu route, that you use for routing. That's like our home screen. Then just simply put stateless widget, paste there the name, import the data. Okay, so here we are going to, I think you don't need this. Alright, so we're going to come here. Okay, that's our simple home screen. Okay, so we're going to come here to the home screen and then import this. Okay, there's no more thing that is crying. So I hope you're now on the same level. So this is the simple Scratch file, the Scratch app that you're going to need. Okay, so that we should be able to learn the thing that we're going to learn. Can get the dependencies. Let me run the application. stop it and run it again. All right. Okay, so we're going to have those screens are the one that we're going to begin with. So it is loading. Let me prepare here something. So you'll have to come here to compile SDK and make 34. I want the application to run so I can be able to share the code. All right, also the min SDK should be 22. Let me make sure it is running, then I share the code with you at once. Okay, it is running now. Good, that's our home screen. All right, so in this home screen, we're going to have our what? In this home screen, we're going to have our menu. So just simply going to come here and say list view. So we're going to give it, for example, our first menu is going to be about, okay, let's first put here our app bar. So it has surrounded with the scaffold. Has to be body. So I give it app bar, for example. All right. Okay, I know it's boring. I know it is boring, but it's worth it. Yeah, but we are just setting up to something very interesting, trust me. Okay, there you go. All right, so that's how we're going to begin from. Okay, so I'm going to put this application to GitHub and I show you how you can clone it. So I'll show you how to publish your application, even your application, GitHub. This is how you do. So I'll go to where my project is. So you first install GitHub software. This is my GitHub software. You just install it. To search GitHub and then put it in your phone. In your laptop and install it. And then you log into your account. Then after, go to your project where it is. For example, Flutter UI, this is the one that we're going to work with. I'm just going to drag and drop this project in in this Android studio, this GitHub repo. Just going to say Flutter UI and then drag and drop it there. Okay, so after doing that, they'll tell me that this project is not on GitHub yet. Okay, so I'm going to say create a repository. Okay, so I don't know how I should call it. Should I call it Flutter UI? Yeah. Let me come here and cheat on ChatGPT. They'll say I'm not organized. Yes. Nice name for Flutter UI training course. Run to suffer. Mastering. Yeah, mastering Flutter UI. That is good. Flutter fitness. All right, that's good. I think I should use that one. So the project name is going to be Mastering Flutter UI. Okay, so yeah, that's going to be the name of our project. Okay, the description, what etc, everything is okay. Yeah, that is okay. So I'll go ahead and create the repository. So I've created the repository. So after creating the repository, I'll go ahead and publish it. Okay, I publish it. Okay, so after publishing it, I hope you don't add the build files, the build folders. So git ignore. That's okay. So the app is now on public. So I'm going, did I make it public? I don't know. So I'm just going to go view on GitHub. To see on GitHub, I think it is not public. All right, so this is the link. So you'll go ahead and clone this. I'm going to show you even how to clone. So I'll just make sure it is public. So you guys should be able to do it. To get it. Okay, so it's now public. So you'll come to my to my repository. Can I change this name? You'll come to my repository and get this project. Let me rename it. Mastering Flutter UI. That's okay. So this is the project, okay? This is the project. So for you, what you'll do, so you see I give you the images, I give you the YAML file, everything. So for you, what you'll do, you'll just simply come here. So if you don't have GitHub in your computer, you can as well download the zip. So you download the zip, you'll have this one in your laptop. All the images, everything that I've set, you'll be able to get them. And if you have GitHub, you just copy this and then say clone. Okay, come here and say clone, and then select, say, URL, and then put there the URL, and select where you want this project to be saved, and then say clone. So once it finishes cloning, you will have exactly the same thing in your laptop that I've just created. So go to that folder, then drag and drop it in your in your Android Studio. Then you'll have something like mine. So by there, you'll be able to get started with this course. I'll put the link of this video. I'll put the link of this repository in the description of the video, so you can be able to do what to get started. I'll also put in the WhatsApp group. And in case you don't get the link, you can as well find it on my GitHub. Search Mubahu360, you'll be able to get it there. Or you can just go to my YouTube channel, go to the description of the video, you'll be able to get the description. So go ahead and download that. That's all you need. So we'll be able to do what? To get started. So let's get started right now. Okay. So what we're going to develop right now, we're going to develop this. Let me show you what we're going to do right now. Oh, the problem, I have one phone. Let me just take a screenshot of what we're going to do, and then we get started. All right, we're going to do that. It is simple, but it's beautiful. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to do an Instagram splash screen. Okay, when you open Instagram, what do you see? So we're going to do something like that. So don't undermine it, because we're going to learn small things and big things. So do a favor to yourself and do everything. Don't say, this is too simple, I will not do it. Please be humble. Try it as a challenge. Okay. So this is what we're going to do right now. Okay, I hope you're together. So this is what you're going to do. I don't know where I should put it. Let me see if I can put to another screen. I think I cannot go on another screen. Okay. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Save it home. Okay, it will be here. Okay, that's okay. All right, so that's what we're going to do, members. That's what we're going to do. It's not so much, it's not very hard, but it can be a challenge. So let's go ahead and start. That's what we're going to do. So let's go to application. Our application is here. So this is the time now you start now. Go ahead and clone your application and then start doing these things. Where is it anyway? Okay, so the first section is going to be splash screens. So let me just simply come here and say maybe serve a web organization. So I'll come to our main route, our menu route here. I'm just going to put here maybe my simple widget. Okay, I'm going to have a place where I'll be keeping my widgets. Okay, I'm going to put here splash screens. Okay, let's go ahead and put our first splash screen, which is going to be Instagram splash screen. Okay, Instagram splash screen. Okay, so I want now when someone clicks here, you should be taken to that Instagram splash screen. So I'll come here and put what on top, open, and then put Instagram splash screen. So the way how we're going to organize our things, let me make my, okay, I hope you can see my menu here. So the way how we're going to organize our things, we're going to be putting all of them in a folder, things that are related. So here I'm going to come here to screens. I'm going to create another one called, I'm going to create I'm going to come here to screen. I'm going to create a folder called splash screens. Okay, so I come here and say new folder or new directory and call it splash screens. So that's where we're going to have all the things of splash screens. All right, so let's go ahead and start doing it. Okay, so we're just going to come here and put Instagram. Let me see how I'll be naming them. Can't put this guy here. So I just simply come and say Instagram file. I'll begin that splash, so all of them, they should be in the same order. Splash underscore Instagram dot what dot. Okay, so don't ask, always add. So come here and create a stateful widget, and then we're going to put there Instagram like that. Splash Instagram. All right, so I'll go ahead and import this. So this is just a simple what? A simple screen. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to do this. This is what we're going to do, okay? All right, so we're going to begin. By putting their scaffold, so everyone knows how to put scaffold. So I just simply come and put scaffold. So I remove constant and put scaffold. Okay, so after putting scaffold, what I'm going to do, I'm going to navigate to this screen. Okay, so to navigate this screen, we added a package called getx, okay, in the project. It helps even in navigation. So we're going to come here. When someone taps here, what you do, just write get.to. So it's not like the way how we were doing it at first. Just write get.to and then open your bracket, and then open the bracket, then point at the screen that you want to navigate to. So that is the power of getx. If you still remember, I told you the library called get, you are going to use it. So you have to have getx in your packages in order to navigate to this screen. So that's our first screen, Instagram screen. So if I click on this Instagram screen, go ahead and save. So if I click on this Instagram screen, I should be able to go to Instagram screen here. So let's go ahead and design that. So what we're going to do first, we're going to put there an app bar in this scaffold. Okay, you're going to put there an app bar in that scaffold. I believe you all know how to put an app bar. So I'll come here. As I told you, some things I'll be copying them because I want to repeat myself, so, and to save your time. But you have to write them. Okay. So I'll come here and add app bar. You see, app bar, and then say app bar background is white. Okay, background is white, and then the elevation is 0. The toolbar is 0. I mean the toolbar height is 0. So I want to eliminate that app bar, and then I put what we call system overlay. Let me first remove this and I show you what's meant by system overlay. Okay, so I save. You'll see there is that kind of white in the background of the of these buttons, But if you know Instagram, everything is purely white, like the whole screen is white, just like the way you see this screen. Everything is white. But you see ours, it is having this kind of background white in the in this top where there is clock. So if you want to remove that background, what you do, we come to our screen, we add there inside the app bar, we add what is called overlay, system overlay. So you import it. In this system overlay will help you to color that top bar. So we say status bar brightness, we say brightness.dark. That is the one here on top. So I say this one means that the icons should be in dark mode. And then you say status bar color, the background of the bar color, it should be white. So if I make changes, you'll see I'll achieve that. So it looks simple, but it is beautiful. Okay, so we are doing the Instagram splash screen. When you open the Instagram, what do you see? All right, so after doing that, then I'll go ahead and put now our main container. Okay, let me go ahead and put the container. So I'll come here and give the body to the scaffold body. It's going to have a container. Okay, our main container. Okay, so in this container, we're going to make the width and height to be infinity, so that they should make sure that everything reaches from the beginning up to the bottom. So I'll go ahead and put the width and height infinity and alignment center. Okay, so it's a container that makes sure that everything is up to infinity, and the alignment of everything that we're going to put there is going to be in center. Our time is up. You're going to give me like only 3 minutes, and then we finish also that of TikTok, and then we call it a day. So I'm going to give a stack inside the stack. Okay, so I'll just simply come and put here stack. So the child of this container is going to be a stack child. Okay, all right, so to take children. Okay, after taking children, we're going now to give it what? We're going to give it a container of what? A container that's going to take an asset image. Okay, so this is nothing but a container and an asset image. So this asset image takes image asset, and then we have this class that help us to import the image. It's a class I created it. So here it is just, so I don't want to type everything, that's why I want to save time. So I want to save time, so I put here container and then put child and then say image.asset, and then I display the image, and then I make the color of the asset image to be having that kind of red in background, and also the width to be 60 and the height to be 60. So this image social Instagram PNG is the image that I have already provided you. If you don't have access to this, please download that repository. It will come with all the images that you'll see in the repo. Okay, so go ahead please and install it. So I'll save and then update. You see, so because everything is in center here, we're able to receive this one in center. So this Instagram image.png, you can even go ahead and change, maybe it's kind of shade color. Okay, I say maybe it should be right over, then it will be that's right. So you see what you're doing. So you can also put there your own icon for your case. So, or you can try these things and get the idea and know how things are really done. So the next thing that we're going to do in the bottom and display the word Facebook, from Facebook. So how shall we do that? I'm going to explain to you that. I'll come here after putting this image. You've seen how we put the image. You can pause the video and do it. Then in between here, I'm going to put container and then say margin. So margin is going to be symmetric, 40, 30. And then I put a column inside that, which is going to be having max size, which is going to be minimum size. And then inside that column, I'm trying to put the thing that I'm going to come on bottom. Inside that column, I just put the word from, and then I put I put from. So this, I think I'm also going to give it to you, this styling that I already created. I have these stylings here. Let me see in which folder they are. They're in folder of widgets, but I didn't want to give you my widgets because a lot of things are there. Okay. Let me just give the styling only. I think I should give you the, let me see how much things I have there. Okay, I think I should also give you the widgets, so I'll be explaining widgets and utilities. Then I'll be explaining them. So let me fix this progress. Go ahead and import and remove this, and also the toolbar. Remove that and import. Then everything should be all right. Right, I'll go ahead and give you also that. Okay, so this dialog, just import the colors. I shouldn't give you these utilities. Then what will you learn? Okay. All right. I think I shouldn't give you utilities because I've not learned a thing. Let me just give you only widgets. Let me give you these ones. I'll explain everything later. All right, so I come and do what? Come and import text. I'll show you how we format this text. So when I save and update, you'll see I'll be able to have such kind of beautiful UI. I hope you guys can see it. Okay, Instagram from Facebook. It looks like it. Can you see that? I hope you can see it. Then lastly, let us do for TikTok and then we call it a day. Let's do for TikTok and then we call it a day. Okay. So yeah, that's it. You see, you can be able to do something beautiful like that. All right. So that's Instagram splash screen. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the last screen for today. We're going to do the splash screen for TikTok. So I'll just simply come here and say new splash. I can just duplicate this one. Let me duplicate this one, then we'll modify. So I'll copy Instagram, copy paste, and then it's going to be splash TikTok. It's TikTok with a K, like this. Okay, TikTok. Okay, there we go. So that's our TikTok one. So I'm going to go ahead and change this class. So I'll just select this Instagram, select it, Alt and Enter, press, and then maybe TikTok screen, TikTok screen, like this, right? Okay. So I'm going just to remove everything up to scaffold. Okay, I'm going to remove everything in the scaffold. Okay, so everything should be empty. Okay, so let's go ahead and add this TikTok on our home screen. This TikTok, I'm going to hide it on the home screen. So I'll come to home screen. Okay, and then we'll just duplicate this one. And then we'll add our TikTok splash, and then come and paste this one to TikTok. Okay, so when someone clicks here, they should be taken to TikTok. So when I click there, I'm taken TikTok, but there's nothing in TikTok. Okay, there's nothing there. All right, so let's go ahead and do it and put our TikTok there. So we're going to just simply come and redesign the TikTok. I'd already created it. So it's going to have a scaffold. Okay, TikTok screen as well. We're going to give it scaffold first, then we're going to give it background color. The scaffold is going to have a background color of black. So background color of the whole scaffold should be black, and then you should have something like that. All right, after doing that, then we're going to give it an up bar. Okay, just like we did on Instagram. Up bar. So come here TikTok and give it what? Up bar. Okay, so also going to have the system UI. So here the system UI overlay, for it the difference will, the UI will be light and then the color will be black. Okay, the color of text. So that on top side you should have black light and then you should have black. That is TikTok. We are going. So we are going to have much more of Instagram. So you're going to have the container that has infinitives. So I'll come here and give it a body. So in this scaffold I'll give it body of container, and in this container I'm going to give it width of infinity and height of infinity. Okay, so after we're going to give it a child that is going to have stack. So we're going to give it a child that has stack. Okay, so this stack is going to have children of a column, of which I'm going to explain. So I have to give maybe this align center is on what? Is on stack is going to have a child. I mean, it's going to have a container, and the container will have children. We'll have a child of column. So give this one children of container, and then we're going to have child of what? Of column, and then this column is going to have children, and then after this you're going to have max size to be minimum here in the container, and then we're going to go ahead and put the image of TikTok in the middle. Okay, so I'll just simply come and put image.asset.tiktok. I'll go ahead and import this utility, and then this is the image that will come with the package that I share with you. So go ahead and download that what I shared with you, in case you haven't downloaded it, the Scratch file. Boom, you see, there you go. Then lastly we put a container that can be a sized height. Okay, a height with a sized box with a height, and then we go ahead and put our TikTok text with its format. Okay, this is just a format. Okay, headline, and then put context, and then say copy with color, and then this one comes with what I shared with you. So put TikTok word, boom, that is TikTok, you'd say. So that is we call it a day. Yeah, in the next lecture we'll see how we can do the splash screens of Facebook, the splash screen of Twitter. Yeah, and then we proceed to another user interface. I hope you can see how we are. They are not really great, but if you're not keen enough, you will see that you can fail to make something that exactly like that. So please give yourself a challenge. Make sure that you pause the video and do this thing by yourself. Don't just watch and say I can't do that. Watch and do these things by yourself. I'm going to push these ones, and so you can have them. Okay, so you can have them, but I don't know whether I should push. Okay, I'm going to push these ones so you can have them. Then the next lecture we go now to real business. So but all I want you to do is just to challenge yourself, not just to watch without. So today we have managed to do this of TikTok and that of Instagram, and also setting up. Okay. Okay, so this is the Instagram one, and we have from Facebook here, and then this is TikTok. So next class we'll do Twitter, and then start going deep in user interfaces. All right, it has been a lengthy class, but I hope it was helpful. You're going to need this in your mobile application development in real life to make nice user interfaces. You can even create these user interfaces only one time, and then you start reusing them in your in your projects. Okay, we call it a day. Make sure that you subscribe to my YouTube channel or our YouTube channel, so every time we publish, you're able to get the updates. All right, guys. Hello, and how are you? My name is Muhindo, and I welcome you to another episode of learning how to create a mobile application using Flutter. Yesterday we started a fresh playlist or a fresh series where we're going to master different user interfaces that we can possibly do with Flutter. It's going to be a very long series, and by the time we finish, you'll be able to do almost any kind of user interface that you may need to do. So you should stick around so that you get these experiences that we're going to go through in this course. So first and foremost, I created a project that we'll have to start with. That project, it comes with images, it comes with assets that you will need to start with. So instead of you looking for your own assets, your own images, your own dummy data, you go ahead and download that Scratch project. So after downloading it from the GitHub link that I'll put in the description of this video, after downloading it, then you will put it in your project, in your computer. So you'll start with that computer. You'll start with that project. So everything that you're going to build, you'll be building on top of that project. So it is just an empty project, but it has just only a few assets that I don't need you to suffer looking for them. So go ahead and download that project that is in the description of this video. Then after downloading it, put it in your computer, run it for the first time, and then take it from there. So by doing like that, you'll be able to catch up with us. So without wasting much time, let's go ahead and start our today's lecture. We always do 40 minutes. As you can see, our count has started counting. So this is the project that we are doing. So you can see we have here Instagram screen that we did yesterday, and also the TikTok splash screen that we did yesterday. So today we're going to do the Twitter splash screen and also maybe the Facebook splash screens. So those one will give you enough experience of how you can do it. You can do your own splash screen. So without wasting much time, let's go ahead and start, right? So we're going to do this first, the Twitter splash screen, okay? So what we're going to do, we are just going to copy one of the splash screens that we did yesterday, for example, this of TikTok, and then we duplicate it. Then we'll just modify a few things that we think we will need. So we're going to come here, say TikTok, and then copy and paste it. And then I'll just simply come here and say splash Twitter. Okay, so it's a splash screen for Twitter. So it is this one here. So I'm going to go ahead and change the class here. Instead of Twitter, I'll press Ctrl F and press Alt and Enter so I can multi-edit. And then I'll come and remove this TikTok and put Twitter. All right. So after doing that, I'm going to remove a few things. For example, let me just remove everything in the scaffold so that we can start our own scaffold from scratch. Okay. Okay, so something like this. So everything is empty, as you can see. So what we're going to do, we're going to add this Twitter splash screen in our home page so that someone should be able to navigate to this splash screen. So I'll come back here and then I'm going to add it here. So to add it here, we'll just simply come to our menu route and then come and change this one. Okay, let's be adding the top that we do, we'll be adding them on top. So I'll just come and change this one and duplicate it. Okay, and then I'll just simply come and say this one is what? Is Twitter, and then it will be taking out to the Twitter screen. I'll import the Twitter screen from here. All right, so I'll save. After saving, you'll be able to see the Twitter is there. So when I click on Twitter, it takes me to the empty screen, this one of Twitter that we just created. So I believe everyone can do this at this point. Okay, so let's go ahead and start designing the Twitter splash screen. So then the Twitter splash screen, what we'll do, we'll go ahead and come to this. I'll just be copying here my code as I explain it. Okay, so as you can see, we're beginning here with the scaffold. After scaffold, we give it the background color of Twitter. So I'll just simply come to my scaffold and then give it a background color. So with the scaffold itself, we give it the background color of Twitter. So you just simply say color and then you put there the color is it. So you can click here to modify. Okay, you can click here to modify here. So that's how I create color. So when I save, you'll see I'll have that kind of screen for Twitter splash screen. Let me disable Copilot so it should not disturb me. Disable completion. Good. All right, so I'll go ahead and add the app bar. So I'll explain the app bar. So for your case, you just pause the video and start creating the app bar yourself. So this is the app bar. It is having this is the app bar. It is having the background color of white. Okay, and then it is having elevation of 0 and the tool height is 0. So here in simple terms, I'm eliminating the app bar, and then it has the system overlay parameter. You know, this system overlay parameter is the one that will help us to set this color on top here. So I'll press Alt and Enter so it can be imported. So the system overlay parameter, it will take the status icon brightness and make it light, and then status color and of icons and make it this color of Twitter. So when I save, you'll see I'll have that kind of a status bar. I hope you can see that. So if I save, everything will be all right. So the next thing, I'm going to add this icon in the middle. So what I'll do, I'll just simply come and begin with adding a container that I'll give the width infinity and height infinity. So just simply come here to the body and give it a body of container and give it width of infinity and height of of infinity. Alright, so after creating the container, we are going to give it alignment of center. So we're going to give it alignment of center. Okay, so after doing that, we're going to go ahead and add now our icon here. So it's going to be a child of this container. So in the child of container, we're going to have stack, so it can be centered. So just simply come and put here stack. Child that will take stack, and then in this stack we're going to have we're going to have children, and then those children is where we're going to put we're going to put a container again. Okay, so put again container here, and then after putting container, we're going to have another child inside this container. In this child, so we're going to put a column. So in case you want to write the word in after Twitter, you can put there a column. Okay, I'm going to put a column. So just simply come here and put column. Okay, all right. So in this column, it's going to take children, and those children, it is where we're going to put our image asset. So I'll just simply come up here and paste the image asset here. All right. So in this image asset, well, you will see a class called img.get. This img.get is just a simple class that I created. Okay, so that you can you can reuse it. It will help you to add the assets path, and then go ahead and get the icon in the asset folder. So as I told you, you must have our our Scratch project, so you can be able to get all these images without you searching for them. So if I press Ctrl and click on this img, you will see it is nothing but just an image class that is helping us to do to load images. It just simply attach the word asset and then images, and then return for you the name that you passed. So like this. So you don't need to again create the word asset again and again. All right. So I'll go ahead and save. Okay. So you'll be able to see that I'm having that kind of art of Twitter. So one more thing, I have to align the item in this column. So I'm going to give it alignment sorry, in this container here, I give it alignment of center. Okay, first remove this. Okay, so I have to remove, I can even remove this and remove this. All of them are just equal, and make it center. Yeah, so like that you'll be able to get the Twitter splash screen. So I hope you've learned how to make such kind of splash screen. So in case you want to make your own splash screen and even color this top side that you're seeing here, the status bar, you will use that kind of technique of using an app bar and then give it a system bar. Give it a system overlay UI. So that is how you make a Twitter splash screen. I hope you've understood and it's not that much complicated. All right, so let's finish by creating a Facebook splash screen. So this is how Facebook splash screen looks like. This is how the Facebook splash screen look like. Let's go ahead and create this Facebook splash screen. So what we'll do, we'll just duplicate this one of Twitter. And then remove everything. Okay, so I'll just simply come here to this file of Twitter. Okay, and then paste it, and then come and call this one Facebook splash screen. All right, so I'll just simply come and change, Ctrl F, Alt and Enter. You see, I select the whole word and then press Ctrl F and press Alt and Enter, and then I come and change this word to to Facebook. Sorry, like this. All right, so let's go ahead and add this Facebook to our home screen. So our home screen is here, the menu route. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this top one. Okay, so I should have here Facebook, and then put here Facebook, and then I import it. All right, so by doing like that, we'll have our Facebook UI. So in open Facebook, it is this one. So let's go ahead and remove everything that is there. So let's click on Facebook. That is an empty screen of Facebook. All right, so let's go ahead and do the Facebook UI step by step. So the first thing, we're going to give it the background of color white. So I just simply come and give this one background color white. Okay, so after giving the scaffold color of white, I'm going to give the app bar and make it white and give it overlay of white. So I already explained this one. I've just explained it. So everything will be white. After doing that, the next thing, I'm going to now give the body a container. So just simply come and give here body and give it container. All right, so it's going to have a child, and this child is going to have stack. So this container will have infinity height, infinity width, okay, like this, and then you give the child of stack. So stack is going to take children, and then these children are going to be the first container is going to have the Facebook icon. Okay, so just simply come here and give it the Facebook icon. So this is nothing but a container which has an image asset as a child, and this image asset is just an image of Facebook icon. So if you have the project that I shared with you, if you began with that, you'll be able to get that Facebook icon image without you suffering much. Okay, so let me import. So when I save, you'll see I have that Facebook. All right, so that's beautiful. So after having this first one, so we're going to put this Facebook, and then you put the icon of user, chat, and then marketplace, and then the eye, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go ahead and get and create a container. So come here and put container after the after this first container. So give it a child. So in this child, we're going to give it a what? Column. Okay. So I'm going to give it what? We're going to give it column. All right. So, but before you put column, I'll have to give it the margin of 30. So I'll just simply come here and say margin symmetric 30. All right. So after doing that, we're going to give it children. Okay. After giving it children, I hope members are together. Okay. I'm going to give it now what? I'm going to give it the main axis size should be as minimum as possible. So I'll come here and give main axis size to be minimum as possible. I save. So in the children of this column, we're going to put what? We're going to put text. All right. So I'll go and put here text. So we'll go ahead and import my style. So this my style, style. So this my style is some user interface. A styling theme that I created for you, so that you don't need to again create everything by yourself. Okay. So if you press Ctrl and click on it, you'll see here I have different themes that are created for you. For body 1, for body 2, for body 3, for display. It will help you to change different sizes. Okay. So for you, just simply say my text and import it, and then say body dot context, and then you say if not, you put here the explanation mark, then you say dot copy, and then here after saying dot copy, and then you start giving the colors. So by doing like this, it will maintain the theme of of your application, all right, without tampering with it. So I'll go ahead and give it color and give it also font weight. So when I save, I should be able to see Facebook, but it should be on top there. All right. So after doing that, the next thing we're going to do, okay. So the next thing we're going to do what? We're going to put a container of height 8, so that you can separate the words from the icons. So come here and put container of height 8. And then after, I can save. All right. So then after, I go ahead and put now the icons. Okay. So these icons are going to be just in a row. I believe you know how to create a row. So I'm just going to put here my row that's going to have as minimum main axis as possible. And it's going to have children. So each children is just a what? An icon that has a what? That has a an icon that has a color of gray 500 and size of 19. Okay. So you can modify this one as you want. So when I save, I should be able to do what? To see this. Okay. All right. So the on top, for them to become on bottom, what we're going to do, we're going to position them. See. So come here. Supposed to be in stack here. Let me see where I've skipped. So this column is not supposed to be there. And this one. All right, so I have my stack. It is accepting 2 containers, so it should be stack that has 2 containers. Okay, so the first container is the what? Is the image. So it's going to be stack, and then it has contained the first container, the image. Then the next container is the what? Is this one. Okay. All right. So let me just position it. So since it is in stack, Okay, so you should have something like that. So just go ahead and give it a position. So come here and surround it with, for example, center, and then say positioned, and then after come and give it bottom, and then say 10. Okay, so I'll center it by giving width infinity, but that's okay. So disappear. Alright, so what I'm going to do, let's keep anything. I'd already designed it. And the main is infinity, alignment is center. I don't know whether I skipped anything. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do, just going to do it simple. I'm just going to change this tag to what? To column. Okay, and then I'm going to put here on top, I'm going to put spacer like this, just do a simple way. And then I'm going to put another spacer between this column. Okay, so you can be in the middle here, and then I'll solve the problem. So there are so many ways of how you can achieve the same thing. So there we go. So you can see it's just a simple column, then you have spacer, then you have the container that has the image of Facebook, then you have a spacer, and then you have, you can even remove this position, you don't need it. Then you have a container that has what? That has a column which has Facebook, and then the row that has icons, and that's it. Okay, so yeah, so this one has margins, not that create the space below here. So I hope you've understood how you can achieve a Facebook a Facebook splash screen. So we have created a splash screen for Facebook. Okay, we have created a splash screen for Twitter. We have created a splash screen for Instagram, and then a splash screen for what? For TikTok. So you can think creatively of how you can come up with maybe your own splash screen, or something that is even much more better than these ones. So this knowledge you can put together and see how you can make good use of it. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, we're going to now look at something really different, something really new. We're going to do what? We're going to create the bottom sheets. Okay, these bottom sheets, they are the one that we're going to create. Okay, so we're going to create these bottom navigation. This is what we're going to create, like being able to navigate like this. So this is what we're going to do step by step. So all right, let's go ahead and see how we can achieve. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another section where I'm going to put the bottom navigation. As you can see here, I organize my code in what? In sections. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put another section here. Another directory. You can call them bottom navigation. All right, bottom navigation. So this is it, okay? The bottom navigation. All right. So in this bottom navigation, we're going to have now the basic bottom. So, but before we do that, let's first display it on the home. So I'll just first close all the things that I have opened, and then come to our menu route, or the main routing. I'm going to go on top and create another one. For what? For the bottom navigation. All right, so that's where we're going to be putting the bottom navigation things. Okay, so first things first, we're going to go ahead and add what? And add the first bottom navigation that we're going to look at, which is called basic, or what we call basic bottom navigation. So that's the screen that we're going to create. Okay, so we can just simply come here and create our fresh screen. So you need to say the bottom navigation, make sure that you're in the right folder, then say new, then say file, and then you're going to call it basic bottom navigation. .dat. So that's the name of a file. Let's go ahead and create the screen. Basic bottom navigation. Then I go ahead and import. Remove this. Yeah, so there we go. So after doing that, so I'm going to navigate to this screen. So to navigate that screen, we'll just simply come to there's a bracket here. Okay, so I'm going to navigate to this screen by just simply coming to our main route, and then we're going to duplicate here something that can be clickable like this one, and then paste it here, and then come and copy the bottom navigation class, and then put it here, and then you call it basic called what? Basic what? Basic bottom navigation. So since all of them they are under bottom navigation, so you don't need to do what? To repeat ourselves in wording. So basic bottom navigation. So this is the one here. All right. So when I click here, it should take me to the what? To this screen that has nothing. So now let's see how we can turn that screen to have something like this. Okay, something like this. So I'll come to the code that I already created. Okay. Okay, the first thing we are going to create a what? Our list of items. Okay, the list of items that are going to appear in this home screen. I mean, in this home, in this menu. That's what we're going to begin with. So to do that, we're going to just simply come and create a list of bottom items. I can call it navs, I can call it maybe bottom items, something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that list. So I can come here and create it. So I'm going to explain everything. So I'm going to import this bottom nav. It is nothing but our class that we created. I'm going to explain it, and then I go ahead and import this this icon. So this is nothing but a final list of items, or the bottom navigation items, that is accepting a list or multiple items of what? Of bottom nav. Bottom nav is a class that we created ourselves. If you press Ctrl and click on it, it will take you to where it is. It is here under what? Under models. So instead of you creating this by yourself, I had to create for you. It's just nothing but a what? But a class. So you can focus on the user interface. Just a class of bottom navigation that has a string, that has icon data, that can accept different colors, that has Boolean of true or false, and also the badge text in case you want to display something in the badge. Then it accepts the constructor, whereby the constructor, it will take the title and the icon and the color. It has multiple constructors, or what we call constructor overriding, or I can even patch multiple things. but this is the most constructor that we use most. Okay, so that is our simple class. I already shared it with the Scratch file that I shared in the description. All right, so if I go back here to our to our bottom navigation, you'll see that we now have that list of these items, and they're here. Okay, so this is the list that's going to appear in bottom. So if you want maybe to add more lists, something like that, I can go ahead and do sure. All right, so you can think really much more better than this. Okay. All right, so after, you see, I've just added one more item. So after having your menu items, all things that are going to appear in the menu, you proceed to the next thing. We're going to go ahead and do what? And create the current item that is being looked at, and also maybe the context. Okay, so I'll come here and then create these two things. The first one is called current index equals to 0. So that is the one that will help you to control your screen or your navigation. Then whereby when something will be changing, the index will be updating that one. Okay, so now this build context, it is the one that we're going to use for what? For accessing the context. All right, so after doing that, let's proceed. We're going to go ahead and put on back press. Okay, this on back press is a listener that will be working in case someone clicks what? Click back. Okay, but it's optional. But you just take action when someone clicks on the back icon. So after doing that, the next thing we're going to do, now we come to our scaffold. So let us look carefully into this scaffold. It has what we call silver up bar, which is the one that you see here on top. Okay, so I can collapse this silver up bar. Then it has the silver list. Let us also collapse this one. For us, let us concentrate on the bottom sheet. So you can see scaffold, it even gives you the parameter for what? For bottom sheet. Okay, for bottom navigator. It comes with Flutter in a way that you don't need to do what? To hard code it by yourself. So I'm going to come here and say to our scaffold, let's go ahead and create a scaffold. So we'll come here to placeholder and remove it and return what? Scaffold. So in this scaffold, we're going to do what? We're going to give it what? Bottom navigation bar. All right. So this bottom navigation bar, you see it is just within the scaffold. So it knows that sometimes you also need the bottom navigation bar. So this bottom navigation bar, it takes bottom navigation, this one here. So I'm going to copy it and I will just be explaining. Okay, let me just copy this first one. Okay, so it takes what we call bottom navigation. Just come here and put bottom navigation, and that's all. So I'll import. Okay, so the first thing that it requires, the bottom navigation, it is the items. Remember, I've already created our items here called items nav. So it will just go ahead and ask for items, and then you give it items. That's so when I save. So you have to turn them into a map like this. So you have to come and say here dot to map, and then this to map, it's going to loop through these items. So as it is looping through them, it will be giving you that particular item. So you can pause the video and look at this properly. It is item dot to map, and then you open curly bracket, and then you put what you're going to receive per looping. So you can even make a decision from here, you see. and then after you display the bottom navigation bar item. This is the item that has to appear there, that will accept an icon and will accept also the title. So if I go ahead and check, you can find multiple things that this bottom bar navigation can do, can take. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and save so far and see. Okay, all right, so we proceed. So I've put the bottom navigation and the items, so let's see how we add more things. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to set now this bottom navigation. I've already added the items, so let's go ahead and set a few things. For example, the background color, remember the color is white. Okay, so I have to come here and say background color inside this bottom navigation. So I can keep it I can keep it blue dark. So you can have the background color of bottom navigation as blue. All right, so after doing that, I'm going to add the selected color. Like when the item is selected, which color should it be? Okay, so I'm going to make it I'm going to make it white. Okay, the next thing, use indicator color. Okay, what should be the indicator color that will be used when someone hovers over? So I can go ahead and put here. Okay, save. Next, you can see our icons have started coming. All right, okay, so the next thing is set the current index. Like which index do you want to be the current? Okay, so go ahead and do what? Place it here like this. Remember, we have our index, this one here. By default is what? It is 0. So by default is at home. Okay, so what else? On top, when someone clicks on an item like this, what do you want to do? You may need to update the index, so you can be able to make a decision. So you can come here and put on top, and then you check who has ringed. So come here on the bottom sheet and add on tap. So like when someone taps, it should update the status of where someone has clicked. Okay, yeah, that's how you create a bottom sheet. So let us go ahead and I don't know why the colors, it's not this reflecting. I've set the color here. All right, let me first go back. Let me restart the app because it's supposed to do what? It's supposed to update the color. Let me restart the app. So we're going to achieve something like this. Let us start the app. Okay, it's taking time to compile, but no problem. I don't know which emulator I'm using. Let's come this side. All right. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. Let me see what could be causing it not to. Let me change the emulator here. Okay, so the app bar, did we set it? I think no. Let's go ahead and set the app bar. Let's import. All right. Okay, I'm going to find out why mine is not turning to the blue color that I'm setting, which is here. What is the background color? Oh yeah, I see the problem. I had put just the wrong color here. You see, I put the wrong background color. Okay, that's the problem. So I have to put this one here. No, this is not the one. I have to put this one. Yep, I've been doing the wrong thing, eh? So put correct color, then should be able to show up, I hope. Okay, let's have a break. When you come back, I'll fix this issue. I don't know why it's not updating, eh? Supposed to update to this blue, but it has refused. Is indicate color, I think. Okay, I think there's a problem with my emulator, but I'm going to figure. And then when you come back, you should be able to work. Okay, we're going to have a short break of 10 minutes, and then we come back for another session. So in the next session, we're going to finish this, and I see what is causing it not to act as it works supposed to. And then we're going to do what? We're going to implement these things. Let me show you what we're going to implement. Supposed to be like this. That's how I want it to be like. So I'm going to figure and see what could be the reason. Okay, so then we'll go ahead and implement we'll go ahead and implement these others. This one with the light background, the one that we are using right now, and also go ahead and implement this kind of design, and also go ahead and implement the one with the badge, this one where I can have such kind of a badge. So that's what we're going to implement when you come back, and then if time will allow, we'll go ahead and implement the bottom sheets, these ones. Okay, so don't give up, just let's go ahead and have some rest. So 20 past, we should be back here and start 20 past. I'm going to try to figure out what is what has caused this one, So let's come back and 20 past and then fix this, and then proceed with learning other things. All right, so see you 20 past 3. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo, and in today's video we're going to proceed from where we stopped at in the previous lecture. Remember, in the previous lecture we were creating bottom navigation, and we faced some challenge. So we're going to see how we can fix that small challenge whereby the bottom navigation color was not changing. So we're going to see how we can fix that. So I'm going to explain. I've already fixed it. I'm going to explain how you can achieve it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back here to home screen here, and I'll navigate to my bottom navigation, the basic bottom navigation, which is this one. So let me remove a few things that might confuse you. For example, this silver above. Remove this one. Okay, so that's what I needed us to have. So if you come back here, so let me explain how you can achieve it. So the first thing, you have to create your navigation items like the one I demonstrated in the previous video, and I hope you were following. So after doing that, you have to go ahead and create your stateless widget, your stateful widget class, like the way it was. So one more thing that we would not do was to add the tika provide state mixin, okay, and then you pass the name of your bottom screen navigation, okay, the name of this class, So so the one more thing that you have to add to your state of your project that is going to have a bottom navigation is this one. You have to add with tika. So here, after where the normal class ends, you just come and add this one with tika provider state mixin. So this one, the one that is going to give the ability to put the bottom navigation in the bottom, and also being able to do what? To modify it. So you have to attach it as long as you're going to do what? As long as you're going to use the bottom navigation in your screen. So after we had to create here the what? Now we had to initialize the build context, as you can see here. And then after you say this is the context that we have. So you put here on press, you should be able to do what? To change the color. When someone clicks the back press, you should be able to do what? To remove the bottom navigation. Okay. So after doing that, you go ahead and put build. This is the normal build that you always have. Okay, the normal build, and then you have an initialize here the context. You come and initialize here the context on each on each build. Then you return back your scaffold. So by doing like that, you'll be able to achieve what I've just done, what I've just explained here. So you return back the scaffold. I believe everyone knows how to do this this scaffold. Then after turning back the scaffold, you give it the background color, and then after you go ahead and give it the bottom navigation. So in this bottom navigation, it takes the bottom navigation bar, and then that bottom navigation bar, you go ahead and give it the background color, which can be color.blue, and then you can give it the selected color. So here you have ability to create your own theme. If your color is red, let's say red, you can as well make it red, as you can see there. So after you go ahead and give it the select item color, like when someone select an item, which color do you want to show? And then you give it the default color. So before an item is selected, what color do you want to show? So I can say maybe we should show yellow for the item that are not selected. So the items that are not selected, they are yellow. When I select an item, they are a color that I do what? The color that I want. All right, so it takes another parameter, is the current index. So this is when you click on something, you go ahead and update the index as I showed you here, and then when you update the index, you call set state, then it will be able to do what? To move this one. So it means that if you have this index, it means that you can also be able to do what? To control it, even using a what? Using the button, as long as you can update the index. All right, so you then pass the what? The items, of which I showed you how we did it. You just simply say the items.map, and then you put the loop that's going to receive the bottom navigation. Then you open the curly bracket, and then you start returning a single item by single item. So by doing like that, you'll be able to do what? Receive, you'll be able to create your system that has a what? That has a bottom navigation. So the main mistake that we are doing the other time, we are not touching the ticker provider state. So this is how you create a bottom navigation. You can pause the video and look at the code very carefully and see if you can achieve what I've just done, what I've just explained. Okay, the code is simple and straightforward. Then you can go ahead and put now your body, and then in this body you can put anything that you want. Here, so you can go ahead and put the body there. So you can surround this body with what? For example, with safe area, and then you'll have your body content in there. So that's how you do what? That's how you implement the bottom navigation. Okay, that's how you implement the bottom navigation. All right, so we'll proceed to our next thing. I want to compile this one in, I have 2 emulators. I want one to be in one. All right, I want to stop this from here, and I compile it in this one. Right, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to still on bottom sheet, we read bottom navigation. We're going to see how we can do a navigator like this one, where you have items that are what? That are shifting, okay, and are changing color like these ones. Okay, so we are going to do this. We call it shifting navigation, the one that is shifting. So don't mind about the content in the middle here. The content in the middle, don't mind about it, because for it you can design it at any time, you can change it anytime. So let's just focus on the what? On the bottom navigation. Assume that you want to do this kind of a what? This kind of bottom navigation. So let's go ahead and do it and do it. Okay, so I called it shifting bottom navigation. So we'll come here to shifting bottom navigation. Okay, so what we're going to do here, we're just going to use the same one. So make sure that you perfect this first one. Make sure that this first one works, because we're going to rebuild on it, other than keeping on repeating ourselves. We're going to just rebuild on this one, and then we'll be explaining things, the changes that we've made. All right. Okay, so I'm going to just come to this very bottom navigation. In fact, that's how we do code. You just write one thing and then you keep on reusing it. Okay, so I'm going to come here to the basic bottom navigation. Let me rename it. It's basic bottom navigation, and then I'll copy and paste it and call it what? And call it shifting. Our shifting bottom navigation. Shifting. Press enter. Then come here and select the whole name. Press Alt and enter and call it shifting bottom navigation. All right, so we're going to connect it with our home screen. Okay, so I'll come and duplicate this one and call this guy shifting, and then come and put here, when someone clicks, they should be taken to the shifting bottom navigation. All right, so when someone clicks here, they should be taken to the shifting bottom navigation. I will be building as we go up. So when you click there, you'll be taken to the shifting bottom navigation. So right, let's see the changes that we have to make on this shifting bottom navigation so we can achieve this one. All right. Okay, so first things first, you can see this one. We are having a movie, and it is having the icon, the first icon that will be on the default, and also the color. Okay, and then we have movies, then we have music and books, and then newsletters. So let me copy these ones and I'll explain how I do them. So I'll command paste them here. All right, so we're going to have remember they're on top here in the stateful widget. In the stateful widget. So they will not update until you do what? You restart the app. You restart the screen. So here we have the bottom that is taking the movie, and then it takes the default icon. Then it takes this optional color, this third color of the icon. Okay. So remember, this class we created by ourselves. So it will be taking that color. So we are sharing it. We are sharing the movie, the title of the item, that of the bottom navigation item, and then we share the icon. Okay, and then also share the color that should be changing when someone clicks on that icon. Okay, so let's go ahead and restart the screen. Then we'll be able to achieve that. So I don't know, when I make it 4 they misbehave. Let me go back again. All right. Okay, I'll find why when I make them 4 they misbehave. I'll find out why. All right, so after doing that, I'll find out why when I make them 4 they misbehave. All right, so after doing that, the next thing that we're going to do, we're now going to implement this logic. Okay, this logic that when you click on something it should change. Okay, so that one is going to be in the bottom navigation logic itself. Okay, so you'll see that okay, so here in the bottom navigation, so we're going to have the background color, which is by default blue, and then after we have the selected item, it should be in white. So all the time you select an item will always be in what? In white. So unselected item should be in gray. So the items that are not selected, you'll see they'll always be in gray. So the current item is in index, just like the way it did. And then when every time an item changes, the current item is what? Is updated. Okay. So here, the difference is in this bottom navigation item, when someone clicks on an item, we change the color. Okay, the background color. Okay, so okay, I think this is where the problem was. So when someone changes an item, we have to change the background color. Yeah, I think that was where the problem mainly is. I was skipping it. So when someone clicks, we go ahead and update the color. Remember, on top here, we passed the color here. So we passed the color. So I want when someone changes, I should update the what? The background color. So you put d dot what? Dot color. Then by doing like that, you'll be able to achieve. Let's restart the screen, of course. I should be able to achieve. The background color is not updating. That's list label, and then someone changes, should be able to change the color. Let's see where I forgot to put the system. State ticker. Okay, this one. Come and copy do the naming. Press Alt and Enter. Let me remove this one. Then we're going to explain everything step by step. Import this. Let me remove these things in the body. I'll restart the screen. Okay, so let me explain these things step by step, so you can also be able to write the same thing. Okay, so this we already implemented it as we said in the previous lecture. Okay, so you have to extend the ticker, and they always give the bottom navigation in the and always give the name that is here. Always pass it inside between here, the name of the screen. So after doing that, the next thing you're going to get the index, get the builder, just like the way we did in the previous lecture. This is an optional thing. It's just for optimization. And then you always do what? You always so this one I already explained how you do these items. Okay, so you always initialize the context, and then here this is optional, you can remove it. It's just for the current bottom navigation. Then return the scaffold. I believe everyone can be able to reach at this point where you can just return the scaffold. And in our scaffold, let me open again. In our scaffold, there is no anything. Okay, there is no anything, there is no body, so it means that you can do your own body at any time. You can put your own body. All right, so after we go ahead and give it the background color, which is going to be by default, it should be gray. And then after you say bottom navigation, which is this one, and then you pass bottom navigation bar, and then you pass bottom navigation bar. Then after doing that, you give it the default background color, which is going to be blue. And then after doing that, you give it the selected item. So an item that is selected should always be what? Should always be white. Okay, after doing that, you go ahead and say selected item color, it should be white, and then say unselected item color, it should be this color of gray, according to what you want to design. And then you say current index should always be the current index that we did. And then on top, you should always update the what? The index. All right, then in here, you go ahead and pass the widget and then say items.nav, .nav. So this is you're just trying to access something that is in the stateful here. That's what you are going to do. That's what you're doing here. Then widget.item.nav, then say .map, and then you open bracket, and then you go ahead and loop, and then set to list like this one. Okay, so you can pause the video and you see how this code is written. So here they give you ability to change the color according to the item, or according to the item that you've clicked on here. So you say .color like this. So you go ahead and pass the icon. So this is going to be the icon, and then you pass the label like this one. So if there are many, it will be able to do what? To switch the label per time. That's why you see they are able to show one by one at a go. Otherwise, if there are few, then the other label will always be shown. For example, if I make them 3 here, and then I go back and then I open it, you'll see the label is always shown. Okay, so if you make them 4, it means that the label is going to be what? It's going to take too much, and then the label will be showing per clicking over what? Over a certain item. So that is how you can implement this. So this is a class of what? A class of the class of a what? The class of what? Of the bottom navigation. Of course, I've already created it for you. So for you, just do what? Go ahead and do it and implement it accordingly. So I hope you can see that, and I hope you've seen how we can achieve that. So by the time you click on something, it will be switching to its color. So that's how you use the shifting navigation. So the shifting will only happen when it is too much than the what? Than the available what? Than the available space. That's when when you click on something, it will shift and then put the icon in front, and then put the label in the bottom, and then change the color according to the color that you've returned here. So there is no magic, just pause the video and then see what I've just implemented here and follow step by step. You'll see that you'll be able to do what? To achieve it. All right, so we are learning, though it's boring, but I believe we are learning. So in case when you're making the application, you can be able to do what? To use different kind of what? Of bottom navigation. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, so I've been able to achieve this. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do, we're going to see how we can do the light. So this light is very simple. It's just straightforward. You just implement and then give it the background of light color, and then you just change the icon color. Let me see something that is a little bit different from what we've done. This one, the one with the dark mode. Okay, this is just a screen with a dark mode, and then since we have not done anything with the dark mode, let's go ahead and do this one of the dark mode. Okay, so this dark mode one is just going to be like the first one that we did. So I'm just going to duplicate I'm going to duplicate the first one, and then you see how we implement that dark mode one. All right, so I'll just simply come here and then come and say get this basic one, and then I duplicate it. I'm just going to call this one dark, and then say bottom navigation. Then I'll come and select everything here, and then say dark. Okay, so after doing that, we're going to link it to our home page, to our home screen. So come here to the route menu, and then we'll come and duplicate this one on top here and give it dark navigation, and then you can come here and change the wording to dark like this. All right, so I'll save. Now when I click here, I should be able to go to the dark one. So the whole point is the dark one is going to be just in like the basic one, but in the dark mode, this one. All right, so the first thing that we'll do, you'll have to change the background of your app bar. Okay, to do what? To become dark. All right, so let me go ahead and do that. We'll first change the background of the whole application to black. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll come here to our scaffold and give it background of black. There's something with my emulator, it's not updating. All right, oh, I just put it in the wrong place, sorry. It's supposed to be in the dark one here. Okay, so I'll just come here to the scaffold and give it a background color of black. So after giving the background color of black, the next thing you're going to, after giving the background color of black, then the next thing you're going to come to your bottom navigation here, the color, and then give it the background color of what? Of gray 900. So I'll come here to this background of the navigation and make it gray 900. So when I click there, you'll see I'm able to achieve that gray 900. So the next thing, this is gray 900. So I think that's it. Yeah, then you'll be able to create something with a dark mode like that. So if you make it really black, you'll just simply say gray black, or maybe black. So everything will be real black. But here, some will not differentiate a bottom navigation from the app. So make it dark, but give it a level of darkness, right? So there I'll be able to achieve a dark, version or a dark mode of bottom navigation. I hope you're together. So you can implement the dark mode like that. Okay, so the next thing that is unique, so you can play around them. So we can see, okay, let's go ahead and do this one where we have a main icon on top, what we call the primary. Okay, so this one's a little bit unique, so we're going to do it and we see how we can achieve it. This one with the primary icon. Okay, so some apps like when you have maybe a marketplace and you want to have sellers, and you want it maybe some users, the leading icon to always be on top, you use this kind of an icon. So primary. So it's going to be just like the way other bottom navigation are, but the only difference is going to be here. Okay, it's the primary one. So you'll have the tab bar, and then these are going to be the tabs, and then you're going to have the first icon, the second icon, but the third icon is it's not really going to be in the in your bottom navigation. It's going to be a floating icon, but outside the bottom navigation. Then by doing like this, you'll have achieved the primary navigation. All right, so let's go ahead and see how we can implement this. So let's go ahead and implement this one. Okay, so I'll just simply come and put here what we call primary. I'll duplicate maybe this basic one. So I just simply come and put here primary bottom navigation, and then come here and put Alt and Enter, and then just change this one to to primary. Okay, so I'm just going to explain the code. All right, I'm going to explain the code, so be very attentive. I'm going to first remove useless things that we don't need. So it's our scaffold. I'm going to remove the up bar, we don't need it. So I can explain the code that's going to make sense to you, and you also try it out. So I can even remove the the content. So I'm going to say text content. All right, let's go ahead and link it. So I'll come here to our main route, come and duplicate this first one, put primary bottom navigation, put the word primary. Okay, now come back, click on primary, so I'm able to have that. So let me explain what is happening here. Okay, let me explain what is happening here. So the whole point is there is really no bottom navigation. There is no bottom navigation, but we are just having two tabs and a floating icon that is in the middle of those two tabs. Okay, then we'll be able to achieve something like that. All right, so let me explain how it works. How it is done. So this is just our normal scaffold, like the way we have been doing. Okay, so this is our up bar, and in our up bar you can even remove it, so you can have an empty up bar. Okay, sorry, it is this one. Okay, so it doesn't even extend single ticker. So what you're going to do, so you're going to extend the other single ticker like the way you did it. Okay, and then you put also a tab controller variable. So this tab controller variable is the one that will help to switch from one to another. Okay, so after doing that, you go ahead and you initialize the tab controller in this init state, and then initialize the tab controller, and then you give it the length. The length is going to be 2, and then here where there's vsync, you put this, and then you say tab controller, you add you add a listener. So that's how you'll be able to do to switch your tabs. And then you put here the dispose. Okay, and then you say on dispose, then you say If tab controller is initialized, you dispose it. Okay, so I hope you're following. So after here, you build, you return the what? The build, just like the way we always do it. Then you return your what? The scaffold. Okay, you return the scaffold here. So in returning the scaffold, you can give it background color. So the main point here, you give it a floating, the floating button, this one, just like the normal floating button that you know. So if I remove it, it will be gone. You give it a floating button, that's one that is going to act as what? As our primary button. So this in simple terms, this floating button is not really in the what? Is not really in the bottom navigation or in the up bar. Okay, so after you create primary, so you center, give it margin 10, so it should be a little bit from bottom, it should be on top. Okay, and then after put floating action button. I want to show where I centered it, version 2. So this is a place where I center the floating button. It's a floating button location. So this is the parameter that is taken in the scaffold. So then you pass floating button dot. So you put here dot what? Then they will give you different places where you can put your floating button. Okay. So you see end top. So you put end top, you'll see your floating button will be here. Can you see? So there are different places where you can put the what? The floating button. So here what I did, I had put it in what? In center float. So when you put center float, it will be here on top. Yet, so it appears as if it is leading, yet it is not really in the what? In the bottom navigation. Then here, you come and create that just like the normal body that you always create. Give it a column, then you give it expanded. So if you do expanded, it means that the content will be in the middle, and whatever is next to that, it will be pushed at the end. Okay, so here you go ahead and create a what? A card. So you can do anything. You can create a card, you can leave it, you can give it elevation of 4, so that it should look like a what? A bottom navigation. This is just a bottom navigation that we are creating manually. And then you put rounded rectangle border, rectangle border, and then put border radius of what? Of 0. So you should not be having what? Should be having the radius, this card. But this is also optional. You can as well put a container. All right. Then after doing that, you go ahead and give it a child. Of course, this child is going to have some padding of vertical 4, so the icon should have some space on top and the other space in bottom, and then it has what you call the tab bar. So this tab bar is the one that can allow what? And can allow you to have different tabs that can even switch using the what? Using the tab controller. All right, so go ahead and give it tab bar, and then give it an indicator. It's going to be transparent, and then give it the indicator tab size. So like that indicator is the one that will be showing where you've clicked. So you can even make it maybe red. So you'll see that when I click on this tab, it shows that I've clicked on this one. You see? So if you make the indicator transparent, someone will not be able to do what? Will not be able to see it. Okay? Then you can give indicator H to be 1, and then you give it the tabs. Okay? So these tabs are going to be arranged in form of tabs. That's like you can hear them. So it's just going to be a container, and it's going to take a tab, which a tab can take an icon and the what? And the color that you want it to show. All right, and then you put 2 tabs. Okay, so when you do like this, you'll be able to achieve an item that is having some leading what? Some leading button. If you go to most marketplaces, mobile application, you'll see they have something like this one, whereby this can be maybe sell. There are different ways how you can implement this one. Okay, you can implement it maybe when you're having an application where there is one main button that you want to be worked upon as a main action button. So you can achieve it by doing like this. So the content will be here, and then someone will be able to switch these tabs, and the button will always be like it is floating on top. So in simple terms, it is not really what a bottom navigation, but it is just something that you can engineer yourself, that you can create yourself, just like the way I've shown you here. So you can also try it out and see how you can you'll manage it. You'll definitely manage it. So when you're making your application, you can think creatively how you can make use of such things. All right. So the next thing we're going to look at, this light bottom navigation. This one is very simple. Let me look at something that is a little bit challenging. So I've looked at light. For an article, this is just a normal bottom navigation, but like this. So this one is one that's going to have like the main item. Let's go ahead and implement this one. Let's go ahead and implement this one. Okay, where I can have something that is on top. That is a little bit bigger than others. All right, let's go ahead and implement that. Okay, we call it what? We call it mains. Then maybe if time allows, we'll also implement this one with the badge, and then we'll go ahead and implement. Let's implement those two. This one already implemented almost. Implement that one with the main and also that one with the badge, and then we call it a day for bottom navigations. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll go ahead and create the screen. For the main. So it's going to be like this basic bottom navigation, but we tweak a few things. So I'll go ahead and copy and paste, and then I'm going to call this one main bottom navigation, and then I'll come and change this wording. I press Alt and Enter and say main. So after doing that, we're going to go ahead and collect this main bottom navigation with our home screen, which is going to come here at the home screen, main route, and then duplicate this one, and then call this one what? Main route, and then call this guy main. So it should be clickable and save. So after doing that, someone should be able to see main, but when you click on main, it's just nothing but like the other things. So the first things first, I'll come to our main, and then after we are going to give it items. So it's going to look much more like the one that we've just done before, the one that we just did. It's going to look like this one. In simple terms, there is it's not going to be like a bottom navigation. It's just going to have the main leading item here. All right, so let me go ahead and implement it. Okay, so save time, I'll just simply copy it and paste it there, and then I'll explain. But for you, don't do so, just go ahead and code it. All right, I'll explain everything here. I put it in the wrong place. Sorry, I'll come here where there is main. Paste it there. I'm going to explain it. Okay. All right. I'm going to remove unnecessary content. Or I can leave it for you to try. I don't know. So that's our main app. Okay, so let me remove unnecessary content. But there's nothing unnecessary. Like there's nothing very hard here. I'm just going to explain them. Okay, so let me explain. So watch the video and then try it out. Okay, so everything is just the same. Okay, everything is just the same, just like the way we did the tab bar. Okay, then after creating the tab, initialize the tab controller. After initialize the tab controller, we go ahead and do what? We go ahead and create our scaffold, and then this scaffold we give it an app bar, and this app bar you can see how it is. Okay, so I hope that thing unique here is in app bar. Okay, so after app bar we have our container, so you can pause the video and look at the app bar. In this app bar we have our container in the body, and it's going to have a what? A column. So in this column we have expanded. I told you the meaning of expanded. Expanded will make sure that everything is what? Is pushed at the end. It is taking as maximum space as possible. So when you say expanded, it will be able to expand and then push everything at the end. So this content inside the expand is not mainly our business, but you can look at it if you want to design something like that. Okay, you can pause the video and look at this content of this this icon that you're seeing here in the middle. All right, they're just two icons that are in a row, and then with you see it's just a row which has a circle avatar, and it's having a background of this, and then it is having a space of 20, and then it has a column in that row, and then it takes this width with this color of gray, yeah, and then you duplicate it twice, then you'll be able to do what? To achieve this one. And then this background color, you give it the gray light that you have here. So the main point here, our main point is at last here. So we're going to have a card that you're going to give elevation of 4, and then after you give it a rounded rectangle. So everything is just like the way it was in the previous in the previous demonstration. But the only problem, I mean the only difference here is the floating action bar, this one here. So you say floating action bar, you create a normal floating action bar, and then you give it elevation of 3, so it should be a little bit bigger. And then come here, let me explain this one again. So you put a tab you put a tab controller inside your card, okay, in the bottom. So put tab bar, and then this tab bar, give it some conditions that you can see here, make it transparent, etc. And then in the tabs, that's where the whole point is. In the tabs, you create the first tab, which will take an icon and then the size of an icon. The second tab, the tab, and then the size of the icon. Then in this one, instead of giving a tab, you give it a floating button, action button. You know that floating action button, okay? It can really stand out. So you make it the main button in the middle of the two, and then go ahead and give the rest these ones. So by doing like this, you'll be able to do what? To achieve something that is having this, and the one in the middle, which is main, okay? So you can pause the video and ignore the rest and see if you can be able to do what? To achieve this, okay? Only this is what matters, okay, for now. So that is how you do what? You implement the main navigation, or the navigation, bottom navigation, which has the main what? The main button. All right, so our time is up. I think when you come back, we'll go ahead and finish this one with the badge, or I'll leave it as a challenge for you, whereby you can just do the same, but you'll be adding the badge. Okay, let me just explain it right now, and then you get once. So the badge is here, the one in the badge. I'll explain the whole logic where it is. So here in the badge, you create what we call a wrap. You create a positions icon, okay? Positioned icon, and then you wrap it. You see, you can just pause the video and look at this code. You wrap, so the items which have a badge, whose badge context, whose badge text is not 0, you go ahead and display the the container on top of them, which will look like this which will look like this badge. So everything is the same. The only difference is is this one. Okay, the only difference is this one. So go ahead and also try it out and see if you can achieve such a bottom navigation. All right, let's come back for our last session, where we are going to look at bottom navigation. We are going to look at bottom sheets, and it's going to be an interesting lecture. So make sure that you don't miss. So, and even though they are boring, but that's the only way you can skill up, or you can improve your skills in creating good user interfaces. When you really practice, you get ideas, and when you have ideas, you know how things can be done, and then you end up trying them out. So in the next lecture, we're going to look at bottom sheets, how to do such a kind of things. So make sure that you don't miss. Okay, so goodbye. See you in the next lecture. We're going to take only 10 minutes. So 20 past 4, we should be back for the last session. 20 past 4, we should be back for the last session. Yeah, things are boring. Hello, and how are you? My name is Muhindo, and I welcome you to another method of learning how to make mobile applications using Flutter. We're going to resume with our user interface development in Flutter, and today we're going to mainly look at bottom sheets. So we use bottom sheets to display data that does not need to navigate someone to another page, or we use bottom sheet even to give users to input their actions, even even when we don't need to move them to another screen. So bottom sheets are the new designs that can really help us in usability of our applications. So this bottom sheet is something like this one. You see, like when I click, it comes from bottom, and the user will have ability to do some actions on it. So we have different kinds of bottom sheet, like this one, and so many. All right, so right now we're going to see how we can do most important ones. So without wasting much time, I'm going to launch our application that we always use to practice with. If it's your first time, download the application to start with in the description of this video. So you'll just put in your phone, or put in your computer, or download it, and then use that project or that code that I'll have shared with you to start, because it comes with a lot of assets that I don't need you to suffer while looking for those assets. Okay, so download that project whose link will be in the description, so you can be able to do it, to start from somewhere where I have already created for you a few things, like putting the asset for photos, and also maybe creating the models, also creating the dummy data, and you will not need to do what? You will not need to create your own. So if you want to begin, you have to begin by downloading that project, then you'll be able to do what? To get up and running it simply. Okay, so that's it. Let's go ahead and see how we can do bottom sheets. So we're going to begin by adding on top here bottom sheets in our menu. So I'm going to begin by creating a separate folder called bottom sheets. Bottom sheets. Okay, so after creating bottom sheets, we're going to put our first file, which is going to be this one, the basic bottom sheet. So I'll come here and say new file. I'm going to call it basic bottom sheet .dat. All right. So after doing that, I'm going to come here and write stateful widget and put basic bottom sheet. All right. So after doing that, I'll remove this and then come and press Alt and Enter here, and then the data will be imported. Okay, so after doing that, let's go ahead and put here our scaffold. Okay, so I'll put scaffold, and then I'll go ahead and put the title, up bar, and then put up bar, and then put here maybe title, and then I'll go ahead and do what? I'll go ahead and put here bottom sheet. Okay. Okay, so after doing that, the next thing is we're going to connect the main screen with the main screen or the main route. So I'll come here to our main menu route, and then come and duplicate what is there. An item like this, so someone should be able to click on it and be taken to the screen at once. So I have to make sure that I keep the order. So this bottom sheet have to be in the section of the other bottom sheets here on top. All right, so come and put here the title bottom sheet. All right, so after doing that, now let's go ahead and connect. So when I should click here, it should take me to the bottom sheet. You see, bottom sheet is there. All right, so we're not going to make it so much complicated. We're going to begin with this basic one. I want when someone clicks on a floating icon, we should be able to show the bottom sheet. So what we're going to do, we're going to come here to our up bar, and to our scaffold, and put the floating button. So it will follow by floating action button. Okay, so it requires an on press listener. So when someone presses on it, it should be able to trigger something. Okay, so after we'll need to be maybe put the child of what? Of icon dot what? Dot plus. All right, so I'm in the wrong file. I've come to this one. Yeah. So there we go. Now someone will be able to do what? Someone will be able to click here. Okay, so now what we want, when someone clicks here, we want to show the bottom sheet. Okay, we want when someone clicks here, I want to show the bottom sheet. Whoever asked that what I'm using Android Studio. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do that logic, okay? So you write a separate function that shows a bottom sheet. You write totally separate function, but should be in the same class that shows this what? The bottom sheet. Okay, so this is how you show the bottom sheet. You just simply say show bottom sheet. It takes the context like this and the builder, and then inside it you can put anything that you want to do what to display, but you should always be considerate when you're returning something in the what in the bottom sheet. So I'll copy this function and then I'll explain everything step by step. Okay, or I'll just go ahead and explain everything step by step. We want to have something like this. Okay, we want to have something like this. So what do? We're going to put here our function. Like when someone clicks on the plus, we call the function called show bottom sheet. Okay, so this function is not there. I'll go ahead and create it. That's the method. Then after, we go ahead and run the command that really displays the bottom sheet, which is this one. Okay, it's called show bottom sheet. It's a Flutter command. Show bottom sheet. All right. Okay, so let me explain this. It is bottom sheet. You should just simply say show bottom sheet and then open bracket, then you say context, and then you put comma, and then say builder, and then you open bracket and say context builder, and then you open curly bracket, and then inside here you can return, for example, text and say my bottom sheet like this, then put a semicolon there. So even if you return something small as that, still it will be implemented. So when I click there, you see I'm able to see my bottom sheet. There it is. But the point here is it doesn't look well organized. So let me show you how you can organize it, and you have something that really makes sense in the bottom sheet. Okay, so the first thing we're going to surround it with the what? With the container. After surrounding it with the container, you go ahead and give it what? You go ahead and give it the background color of white. And then the padding go. So I'll come here. I'll come here and paste these things. So at least you can see there is a white board. There is a white content in the what? In the bottom. Okay, so you can use that space to do a lot of things that can make your application simple for the user. All right, we proceed. So our goal is to achieve something like this. So I'm going to put a wrap in that content. But I'm going to explain everything. So I'll come at the child and put wrap. Sorry. All right. So in this child, I'll come and to this content. I'm going to explain it step by step. Okay. So this is nothing but what? But content. And I've already taught you how to design what? Different kinds of content. So it's just going to be a wrap, and then it is having widgets, of course, multiple widgets. And then after multiple widgets, then you put the title, like they can see Roberts, and then you put the styling, and then you put the spacing, and then you put the other title. Yeah, something like this. So as well, you can as well design such a thing. Then you have a row in the bottom after that content, and then that row, it has two buttons. One is for closing, another one is for what? Is for opening details, something like that. So I don't see where there is like too much confusion. It's that all you need is just to understand how to do the bottom sheet here, and then you start implementing it in what? In a different project. So you see, when I do like that, we have achieved what we needed. Okay, so that's the bottom sheet. You can do a lot of things or a lot of ideas by the use of what? A bottom sheet, and make your application fast and appreciable. So we proceed. So you see, that's beautiful. We can do that. Okay, so we proceed to another what? To another kind of bottom sheet. They are all the same, but this is just ideas or creative way of how you can implement them. So you have this one called list. It is a bottom sheet, but its detail is having a kind of what? Kind of a list. I believe you must have seen this kind of implementation in one or many apps that you have used, I believe, because they help users to not to go to another screen, but to do different items. Different items in the same screen. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to duplicate this one, and I create a file for what? A file for okay. Say a file for basic bottom sheet. I'm going to duplicate it, paste. So I'm going to call it what? I'm going to call it okay. Call it list bottom sheet. Okay. So about that delay. So so after putting list bottom sheet, okay, so we're going to link this one with our main home. So I'll come to main route and then duplicate this one. All right, so I'll go ahead and open the list. So I have a list bottom sheet. So when you click on bottom sheet, list bottom sheet, we are going to implement now. We should show some kind of a list. So it is simple. It's just once you understand the what implementation, then it's done almost. So this is our bottom sheet. So everything is the same, only that the UI. Okay, so I'll copy this one and then I'll explain the UI. So it's going to remain show bottom sheet, only that here on the return of content, I'm going to remove what I'm returning and return this. Okay, so let's go and implement that. All right, so let me explain. So this is just like the normal bottom sheet that I demonstrated, but only that its UI is different. So its UI is a wrap, or you can call it a list, and it is accepting. It is having list tile, which is having the leading and the title, and then on the top. So here on the top, it's maybe when someone clicks on it, what it should do. So you have these, okay, these kind of bottom sheet. So go ahead and create this kind of a list. All right, so it means that you can customize the bottom sheet and put anything that you want, as long as it does not mess up with this UI. You see, I'm able to achieve that. Okay, I'm able to achieve that. This is a very powerful feature. Even when you share, maybe when you share something, wrap is like a column. It's like a column. Okay, so you'll try it. So when you try to share something, maybe from your app, you may need to show a bottom sheet, so the user can first select what they want to share. So that is a bottom sheet, and it's nice. All right, so that's how we do it. Okay, so we proceed. All right, we proceed to okay. Okay, so if you want to implement such a bottom sheet, like when you click on something, you should go on top with it. It is also possible. Let me see something that is a little bit challenging. Floating is also challenging. All right, filter. All right, this one we can implement. So maybe can give it to you as a what? As an assignment. And then in the next lecture, we can begin from there. So we're going to try to do such kind of a bottom sheet. It is just like the normal bottom sheet that we've been doing. I'll look at the screen and then take a screenshot and then try to do something like this. So in the next lecture, we're able to do what? To proceed. So I can see your creativity. If you're really following, or if you're really learning, or if you can really try something like this. Yeah, and then the next lecture we'll do what? We'll go ahead and do it. All right. So we call it a day. I think we'll start from there in the next lecture. We're going to look at different user interfaces. Okay, all these, we're going to look at them. So don't get demoralized, just keep pushing, but know if you finish these things, everything will be okay for you when you're going to what? To implement. Okay, so that's it for today. a nice weekend, and we meet on Wednesday. However, hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I will come here to another method of learning how to make mobile applications using Flutter. We're going to resume with our user interface development in Flutter, and today we're going to mainly look at bottom sheets. So we use bottom sheets to display data that does not need to navigate someone to another page, or we use bottom sheet even to give users to input their actions, even to input their action even when they don't want, even when we don't need to move them to another screen. So bottom sheets are the new designs that can really help us in usability of our applications. So this bottom sheet is something like this one. You see, like when I click, it comes from bottom, and the user will have ability to do some actions on it. So we have different kinds of bottom sheet, like this one, and so many. All right, so right now we're going to see how we can do most important ones. So without wasting much time, I'm going to launch our application that we always use to practice with. If it's your first time, download the application to start with in the description of this video. So you'll just put in your phone, or put in your computer, or download it, and then use that project or that code that I'll have shared with you to start, because it comes with a lot of assets that I don't need you to suffer while looking for those assets. Okay, so download that project whose link will be in the description, so you can be able to do it to start from somewhere where I have already created for you a few things, like putting the asset for photos, and also maybe creating the models, also creating the dummy data, and you will not need to do what? You will not need to create your own. So if you want to begin, you have to begin by downloading that project, then you'll be able to do what? To get up and running it simply. Okay, so that's it. Let's go ahead and see how we can do bottom sheets. So we're going to begin by adding on top here bottom sheets in our menu. So I'm going to begin by creating a separate folder called bottom sheets. Bottom sheets. Okay, so after creating bottom sheets, we're going to put our first file, which is going to be this one, the basic bottom sheet. So I'll come here and say new file. I'm going to call it basic bottom sheet .dat. All right. So after doing that, I'm going to come here and write stateful widget and put basic bottom sheet. All right. So after doing that, I'll remove this and then come and press Alt and Enter here, and then the data will be imported. Okay, so after doing that, let's go ahead and put here our scaffold. Okay, so I put scaffold, and then I'll go ahead and put the title, up bar, and then put up bar, and then put here maybe title, and then I'll go ahead and do it. I'll go ahead and put here bottom sheet. Okay. Okay. So after doing that, the next thing is we're going to connect the main screen with the main screen or the main route. So I'll come here to our main menu route, and then come and duplicate what is there. An item like this, so someone should be able to click on it and be taken to the screen at once. So I have to make sure that I keep the order. So this bottom sheet have to be in the section of the other bottom sheets here on top. Alright, so come and put here the title, bottom sheet. Alright, so after doing that, now let's go ahead and connect. So I should click here, it should take me to the bottom sheet. You see, bottom sheet is there. Alright, so we're not going to make it so much complicated. We're going to begin with this basic one. I want when someone clicks on a floating icon, we should be able to show the bottom sheet. So what we're going to do, we're going to come here to our up bar and to our scaffold, and put the floating button. So it will follow by floating action button. Okay, so it requires an on press listener. So when someone presses on it, it should be able to trigger something. Okay, so after we'll need to be maybe put the child of icon dot plus. Alright, so I'm in the wrong file. I've come to this one. Yeah. So there we go. Now someone will be able to do what? Someone will be able to click here. Okay, so now what we want, when someone clicks here, we want to show the bottom sheet. Okay, we want when someone clicks here, I want to show the bottom sheet. Whoever's that I'm using Android Studio. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do that logic. Okay, so you write a separate function that shows a bottom sheet. You write totally separate function, but should be in the same class that shows this what? The bottom sheet. Okay, so this is how you show the bottom sheet. You just simply say show bottom sheet. It takes the context like this and the builder, and then inside it you can put anything that you want to do to display, but you should always be considerate when you're returning something in the bottom sheet. So I'll copy this function and then I'll explain everything step by step. Okay, or I'll just go ahead and explain everything step by step. We want to have something like this. Okay, we want to have something like this. So what do? We're going to put here our function. Like when someone clicks on the plus, we call the function called show bottom sheet. Okay, so this function is not there. I'll go ahead and create it. That's the method. Then after, we go ahead and run the command that really displays the bottom sheet, which is this one. Okay, it's called show bottom sheet. It's a Flutter command. Show bottom sheet. All right. Okay, so let me explain this. It is bottom sheet. You just simply say show bottom sheet and then open bracket, then you say context, and then you put comma, and then say builder, and then you open bracket and say context builder, and then you open curly bracket, and then inside here you can return, for example, text and say my bottom sheet, like this, then put a semicolon there. So even if you return something small as that, still it will be implemented. So when I click there, you see I'm able to see my bottom sheet. There it is. But the point here is it doesn't look well organized. So let me show you how we can organize it, and you have something that really makes sense in the bottom sheet. Okay, so the first thing we're going to surround it with what? With the container. After surrounding it with the container, you go ahead and give it what? You go ahead and give it the background color of white. And then the padding go. So I'll come here. I'll come here and paste these things. So at least you can see there is a white board. There is a white content in the what? In the bottom. Okay, so you can use that space to do a lot of things that can make your application simple for the user. All right, we proceed. So our goal is to achieve something like this. So I'm going to put a wrap in that content. But I'm going to explain everything. So I'll come here to the child and put wrap. Sorry. All right. So in this child, I'll come and put this content. I'm going to explain it step by step. Okay. So this is nothing but what? But content. And I've already taught you how to design what? Different kinds of content. So it's just going to be a wrap, and then it is having widgets, of course, multiple widgets, and then after multiple widgets, then you put the title, like they can see robots, and then you put the styling, and then you put the spacing, and then you put the other title, yeah, something like this. So as well, you can as well design such a thing. Then you have a row in the bottom after that content, and then that row, it has two buttons. One is for closing, another one is for what? Is for opening details, something like that. So I don't see where there is like too much confusion. It's that all you need is just to understand how to do the bottom sheet here, and then you start implementing it in what? In a different project. So you see, when I do like that, we have achieved what we needed. Okay, so that's the bottom sheet. You can do a lot of things or a lot of ideas by the use of what? A bottom sheet, and make your application fast and appreciable. So we proceed. So you see, that's beautiful. We can do that. Okay, so we proceed to another kind of bottom sheet. They are all the same, but these just ideas or creative way of how you can implement them. So you have this one called list. It is a bottom sheet, but its detail is having a kind of a list. I believe you must have seen this kind of implementation in one or many apps that you have used, I believe, because they help users to not to go to another screen, but to do different items in the same screen. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to duplicate this one, and I create a file for what? A file for okay. Say a file for basic bottom sheet. I'm going to duplicate it, paste. So I'm going to call it what? I'm going to call it okay. Call it list bottom sheet. Okay. So for that delay, so after putting list bottom sheet, okay, so we're going to link this one with our main home. So I'll come to menu route and then duplicate this one. All right, so I'll go ahead and open the list. So I have a list bottom sheet. So when you click on bottom sheet, list bottom sheet, we are going to implement now. We should show some kind of a list. So it is simple. It's just once you understand the implementation, then it's done almost. So this is our bottom sheet. So everything is the same, only that the UI. Okay, so I'll copy this one and then I'll explain the UI. So it's going to remain show bottom sheet, only that here on the return of content, I'm going to remove what I'm returning and return this. Okay, so let's go and implement that. All right, so let me explain. So this is just like the normal bottom sheet that I demonstrated, but only that its UI is different. So its UI is a wrap, or you can call it a list, and it is accepting, it is having list tile, which is having the leading and the title, and then on the tab. So here on the tab, it's maybe when someone clicks on it, what it should do. So you have these, okay, these kind of bottom sheet. So go ahead and create this kind of a list. All right, so it means that you can customize the bottom sheet and put anything that you want, as long as it does not mess up with this UI. You see, I'm able to achieve that. Okay, I'm able to achieve that. This is a very powerful feature. Even when you share, maybe when you share something, wrap is like a column. It's like a column. Okay, so you'll try it. So when you try to share something, maybe from your app, you may need to show a bottom sheet, so the user can first select what they want to share. So that is a bottom sheet, and it's nice. All right, so that's how we do it. Okay, so we proceed. All right, we proceed to okay. Okay, so if you want to implement such a bottom sheet, like when you click on something, you should go on top with it. It is also possible. Let me see something that is a little bit challenging. Floating is also challenging. All right, filter. All right, this one we can implement. So maybe can give it to you as a what? As an assignment. And then in the next lecture, we can begin from there. So we're going to try to do such kind of a bottom sheet. It is just like the normal bottom sheet that we've been doing. I'll look at the screen and then take a screenshot and then try to do something like this. So in the next lecture, we're able to do what? To proceed. So I can see your creativity, if you're really following, or if you're really learning, or if you can really try something like this. Yeah, and then the next lecture we'll do what? We'll go ahead and do it. All right. So we call it a day. I think we'll start from there in the next lecture. We're going to look at different user interfaces. Okay, all these, we're going to look at them. So don't get demoralized, just keep pushing, but know if you finish these things, everything will be okay for you when you're going to what? To implement. Okay, so that's it for today. Nice weekend, and we meet on Wednesday. However, Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I welcome you to our fifth video of learning how to make Flutter user interfaces at advanced level. So we're going to cover a lot of things in this series of mastering Flutter UI. As we always do 40 minutes, so I'll start our timer. So if it's your first time to watch this video and you want to take it from here, I recommend that you start with the project that is in the link. The link is in the description of this video. Get that project and then clone it or download it, and then it's the one that we'll start with. In that project, there is a lot of things that I provide. I provide you the resources such as images and different assets, and also maybe the models. So in a way that we are going to, in a way that when you're developing, we're going to develop while concentrating on the user interface. But things like dummy data, images, all of them, they are in that project. So you have to download that project at first, and then you'll be able to do what? To clone it. The project will be like empty after you've run it, but you'll find all the packages that you're going to use in this series of these videos, and also maybe they can help you in your different projects that you're going to be doing. So that's the first thing that you have to do: clone that project or download that project, and then run it on your computer, and then after start with any video that we'll be doing here. So with that much said, let us go straight into our today's business. If you still remember, in the last lecture we looked at how we can do different bottom sheets. We looked at how we can do such a bottom sheet, a basic bottom sheet. We also created a bottom sheet like this one. We also, a list bottom sheet. They've also created those are the two bottom sheets that we did create. So in this lecture, we're going to see how we can create different kinds of bottom sheets. The first that we're going to do, see how we can do a floating bottom sheet like this one, whereby an item is like floating. If you have ever used YouTube, you'll find that when you want to post a new video, they'll bring you something that is floating, yet it is a bottom sheet. So we're going to see how we can create such a bottom sheet. We're also going to see how we can create a filter bottom sheet. So this one, you can use it also even in your application, how you can make such a nice bottom sheet. We're also going to see how you can make an expand bottom sheet, like the one you see on Google Maps, whereby someone can expand and then this bottom sheet can spin the full screen, and a user starts using it. So this bottom sheet, you can see them on Google Maps and different kind of applications, whereby someone, when they want to read more, they just scroll and then the bottom sheet will take over. So that's the kind of the bottom sheet that you're going to do. It's very important, and you can use it in different ways when you're doing your application. Then we are also going to look at how we can create different types of cards in these in today's videos. So without wasting much time, let's go straight into our today's business, and we start straight from here, how we can make a floating bottom sheet. So this floating bottom sheet, you can use it maybe for rating your application, something like that. So let's go ahead and get started with your business. So as always do, this is our application. So if you download the code that I've told you, you'll be able to get something in this kind of structure. So we're in the topic of bottom sheet, as you can see on top here. So I'm going to add another item to discuss about today, which is going to be a floating bottom sheet. So I'll come to our main screen, our main menu screen, which is here under screens, and then you have your menu route. That's where we have all the screens that we're doing. So on top here, I'm going to add another navigation that will enable us to navigate to the floating bottom sheet. So I'll copy this navigation that's already existing, and then I paste on top here. And then I'm going to call this one out. I'm going to call it floating bottom sheet. So let's go ahead and create the screen for floating bottom sheet. We're going to create a fresh new screen for both floating bottom sheets. So I'll come here and then come to our screens of bottom sheets here, and then we're going to create a new, and then you say we're going to create new and then say file, and then we say floating, and then put bottom sheet like this, and then put that. So after doing that, then you can create a stateful widget that's going to cover the bottom sheet. But we already have this kind of stateful widget, so I'm going to copy one of the existing stateful widget and I then paste it here, and I just rename the title. But you can as well create your own from scratch. Okay, let's create our own from scratch. So I'll just simply put here stateful, STFUL, and then I'm going to call this one floating bottom sheet, like this, and then press enter, and then I'll go ahead and import these other things. Alright, I'll import this and remove this super key maybe, and everything should be alright. Alright, so we have here our placeholder. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to now add this bottom sheet to home page, so in a way that if someone clicks here, they should be navigated to the floating bottom sheet. So I'll come to the main route and then put here our floating bottom sheet and then import it. So after doing like that, you're going to go ahead and then click on this. Then we'll see we're on this placeholder where there is nothing. We're going to put demonstrate the floating bottom sheet. So as I told you, I always create my code before so that I don't waste time when I'm doing what? When I'm teaching you. And I also help myself at save time, and also I go ahead and make sure that I explain everything. Okay, so this is the class that the UI that I created. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to explain everything step by step. So the first thing, we have a scaffold here. You know what's made by scaffold, and then behind the scaffold we're having what? We're having a background color of primary gray. So I'll come here and create your scaffold like this, and then put semicolon here. Let me first disable auto copilot, okay, so I can be able to explain everything step by step. All right, so in this scaffold I'm going to give it background color of what? Of gray. So you see these my colors, they are already constant, that are already defined in the project that I told you to download. So if you press Ctrl and click here, you'll be able to see some different themes or different colors that are already defined that are going to be using this project. Okay, so I'll come back and then I save. Then we'll see I'll have that kind of what? Of background, grayish background. Then after, I'm going to put a up bar. So you know what's meant by up bar. So I'll just simply come here and put up bar like this. So I already created my up bar, so you can simply press Ctrl here and then you'll be able to see the up bar. Okay, so this up bar is just return an up bar, and then it is having an overlay UI of light, and then it is having a leading icon, and then it's having a what? A trailing icon of what? Of search. So this is an up bar that I created, and you can find it in the project that I tell you to download. Okay, so we don't repeat ourselves. So let me go ahead and do it and save. Then we'll be able to see that you have that up bar. You just simply custom up bar, and then you put .get up bar, and then you put here the title that you want the up bar to display, and then you do like that. Okay, as a preferred widget. So you can as well remove this. It's just an option. Okay, so that is our what? Our up bar. Okay, so that is our what? Our up bar. So after putting the up bar, the next thing we're going now to put the what? The logic that will launch this bottom sheet. Okay, so if I click here, it will launch the bottom sheet. It's for the rating. So we are learning many things, all of them at once. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to put here, we're going to put here the what? We're going to put a column in our we're going to put a column in our scaffold, and then we're going to do what? We put the up bar, I mean the floating action bar in between those columns, and then after you're going to put the hero tag of what? Of this color, and we're going to put the hero tag of this color, and then after we put the elevation of 3, and then so these are the parameters of what? Of floating action bar. Nothing is special there. All right, and then we're going to put a listener that when we click there, we should be able to do what? To launch the bottom sheet. So let's go ahead and do that. So I just simply copy this column, okay, and then I'm going to paste there, and I explain everything in that column. So for you just pause the video and implement accordingly. So come here to children, to body, and then I put this column. So I'm going to explain everything there. So in this column it's just a column, of course, widgets, and it is having inside that column we're having a floating action bar, okay, and this floating action bar you can give it a hero tag, and this one is optional, you can as well leave it, and then you can give it an elevation for it to stand out, or you can leave it, and then you give it an icon inside it, which is the star icon, which is having the color of white, and then this is the background color, which is having pink, the pink background color. So it can be a pink button with the background color of the pink button with the star icon that is white. So I can remove this first on press. I can remove it. So we will first look what we have done here. So you can pause the video and see how it is just a simple code that you have just created. So let me go ahead and save. So I'll have to import this text also. Press Alt and Enter so you can import the text. Okay. All right. So after this action bar, there is just a text. Okay. Press the button above, something like this, and then just display the text, and I can save, and then you'll be able to see it, something like that. All right, so I can go ahead maybe and center this. Let me surround it with center, and then you'll be able to have the centered the centered icon bar, action bar. So action button. So when I click on this, you'll see it is now clickable and it looks nice. Okay, so you can this can be a rating page if someone says the raters. So I want to enable that when someone clicks on this rating page, rating button, this button, you should launch the floating bottom sheet. Okay, the floating bottom sheet. So what do we do there? A minute. So sorry about that. So we're going to put here what? We're going to put here we are going to put here a function that will be called when someone clicks on this button, and the task of that function will be just to launch to launch the bottom sheet. All right. So you'll see we have after this scaffold, after this build widget, we have our we have our logic that is going to display the bottom sheet. All right. Okay, so I'm just going to take you step by step so you can understand everything. So I'm going to create just this function, okay, this method that will be called to launch the bottom sheet. So I can just simply come and create it here after the build. Okay, here after the build, I just simply put there show sheet, or you can put maybe raters, or you can put anything that you want. So I'll just come here and call it, when someone clicks on this button, I'll be calling that method. So when someone clicks on this button, I want to be calling this method. So let's go ahead and implement it. So you see when I click here, this function is being called, but there is no action there. So in this function is where we're going to put the action that will show the bottom sheet. So how shall we do it? So first of all, we'll begin by creating a bottom sheet controller in case you want to control this bottom sheet. Okay, you can begin by creating a bottom sheet controller, just in case you want to control the bottom sheet, maybe closing it using another button, something like that. Okay, so just simply say show bottom sheet, and then you open bracket, and then you put the context, and then you put the builder, and then you put the return. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So just simply say show bottom sheet, show bottom sheet, and then you pass the context, and then you put here the builder. Okay, so this builder it takes just the context, okay, and then after you open curly bracket, and then you do you return the widget that you want to work upon, something like that, and then I can return here. So you see how it is very simple to show a bottom sheet in Flutter. Okay, so when I click here, it's supposed to show this bottom sheet. Let me go ahead and call this controller. Alright, let's see what is complaining. No scaffold widget found. Set your script. Scaffold. Alright, think. See. Get the scaffold. Let's create the scaffold here, and then we have to initialize it. Here the builder. Start with the builder and then initialize it from here. Then you have to pass here the context. Okay, and then we just pass this context here. And that's going to fix the issue. Yeah, all right, you can see our scaffold is being, our bottom sheet is here. Our bottom sheet is here, but we cannot see it. Can you see my sheet is here? So we're just going to add now the what? We're going to add we're going to give it the body so we can be able to do what? To control it. Okay, so you can see it is here. All right, let's see if there's any error. There's no error. All right, so I just change this one to what? To a builder. Okay, I sound to the builder, and then I make sure that I initialize this this context, and then this context, the one that I'm passing here. Or you can as well pass the context straight to here. All right, so now in this bottom sheet, I'm going now to put my content there. You see, it is there, but it has no content. Okay, so we're going to see how we can do what? How we can put now the content inside that inside that bottom sheet. All right, so to put the content, first of all, you may begin by adding there a card. Okay, you can begin by adding there a card, and then you let us go ahead and add here a card. So I'm going to come here around my text and just simply come and add a what? And add card around this text. So just simply come here and then simply say center, and then you can say maybe card like this, and then save. So let's go ahead and close the bottom sheet and then open it. You see, there is a bottom sheet, but it's very, very small. All right, so after doing that, then you're going to give it the shape of this card, but this shape is optional. You can as well leave it. So I'm going to just simply come here to this card that will just build this one here, and then give it a shape. So again, just simply say rounded rectangular border, and then say border radius, and then you give it the border radius that you want. Okay, so that is when you're defining the what? That floating thing that you want exactly to look like the way you want. So let me compile it, and we see what we have now. I have something like that. So after doing that, the next thing you're going now to give it what? We're going to put a container inside that text. We're going to put the container inside that text. So we'll come just simply to this child and surround it with the container. Press Alt and Enter and surround it with the what? With the container. Then after surrounding it with the container, the next thing you give it what? You give it width of infinity. So you should spend 100% of its width. So just go ahead and give it width infinity. Okay, and then give it the padding of 50. So when you do like this, you'll be able to get something like that. Can you see? It is now taking shape. So we have to give it what? We have to give it width. I hope you can see that. I hope you can see that. So when you press back, it closes. Okay, so you can see that, I hope. So that's the floating bottom sheet. So after doing that, so the next thing you're going to do, we are going to now start putting there the content, this content that you're seeing here. So it means that you can put there any kind of content that you want, that you need to put in the bottom sheet. So we're going to put a column, and then inside that column we'll put different rows. Okay, so just simply come and say, instead of text, we're going to surround it here with a column. Surround with what? With a column, and then it can be a parameter of minimum size. And then after surrounding it with a column, you're going to give a row, this row that you see here on top. Okay, so I can just copy this one and explain it step by step. So you're going to put this thing that you're seeing on top here. Okay, so just simply come here where there's a column, and then I paste it here. So let me explain what I've just put here step by step. This one is a what? Is a row which is having expanded, and then it is having a column inside it. So this is the column that I want to put here. Sorry. All right, so I hope you're together. So
could you explain what?
I can't hear you clearly.
Sir?
Sorry?
Could you please re-explain what the use of the is?
The is? Can you put your comment, put your question in the comment? I'll read it. Your network is not very clear. Put in the comment. I'll then respond to it. Kindly put it in the sorry. Put it in the chat box, and then I'll respond to it. So here it is a row. This is the row that you're seeing here, and then you're having here a title. I mean, this title, it has expanded. I mean, this row, it has expanded. I want to spend like a maximum space as much as possible that is available, and then inside that I expanded, I put a column. So the column, so that I should be able to display the city and the what and the date, something like that. So this can be anything that you want. Okay, it can be the name of a person maybe, and some short bio, something like that. So it can be creative. It can be a name of a product maybe, and a price, or something like you need in this user interface. Okay, and then next to this expanded, or this column, I have now the closing controller. So here I want, when someone click on here, they should be able to close the bottom sheet. So I'll show you how we'll do that logic of closing. Let me first remove this one for now, and I'll show you how we'll do the logic of closing. So when you save, we should have something like this. See, I have something like that. Hope you can see. When I click, it is there. It is not attached to the end, but it is a bottom sheet, and it is kind of floating. And you see, we're having such a beautiful beautiful thing. So this button, I want when someone click here, it should close the bottom sheet itself. We'll see how to do that. There's a question someone is asking, please explain the use of builder. Oh, so builder, they are used to be implemented for something that is not initially started in the scaffold. I mean the scaffold. For example, if I open this screen, okay, so if I don't click on this button, what does it mean? It means that button will not be displayed. So Flutter will not build that. I mean, it will not display the bottom sheet. So Flutter, what it does, it will not build the bottom sheet to save the space and the memory of the phone until someone clicks on here. So when someone clicks here, it will now build, or it will now create that item exactly as how you need it. So in simple terms, is to save memory. It's not like other functions that when you open the memory, when you open a screen, everything is built, whether it is on the screen or it's not seen on the screen, it is built and put in the memory until the user does what? Until the user calls it, or until we display it for the user. So for the advantage of builder is something will only be created when it is what? When it is requested. So that is went by what? By the builder. So sometimes you may put a scaffold without building it, and sometimes you may need to optimize and do what? And build your what? Your content, or you build your scaffold, or you build something that you want to display. Okay? So that is the advantage of builder. There are a lot of topics about builders. You can search about them on Flutter. They will explain why you need the builder. So you can do this one without a builder. If you create this bottom sheet without a builder, what does it mean? It means that it will be created and kept in the memory. Even if the user does not click on it, it will still be in the memory. So that's it's not optimal. So what you do, it is very good to build your widgets to be having builders, so that they should be only created and displayed and put in the memory only when someone does what? Only when someone clicks on them and then they display. So every widget that you see here, it can also be built or per requirement when it is required. So you can search more topics about builders, Flutter builders, and then you'll be able to do what? To understand what is meant by what? By builders. So I hope you understand that. So to say that I have understood, you're saying easy. So what do you mean? Say I get it, not easy. What do you mean easy? I'm not doing what, I'm not defending myself. I'm just explaining what you asked. And if you ask, you don't ask to challenge or to do something. You ask to do what? To understand. So say, okay, I get it, not say easy. Easy, it's not a competition, eh? All right, so we continue. So we have seen how we can do that. So the next thing, we're going to go ahead and put this divider. So this is how you put a divider, that small line, that thin line that is dividing the two. So you can just simply come here after this row and you put the divider. So you can design these widgets and then you reuse them later in your in your applications. When you see that small divider that you see there. So after that divider, I'm going to put there the height of 5 pixels. All right, so you can see that will be the height of of 5 pixels. Okay, and then after, I'm going to put now my content, this content that you're seeing here, the lorem ipsum. So I just simply come and copy this and then paste it here. All right, this is just a plain text. So in the project that you will download, it will come also with with strings, or the dummy strings that you may need to test with. Okay, so if you press Ctrl and click here, you'll find some strings that I've put in this class of my strings. So it's what I'm calling here, and then I give it this style of body 1, and I put on copy with, and then I put a gray color. All right, so that's what's going to cause for me. So you can pause the video and look at this styling that I've gave it. So that one is going to create for me something like this. So when I open, and you see, I'll be able to do what? To see something like that. All right, so after doing that, so the next thing, we're going to put those stars, these stars that you're seeing here, these stars. So to put those stars, I'll just simply put a container, and then I put here the stars. Okay, so I'm going to display those rating stars. I'll just simply come here and put maybe divider, separator. So size the height, size the box, and they give it height of maybe height here. We did what? Height of 10, and then here we'll come and put that size. So I can import this rating star. This rating star is a package that it comes with the project that I told you to download. So it is having a spacer, so meaning that it should be in the middle. And then we're having here rating count. So you call rating star, rating count, you put 5, and then you put the rating of 5, and then you put the color of that yellow or the orange, and then you give it the size of 40, and then you put a spacer at the end, so it should be really in the middle. So when I do like that, I'll have this kind of rating box. Okay, I hope you can see that. Okay, so I hope you can see that. So then lastly, I'll go ahead and put now the divider. Okay, go ahead and put the divider after this row of rating. Okay, and then after putting the divider, okay, after putting the container, I mean the separator, I'm going to go ahead and put the button for submission. So I'll just simply copy this and then explain it, okay? But for you, need to pause the video so you can try it out. So this is just a container. The container with width of infinity, and inside the child, inside this container, I'll give it a child of what? Of elevated button, and then this elevated button is having this style, okay? So you just simply put elevated button dot style, and then you pass some few parameters as you can see here, okay? Then after you put the you put the text inside that button, and then in that text you put the color of white, and then you put the on press listener. So this is our button here that you're seeing here. So you can pause the video and look at this button, okay? So the beauty is you can create these things once and then you reuse them. So let's go ahead and see now what we've got. You see, I've got something beautiful like that one. All right, so I can give maybe some padding of 15, so it can be a little bit big button. You see, able to get something nice like that one. So you can also, to make sure that it is floating, so you may even create much more space to see here. Here where there is padding, here where there is padding, you can give it also margin. So example, this card, you can give it what? You can give it margin, okay, of edge inset, and then put dot all, maybe say 15. So by doing like this, you'll see our card is there, but it is kind of floating. Let me put here symmetric, and then put horizontal 10, and maybe vertical maybe 15. Okay, so you'll see that you'll have a full control over your over your bottom sheet. So you see, when I click here, my card is there and my bottom sheet is there, but it's kind of what? It is kind of floating. All right, so you can pause the video and look at this code very carefully, most especially this function of bottom sheet, and try it out, okay? And try it out, okay? So once you try it out, you can be creative and think how you can use it in your different applications. So I want now, when I click here, I should be able to do what? To close it. So to do that, you need to have a controller of this bottom sheet itself, right? So that's why I had to create this controller by initializing it. So you just simply say bottom sheet equals 2, then you create this controller, okay? So this controller will be an instance of what? Of persistent bottom sheet. All right, this is a persistent bottom sheet like this. So once you have the persistent bottom sheet, so now we need like when someone clicks on this close, it should be able to do what? To close. This persistent bottom sheet, it will not be able to be what? To be closed even if someone clicks out of the space, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So to do that, we just simply come to here on close method, this icon button of closing, and then you call sheet controller, the one that we just created here, the persistent bottom sheet, and then we equate it to this, and then you say sheet controller, and then you say dot what? Dot close. So when you call dot close, dot close, it will go ahead and do what? And close the bottom sheet. Okay, so it's a function, you call it dot close. So now when I come here and I click on the close, you see I'm able to close my bottom sheet programmatically. So that is it. I hope you have learned, and I hope you see how you are getting this whole experience of creating nice user interfaces that you can creatively use in your mobile applications. That is the bottom sheet for you, the floating bottom sheet. So pause the video and look at this code very carefully, so you can be able to do such kind of beautiful UI. Alright, so that is a bottom sheet. You can put there maybe a product details, you can put maybe there a detail of a certain something, you can also maybe even collect the data, something like that. You can think creatively of how you can do good things out of such a bottom sheet. Alright, So let's proceed to another thing. All right, okay, we'll proceed to another thing. So we're going to see how we can do this filter bottom sheet, this one. All right, I told you should do it as a assignment, but I'm not sure that you guys really did it. I don't know, I'm not sure that you did what, that you tried out. So we're going to see how we can do such a beautiful bottom sheet, and then after that one we'll finalize with this one, with the expanded bottom sheet. So let's go ahead and do the filters bottom sheet, this one here, this one. That's what we're going to do, right? Okay, so you can use it maybe for your for your mobile application, when you want someone to create a filter or something like that, or to enter some information. So you can use this as a filter bottom sheet. All right, let's go ahead and design that beautiful UI. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin by creating here let's go ahead and begin by creating a bottom sheet class. So I can just simply come and get this basic bottom sheet, and it's the one that we're going to use maybe to build the filter one. Okay, so that we should not repeat ourselves again and again. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll copy this basic bottom sheet and I paste it, and I call it filter bottom sheet. Or we create again from scratch. Let's create from scratch. Okay, so let's go ahead and first add it in our menu. So we're going to come to our menu here, and then you add filter bottom sheet. So come to our menu route, and then you're going to duplicate this, and then you call this one filter bottom sheet. All right, so let's go ahead and create the class, the screen for filter bottom sheet. So just simply come here, new file, and call it filter bottom sheet. That. Alright, so it's going to be a stateful widget, and then you're going to call it filter bottom sheet. Okay, screen or something like that. Then let's go ahead and import this, alt and enter, and then say import, and then remove this one like this. All right, so after doing that, we are going to connect this bottom sheet with our home screen. So come to home screen, and where there is this floating bottom sheet, we're going to put the filter bottom sheet. All right, so after doing that, we're going now to see, when you click here, you should be able to see this filter bottom sheet. Okay, so after doing that, let's go ahead and start implementing the filter bottom sheet. Okay, so a filter bottom sheet is going just to have a scaffold. Okay, so let's go ahead and return here a scaffold. Alright, so after doing that, semicolon there, we're going to go to do what? We're going to return our title widget, our up bar widget. Import this. Okay, so there we go. You see, there we go. All right, so after doing that, we're going to go ahead and do it, and put our body, which is going to have just simply a center of just a few things. Right, press the button below. So we're going to put now the floating button that is going to work as our action button. Everyone knows how to create this floating button, I believe. So I'll just simply come and put here the floating button. Alright, so now in this floating button, we're going to call the show bottom sheet function. So I'll go ahead and create this function of show bottom sheet. All right, so now we have this floating icon. Okay, you can pause the video and look at that button. It's just a simple button of that is inside the scaffold of floating action button. So after doing that, we're going now to go ahead and click here and be able to show the screen. All right, so we're going to come here and return the style. Our time is up, but can give like more 5 minutes, and then we got once. So these are just simple text style. Okay, so let's go ahead and now create the show bottom sheet. So all the bottom sheet to show them, we just simply begin with the what? With the show bottom sheet, and then also the builder. So show bottom sheet, and then the first thing that you pass the context. So the context is this one that you received here, and then you build it, builder, and then you open here. So the builder will take the build context, like this, and then curly bracket, and then put semicolon at last here, and then return whatever I want to return. Let's return a widget, just return maybe. So by doing like this, you already have your what? Your bottom sheet. So when I click here, you see, I'm able to get my what? My normal bottom sheet. All right. So inside here, we're going now to design and put what you want to be put there. So the first thing that we're going to begin with, we're going to put a what? A scaffold inside this bottom sheet. If you didn't know, you can as well put a scaffold inside the bottom sheet. So let's go ahead and pass there the what? The scaffold. And then after, we're going to give it resize to avoid bottom inset. Let's go ahead and make it false. Okay, put a semicolon. All right, so in that scaffold, you're going to put a single child scroll view. Single child scroll view as its body. And then inside that single child scroll view, you're going now to pass the what? The container that's going to display the rest of information. So it's going to take child and put container, and then inside that container, we're going now to pass the what? Give it a color of white, and then inside this container, we're going to go ahead and give it some padding, and then give it a column. And then this column is going to put our item that you want to do as display. Right, so let's go ahead and say child column, and then open bracket, and then just simply put children, and then say put your text, and say maybe data, and then save. All right, something isn't right, save. Okay, save, and then let's go ahead and you see we have that kind of beautiful beautiful user interface. So in this user interface, so we're going to put our items here, these ones. I'm going to create just 2 here, and then the rest I'll just paste as you can do them, so the video shouldn't be too long. So I'm going to begin by creating a spacer on top here. So I'll go ahead and create a space on top here, just a sized what. Then after, I'm going to put padding, and then inside that padding, I'm going to give it a text of property type. Okay, so it can be like a real estate application, and then here I want someone to be able to filter. So you see, property type. That's beautiful. All right, so after doing that, the next thing you're going to put is now to put the content, okay, which is going to have a padding of 10, and then inside it will have the content. So we're going to put padding of what? Of age inset dot all 10, and then inside there we're going to put what? We're going to put the very first item here, this one. Okay, so it's going to be just we're just displaying. It's going to be a container which has width of infinity, and is having a stack inside it, and then it is having a padding which has the text of align left, and then it is having the word parent and unit, apartment and unit. Okay, and then next to it, since the stack, next to it we're going to put padding, and then you put the what? The icon, and then alignment is going to be what? Right, this one here. Okay, so since it is stuck, the icon can come on top of this one. So I'll just copy that, and then you can pause the video and look at what I've just explained right now. Okay, it's this one. Okay, so after this padding, you can just copy this. So you can pause the video and see how I've done it. So come and give it a child, and then put that. All right. So we have here the decoration as my box decoration. So this my box decoration is just this user interface that you're seeing around it. So what you do, you create it only one time and then keep on calling it. Okay, so let me go ahead and create it. So create method and then keeps on calling it, so that you don't repeat yourself by designing the same thing to be consistent. All right, so in a save, I should be able to open the bottom sheet, and I see that it's beautiful, right? It is beautiful. So pause the video and look at what I just created. These are just common things that we always do, and they are straightforward. Okay, just pause the video and do it yourself. Okay, so after we finish by adding these other two that are in a flexible row, okay, and then the column. So it's just going to be the same thing, but in a what? In a flexible row. So I'll copy it and then paste there, and then I'll show you the code. You pause the video and do it. Don't just skip, but I believe you can do it. It is just straightforward. So it is just a padding. It is having a row, and then it's flexible, and then we have a container there. Let's first compile it, and then we have a what? I have a container inside it here. Okay, so on top you're having min price, and then inside this container it's having the other thing that we just showed on top here of stack. You can even create this on the one time and just keeps on calling it, okay, like this. And then next to the other row you have another flexible with the same things, but with just only the change in the name called max price, like this one. So after doing that, then you can go ahead and finish the remaining ones, which are almost going to be the what? Which are going to be the same. Okay, so after you've done one, you just copy and paste and finish the remaining ones, which are exactly what? The same, only the changing of the name and also the button. So I'm going to explain the what? The button. So I'll just simply come here in this column and make sure that I'm in a column, and then paste, press enter. So you see, and then you can see, let me put here maybe 25, and then you see here the last thing is just our button, which is an elevated button, and it's having this style and of color black, the one that you can see here. So you can pause the video and copy this, and then you has the word search, right? So once you finish one of this one, you can just duplicate it like the way you see others. So you see when I expand here, I have such a beautiful what? A beautiful user interface. It can even be scrolled just in case someone's phone is small or someone's phone is too little. Okay, so someone can even scroll. So now when you're doing a real application, you just change this one to what? To input fields or the drop downs, where someone can just simply create a drop down and then they filter according to what they do, according to what they want. All right, so I hope you've understood how you can do such a beautiful user interface that you can implement in your mobile applications. I hope you are going to really do it, not just to watch it. So in the next video, we're going to now take it from there, and we will cover expanded bottom sheet, and then after expanded bottom sheet, we'll proceed to cards. So don't miss in the next video. Let's go ahead and have a short break of 5 minutes and then come for another session. I'll stop recording. Hello, and how are you? My name is Muhindo, and I will come into our 6th video of mastering Flutter user interfaces video series. In this video series, we are creating different kinds of Flutter user interfaces following the Google UI material principles. So we're going to do a lot of different user interfaces that you can put together and create professional mobile applications. As you always do 40 minutes, and I'm going to start my timer, then it goes straight into our today's business. We're going to look at how you can create cards. So cards, they are user interfaces that we use to present single interfaces, single items. All right, in most of times, they have a border that is having kind of shadow that can make that item to look totally separated from another one. So we have these cards in web interfaces such as Bootstrap and the rest, and also in Flutter we have an implementation of a card widget. So today we're going to see how we can implement cards in many different ways. We're going to see how we can do such a thing. I'll show you what we're going to do in this video. So we're going to look in the topic of what? In the topic of cards. Where's my cards? My cards are here. We're going to do how we can do a basic card like this one. This card, this is what we call a card. We're going to see how we can do such basic cards. We're going to see how we can create a cards in a timeline which has a picture and the photo of a person around it, and then some kind of comments on it. Okay, we're going to see also how we can do a card that can have an overlap where it crosses another thing, and then you scroll, it covers the top side. We're going also to see how we can create a wizard card where the one that you can use for onboarding someone. You see, where someone can click on next, and then they can get started. We're going to see how we can use that, do such kind of wizard cards. We're going to see also how we can do kind of wizard overlap, a card like this one. Okay, we're going to see also how we can do what? How we can do an outline card like this one. And also lastly, we'll see how we can do a card that can be expanded like this one. So that's what you're going to do. It's going to be interesting section of this user interface series. So without wasting much time, let's go straight and start implementing what we have just looked at. I'm going to begin by creating these basic cards. So we'll go to application. As I told you, download the project that is in the description. The link is in the description, so that after downloading that, you run it on your application. So it will give you some common Scratch files that you'll have to begin with. Otherwise, if you don't have that project, that will be hard for you. Okay, it will be hard for you to jump and start doing what you're doing right now. So go ahead and download that project, upload it on your computer, and then doing what? And then start implementing. Then start following us. Otherwise, if you don't have it, it's going to be hard for you. In that project, we have constants, we have pictures, we have some strings, we have some dummy data. So that will only focus on what? On user interfaces. Alright, so in the previous lecture, we did this beautiful UI. I hope you can also challenge yourself and do it. So now let's go ahead and see how we can implement the cards. So what we're going to do, I'm going to create a second section. Another section of what? Of cards. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come to our main main route here, or the main menu, and then you're going to create another title, the one that I can call here. So I can come here and just call it what? Let me see, I hope I have card. Alright, whatever. And then I'm going to call this one what? Cards, like this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and see and start implementing the first card. So I'll just simply come and copy this list item and then put it here. So I'm going to call this one basic cards. Basic cards. Alright, so in these basic cards, so going to implement now the real basic what? Basic cards. Alright, let's go ahead and create a stateful widget screen. So I'm going to create another folder of what? Of cards. New folder. I'm going to call it cards. So in this folder, I'm going to put another what? Another file now of what? Of basic cards. That. Alright, so I'm going to put here stateless widget, stateful widget, and I'm going to call it basic cards. Oh, okay, basic card screen, something like that, and press enter. Then I'll go ahead and import these ones, and then I go ahead and remove this. So I believe everyone can be able to do this at this level. So after, we're going to connect this one with the what? With the main screen. So in a way that if someone clicks there, they should be taken to this screen. So I'll save, and then when you click there, you're taken to this main screen, which does not have a what? Anything. So let's go ahead and see how we implement these what? These basic cards. So in my code here, I'll put it in what? In card, basic cards. Alright. So I'm going to begin by giving scaffold. So let's go ahead and give the scaffold. Okay. And then after scaffold, in this scaffold, we are going to give it a what? I'm going to give it a background of gray color. So just simply come here and say scaffold is going to have a background of gray color. So we'll have something beautiful like that. Then after, am I not recording? I'm recording. Let me see. I'm recording. Yeah, I'm recording, you see. I'm recording using a software. So I've just checked. I'm recording. Alright, so after doing that, I'm going to give the app bar. Okay, so let's go ahead and give our app bar. Alright. So we'll have to import it. So we'll have our app bar there. After putting the app bar, then we're going to give now a body where the whole business is. Someone is chewing chiverenge. I can hear from here even. Who is that? I decided to mute. We have seen you, sir. Okay, I'm going to give you a body. Someone is chewing chiverenge. Okay, so here I'm going to have a scroll view, and then I'm going to give that scroll view padding of 8. Okay, so we're going to have that one. Okay, so then after we're going to give now, this is a single scroll view. Now we're going to put there what? Our column. Okay, so in this column we're going to have different cards. There's going to be so many different types of cards. So you can design them separately and call them as widgets, or you can design them and put them here for this purpose of. Alright, so let's go ahead and put here what? Our child, and put here a column. So we're going to put children, and then we're going to start designing. Okay, so to put a card, you just simply, as it sounds, the user interface is called card. Okay, so we're going to design this first card here. We're going to design it together. Let's design it. So the first thing we want to call card class, and then if it's not there, we import it. So it's going to take shape. In case you want to shape it in your own way, you can give it a shape. Okay, so just go ahead and give parameter of shape and pass border rounded rectangle, and then you can give it your own kind of shape. This is when you want to maybe reduce its shape, something like that. So when you do like this, you'll not see anything because you haven't put there any content. So after doing that, whoever can leave this shape, even it's much more beautiful when you don't have this shape, so you can leave the shape thing. So after, then you can give it a behavior, okay, and then after you go ahead and give it a column. So since it's this image on top and there's another content below it, so it means that is nothing but a what? But a column. So let's go ahead and put a child of this card as what? As a column. And then after, I'm going to give this column children, and then that child, the first child, is going to be what? An image. All right, so it's going to be an asset image. So that's where the beauty of the project that I told you to put in your I mean to begin with the Scratch project. That's what it becomes helpful. So go ahead and import this image already in that Scratch folder project that I gave you. Okay, so I'll have something like that. Okay, so it is, see, it is beautiful. It is beautiful. Okay, so if I say maybe here circular to be 10, you'll see to try to do what? To change the borders of my card. Okay, so that's the first image. All right, then after the image, you're going to put now the container that's going to contain these remaining things. All right, let's go ahead and do that. So after the image, you're going to put the container, and this container is going to take children, and the children, of course, is going to be what? A column. So let's first give it some paddings and then give it a column. So give this container some paddings and then give it what? A column. All right, so the column is going to take what? Children. All right, so these children are going to have the what? The first text. Okay, so this can maybe make it cross alignment start, and then we're going to give it now the what? The first text. Okay, so I'll come in this children of this container, I give you the first text. You can pause the video and see this text, how I do it. Okay, so I import, you'll see that we'll have that one. After doing that, I'm going to give now the size height, and then after giving the size height, we're going to give now the what? The container content, this one. All right, so just create another container and give this lorem ipsum content like this. I hope you are together. So go ahead and import my string because already in the Scratch folder that I gave you. All right, so we'll have something beautiful like that. It's not beautiful yet, but it's going to be. So you can see that. So after doing that, let's go ahead and now give a row of this thing that is going to have these buttons. So I'll just simply copy this row. I'm going to explain it step by step. Okay, all right, so I'll copy this row, and this row I'm going to put it in the first column, not in this column that is inside this container. I'm going to put it in this first column, the main column. Okay, so I'll put here a comma and I put it in the main column and I import it. All right, so I'm going to explain everything in this column. So this column is just going to present our two buttons, which is text button. It is just a row. Sorry, it's a row that has what? That it has two buttons, text buttons, and inside text button we're just styling them, like one to have a foreground of transparent, and then it's a child that has a child of text, and then you give it that style and also the style, something like that. So you can pause the video and see them. Okay, then I go ahead and import them. Then I can go ahead and give the size height here after this row of 15 of 5. Then you'll have a beautiful user interface like this one. You see, it's so nice. I hope it is. So Follow the videos very carefully and challenge yourself and do it, not just to watch. So I'm going step by step, so I should not leave anyone behind. So you can even turn this one into a what? Into a widget. You just collapse this one. I just maybe say card 1, card 1, and then you go ahead and put it anywhere that you want. So you can put it as a method, and I just return it as a what? So let me remove this, and I return it as widget. Return as what? As a widget. So this is your first card. So you can use it as many as you want, okay, or in different ways. So if I come here and I just duplicate, I'll have it as many times as I want, you see, and this will be scrollable. It's beautiful. Okay, it is beautiful. All right, so that's how you do different kind of cards. Let's do one more card, and then the rest you'll challenge yourself. Let's do this card, this one here. Let's do this card here, but this one is just like this one. This one is like this one. So go ahead and challenge yourself and do this. No, this one is a little bit challenging because the text is in background there. So let's go ahead and do this one. Let me help you do this one, and then you'll challenge yourself and do this and do this, maybe, and also do these colored ones. So colored one, you just give a background color of a card, and then you change the text to be white. Then these are two are in rows, so you can make them as widgets, and then you just import them. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do for you, we're going to do this one together, and then you should be ready to do this one, you should be ready to do these remaining ones, okay? You should be able to challenge yourself and do these remaining ones. So let's go ahead and do this second card. So to keep my code clean, I can just simply come here and create another widget, and I call it card 2. Okay, card 2, and then I just come and call it here as card 2. All right, so I've not returned anything, that's why it is crying. Okay, so let's go ahead and now return. So this is the second card. Okay, just a second, simple card, this one here. All right, so let's go ahead and do it faster. So it's going to be return card like this. So when I go back, I should be able to do it. So in that card, we're going to give it what? We're going to give it a shape. Whoever this shape is optional, you can leave it. So we're going to give those two parameters. So after giving those two parameters, the next thing you're going to give it what? You're going to give it the column, since it's going to be in some kind of column, this one here. So I'm going to give it column. So it's child of this, the child of the card is going to be a column. And then since we want, and this column is going to have alignment of cross alignment of start. So since we want this text to be on top of this one, it means you're going to create what we call stack. Okay, if you still remember stack, you'll be able to put something on top of the other. So let's go ahead and create the stack. So stack, this column is going to take children, and the first child is going to be a stack. Okay, so after putting the first child of stack, then we're going to pass the image as the first child of the stack. So we're going to give children of stack. The first one is going to be an image. You see how I import my asset images. So I do like this, then we'll have that beautiful thing. So since it is stack, anything that we put here in bottom is going to come on top of that. So we're going to put position.fill, and then you pass container. So you put position.fill, close bracket. Okay, and then import the positioned. So this position.fill must take a what? A child. So position, you'll be able to do what? To do something on top of the other, right? So you're going to put there, in this position, we're going to put there what? We're going to put the container inside this position.fill. So a child of this position.fill is going to be a simple container. All right, so if I save, to be like that. So inside that container, we're going to give a padding of 15. Okay, padding of 15. and then after we're going to give now the what, the alignment, align. So just simply put align, and then give child, and then put alignment. So alignment is going to be what? It's going to be bottom left. Okay, and then after we're going now to put a what? We're going to put now our text. So this text is going to be what? It's going to be a white colored text. So I'll just simply come and copy the text as it is and then make it white. Alright, so it's going to be here and white colored. So by doing like this, we'll have something beautiful like that one, which is having a stack. Okay, so you see that, right? You see that. Okay, so after doing that, so the next thing, we can now go ahead and put these buttons there. These ones, these are just buttons, icon buttons. So I'm just going to copy this row and I explain it. So I'll come here and come after the stack. After the stack, immediately after stack, don't put it inside stack, put it outside stack, and then put our row. So let me explain this row. Okay, it is just a simple button, icon button, and then it's having an icon button, and then the alignment is at the end. Main axis alignment is at what? Is at end. So you put your three buttons, okay, which have these different three icons, and then you'll have come up with such a beautiful what? Such a beautiful user interface. Okay, so it means that you can even create here something like a row. You can create here something like what? Like a row, and then give it children, and then give it these two. Let me make this one to have width of expanded. Let's say expanded, and that's okay, and then duplicate this one. You see, then you'll have this, you'll have created this. Can you see that? It's beautiful. So maybe we just need to change maybe the images. All right, we need to change the images. So you can say maybe it's going to be taking what? An img or string of image. Let me just come here and say it is going to be taking what? A string of what? Of image. So in this one, I just come here and put img. So when I call it, I just give it what? I give it image. So this one I can give it that image, and then I give this one image 5, and then give this one image maybe 7. Save. You see, I've created something beautiful like that one. You see, I hope you see that. Then you can just again call this one bottom here after the row. Okay, so that is how CAD makes apps look nice. I hope you can see that, members. So challenge yourself and do these ones by yourself. Do these on your own. This is just a card that has a background color and a text of white, and then a divider. That's it. And then an icon that is separated. One icon here and another icon on the other side. All right, so challenge yourself and do those remaining ones. Okay, so let us proceed to another kind of cards. How can you put the shadow behind the card? You can put it under this using what? Using the border. So you see, you have the shadow color, and then you can change the shadow. Then you have the elevation, you can increase the size of the shadow. You see this one is becoming reddish. So when you say elevation 5, that reddish is increasing. You see? So that's how you can play with the shadow of a card. I hope you've seen it,
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah. But there is also another way by using borders. Yeah, this border you can pass, I think, a parameter of using shadows. But this is the simplest way of using card and put shadows. Alright, so I think we can proceed. So challenge yourself and do the remaining things. Okay, so let us proceed to something else. I hope you're learning, you guys. So let us proceed to the basic cards are finished. Timeline cards. Timeline cards. Yeah, so you're just going to do this one, one like this. I think this one already finished. You can do something like this. Let us go ahead and see how you can do this one. This second one is a little bit complicated and complex. So let's see how you can do this second card. Alright, so we're going to call it timeline card. Okay, so let's go ahead and I think I'm going to just duplicate this one, and then other than repeating everything from 0, we're going just to extend this one. So this timeline card, what is there, what we're going to add on this one is this photo, and then this name, and then this comment, and then make it the multiple. Okay, and then say maybe view comments. That's what I'm going to add on this timeline card. Other than repeating the whole thing, okay, yet we have already just learned this one. Alright, so let's go ahead and see how we can create timeline cards. So I'll just simply come to our project. I'm going to duplicate these basic cards, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V. I'm going to call this one timeline card. Alright, and then I'll come here and press copy, search this. Okay, I'll press Ctrl+F, Alt and Enter, and then change this one to what? To timeline cards. Alright, so after doing that, I'm just going to change here the title to what? Timeline cards. Okay, then after, I'm going to make this timeline card, the class that we just created, this one, available on what? On the main screen, or available on the home screen. So to do that, we'll just simply come to our basic route, our menu route, and then duplicate this one. Okay, and then come and call this one timeline cards, and then come and call this one timeline cards. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Alright, so now when someone clicks on this one, should be taken to this screen of timeline. Alright, so let's go ahead and see. So when I click on timeline cards, I'm taken there. So I'm just going to remove this first. Let's remove the first one, and then we just expand the second one. Okay, we add more things with the second one. Alright, so let's go ahead and remove this first card. So this is the screen. I'm just going to remove this first card, and maybe even this rows. Okay, and then we're going to depend this on this second card. I can call it card 3 to do what? To do our kind of timeline card. So if I save, I'll have this. So according to what I just covered in the previous lecture, the previous demonstration, we just did this one right now. So if you did not do it, then please go and do it. So you can now take it from here. You can copy your screen and then resume from here. So now you can see our timeline. Let's go anyway. Let us first go ahead and see timeline cards. So where are we? This is where we share. I think it's here. Yeah, I think it's here. Nope. Once here there's share and comments, and then we just expand that card. We continue from where it is. I think it is this one. Let's start this. It's this one. It has a space, yes. Alright, so we're going to see how we can do this. So for the other one, you see, all of them, they are the same and the same. So how can we separate? So you can have like and share, maybe, and also comments. Let's begin from there. Let's remove this row, and then we do those ones. We begin from here, right? I hope you are together. So we're going to just simply copy this row, and I'm going to explain everything step by step. Okay? I don't want just to write because it's the same, but I'm going to explain everything step by step. So I'll just come here and paste and compile it. All right, so what you should see here is that we have a container of width 5, okay, and then we have icon button. So this container of width 5 is just a row that is separating this column from this one, okay, and then you know how to create this button. And then you have now the next button, which is of share icon. That has an icon of share. It is this one. Then between them there is what you call spacer. So spacer, it will create as maximum space as possible for the available room and push whatever is next to it to the further end. So you see this spacer, it is pushing these two, and then at the end we have the what? We have an icon button which is having this comment, and then we have a text which is having the number. So by doing like this, and then this container that is separating this text from this one. So by doing like this, you'll have achieved this kind of what? This kind of an interface. All right, so I hope you've understood that. So the next thing, we're going now to see how we can now add these bottom things. This one. All right, let's say that it has some comments. That's what we're going to add right now. Okay, so it's just nothing. You just need to face it. It's going to be a container first. Okay, a container that is going to contain all these things. So it's going to be, you can create one and then keep on calling it. Okay, so you can call it maybe min comment or short comment or item comment, something like that. So we're going to create one, and maybe you can call it multiple times. All right, so we're going to create the first one. So we are targeting this. So the first thing we're going to create what we call a container. So we're going to come here and collapse this row, and then create a container here, container, and then we're going to give it some child, a child. I'm going to give it a child, but you can give it some background color of gray, so it can be a little bit different from the text. I mean from the content. So give it gray, and then after we're going to give it a row. I mean some padding of 15 all the sides. You know how to do that. And then we're going to give it a what? We're going to give it a what? We're going to give it a row because it's going to be one next to the other in vertical format. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a row. So just come and give this child a what? A row, and this child, this row, we're going to give it cross alignment of start. All right, cross alignment of start, and then we're going to give it children. Okay, we're going to give it children. So we're going to give it children, and then the first child is going to be this photo that you're seeing here of the user who commented this. So the first child is going to be an asset photo, okay, of Laura. Okay, so if you want to make a circular photo, you just simply call this function, this widget called circle image, and then you pass in it image provider, and then you pass this avatar. Okay, so this one will provide you, and then give it a size that you want. This one will provide you a perfectly circular circular image, as you can see here. So after giving the first photo, so the next thing is going to be a spacer that is going to space for that photo from the next content. So just simply create here our spacer of container width 15. So after doing that, so the next thing is now going to put now the column, a column that is going to have this title and then this description. All right, so this column, this title can be too much, so what you're going to do, you're going to put what you call expanded, so it can use, because you cannot predict how long the content is going to be, so it can use as available much room, as much as possible of the available room. So give expanded, and then this expanded, give it a column. Okay, column. All right, but if you want it to be to spend the minimum place, you just give it a flex of what, of 1. All right, so this column is now the one that is going to take this content and this one. All right, so this column, you can give it a cross alignment of what, of start. Okay, and then you give it what, children. The first child is going to be this first text. So I have nothing much to explain about text because we have been working with text for so long. So when I save, you should have something like that. Well, this text is just kind of gray for 800, so it can be a little bit black, darker. Okay, then the next text, we're going to have a spacer of 8, okay, of 4, and then after we're going to have now the content, which is the lorem ipsum. Okay, so I'll just simply come and copy this text of the content and then put it there. All right, then you'll have created your simple user interface like this one. All right, so what is remaining, I hope you can see that. You can see how we've just done a beautiful thing. So what is remaining is now just put the other side content, this one, all right, which is going to be after this expanded, and then put a spacer of width 10, and then after we're going to put maybe the time ago. For example, I can say maybe 1 minute ago, 1 AM ago, or 2 days ago, something like that. So I can just simply come here and put 1D, means 1 day. I can say maybe 2M or 3 hour. Okay, so something like this. So you see, something so beautiful like this one. All right, so beautiful. So you can now put your divider that's going to separate this item from the next one. All right, so where we're going to put it, we're going to put it here in this column, right? Copy and then put it there. So if you want to do it again, you can go ahead and make this one a what, a widget. So let me just call it maybe comment UI, and then I call it like this. Press Alt and enter, I get it created. All right, then I return that comment UI like this. So like that. So I can maybe say, if I want to change the image, I can come here and put maybe a string of peak. I hope guys you are together. So I just come and receive and update this one like this. So let me go ahead and call this comment UI here, and I give it some photos like this one. So so when I want another UI, I can just simply come here and I call it. So you see we have 2, and I can put here maybe image 1, put here divider, okay, put here image 3, and then put here divider, put image maybe 7. Boom. See, you have such a beautiful user interface, okay, where someone can see maybe this one, put their comment, and this one, and this one, and this one. You see, so nice with that simplicity. So don't give up, just make sure that you practice and make sure that you do what, that you understand, because once you understand, you'll understand forever. And even what is beautiful most is that you can even use these user interfaces in your different kinds of what, in your different kinds of project. All right, I think that's it for this session. We are going to have a break of 10 minutes, and then at exactly 7 p.m. we can come and have our very last what, our very last session. so Muslims can go and pray, and then you come back for the last session at exactly 7, unless there's a question. Members, are you learning? Can I get your feedback, you guys, if you're there?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so you're getting the concepts?
Yeah.
That is good. You may not understand exactly how the code is, you may not memorize it, but the main point is to understand how things can be done. Then later you can copy and paste your own code, and then you do amazing things. All right, so let's have a short break of 10 minutes. At exactly 7, you should be back and have our very last session. See you. Our time is up. Hello, and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I will come here to another video of learning how to make Flutter user interfaces. So in the previous video, we got introduced to Flutter cards, and we did a lot of examples of how to make of how we can implement cards of Flutter. We did such a great thing, if you still remember. So in today's video, we're going to proceed from what we looked at in the previous video, and we're going to see how we can still go ahead and implement cards in different ways. For example, right now we're going to make this beautiful onboarding screen, or what they call wizard screen. Also, if time gets enough, we'll go ahead and do also this wizard light screen that will have some image in background, and you can use that kind of wizard to get on board your users or the users of your application. So without wasting much time, let's go ahead and start implementing this kind of wizard. I mean, start implementing cards to make this kind of wizard, or what you call onboarding screens. All right, so let's get started. So this is the project that we've been doing. This is what we did in the previous lecture. So let's go ahead and create a fresh screen where we're going to increment this one. Okay, so you can call it card wizard or wizard card, something like that. All right, so let's go ahead and go and create a fresh new screen, and then you can call it card, and then I'll call underscore wizard.dat. All right, so after doing that, I'm going to simply come and put here a stateful widget and call it card wizard. We can call card wizard screen. Press enter, then come and import these ones. So after doing that, we're going to add this on our home screen, so that when someone clicks on that, when someone reaches the home screen, should be able to click and preview and view this and access this card wizard. All right, or wizard cards, or what we're going to demonstrate here. So let's go ahead and go to our main route. I'm going to duplicate this one, and I'm going to call this one wizard card, or card wizard, and then I want, when someone clicks there, should be able to proceed to this wizard card. All right, so you've seen I've already lit the screen. So when I click there, you're able to see the placeholder that has nothing. So all right, let's go ahead and start implementing, and as we're doing what you exactly want. So this is what we're going to do. The first thing we're going to, of course, to begin with making a scaffold. Okay, we're going to begin by putting this, returning a scaffold instead of placeholder. Scaffold instead of placeholder. All right, after returning our scaffold, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to give our scaffold a background color of gray 100. Okay, background color of scaffold gray 100. So after doing that, the next thing we're going to give the scaffold the up bar. Okay, so come to the scaffold and give it an up bar. All right, and then this up bar we make it 0, so that it should spend like 100% of our height. All right. Okay, the next thing, now we're going to put the body that is going to contain this widget that can be scrolled. All right, so let's go step by step. So the first thing, we're going to return a container. So here we come to our scaffold, and then we create a body that is going to return what? The container. Can collapse this one. Okay, so after returning the container, of course this container is going to take a what? It's going to take a child. So give this container a width of infinity and height of infinity. All right, and then give it what? A child. So in this child, the child, we're going to give it a what? A column, so we can be able to have these dots and also this the interface. So let's go ahead and do that. So just simply come and give here column, and then the first widget is going to expand as maximum as possible, the available space. So we're going to put here expanded. So children, and then you put expanded, so it can spend the maximum height as possible. And then after putting expanded, we are going to put now what we call page view. So page view gives you ability to create an item that you can be able to change the views, okay, by use of of sliding. So let's go ahead and create our page view. So I'll just simply come here to our expanded and give it a child of page view, like this. So before give this child, this page view children, let's go ahead and put these dots. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we can do that. Okay, let's finish with these dots at last. All right, these dots will come at last. Let us finish this main page view. So this page view has some few parameters that it takes. So the first parameter that it takes the onChange listener. So onChange listener is a method that will be called when an item in the page view changes. So this is going to be just nothing but a method. Okay, so let's press Alt and Enter and create this method here. So it's a function. You see, it's a function. So in that onPage listener, it's going to have the page that has changed. Okay, so it's going to come here. The page that has changed will give it to here, to which the page is at that moment, and then we'll check if that page is the last, and then if it is the last, we'll be able to change the wording that we want to display. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, we're going to have our integer here that's going to be public, that's going to call int page. So this page by default is going to be it's going to be a 0. Okay, so this is going to be a 0. So by default it's at page 0. Okay, so every time this page listener changes, we'll just be updating this public page. It's going to be our value, this one that has come here. So I'm just showing you the logic that we're doing in that onChange method. So after something has changed, we check if it is the last screen or it's not the last screen. Why do you want to check if the last screen? We want to display this different word get started when it's the last screen. When it's not the last screen, we want to display next. Okay, so we're going to create a boolean here, and we call it is last. Okay, so we're going to create a boolean here and call it is last. Is last by default is going to be false, so it's not the last at beginning. All right, so after and then say is last equals to. So okay, you can just simply say if our current page, okay, the current page if the current page equals to, and then you have here what you call wizard. So the wizard is going to be now the items that are going to be in this screen. So you can also access the original size of those the wizard data. This is just nothing but a list of objects that are going to contain these images. Okay, so you can call it wizard data, or you can call it anything. Okay, my list of items. Okay, so you can call this one even items. let me call it item so it should not confuse you. So we're going to import this wizard data and then say dummy.get wizard data. Let me explain this. Okay, this wizard is nothing but just our model that you can create even yourself. Okay, so this is the model that it comes with the project that I told you to download. Okay, I created it, so you see it is just nothing but a what? But a model. You can also create it. Okay, so this model, it takes the image link or the image path. It takes the background, what you want to display in the background, and what you want to display in it as a title, and also the brief message, and also the color. So you can create your own your own wizard object in your own way in that you want. Okay, so don't be confused that I don't know where the wizard comes from. This is nothing but a but a class model that you can create in your own way and give as many parameters as you want, or as minimum as you want. So I just here create a list of items. Okay, and I say dummy.get wizard items. So this dummy.get wizard item, this dummy is my is also the dummy data that it comes with with a project that I told you to download. Okay, so it is nothing but a list of of objects of wizards. Okay, so instead of me creating of us creating this object here, I had to create them first, and then for it you can just call this one. It gives you a list of of this wizard. You see I'm here just looping, and when I loop, I just create a single wizard object, and then I add it in the item, and then I return. So it means that now when you call dummy, this is a dummy that we'll be using to generate a lot of data, or different kind of data. Okay, it has some dummy data. It just comes with that scratch folder that I told you. So it gets items, and then said dummy.get wizard, so it gives us the list of just dummy wizards. And then here we have the wizard item. So how shall we know that this is at last item, so that we should be able to say get started instead of instead of next? So we'll know if the page is equal to the length of our of our item minus 1, because pages always begin from from 0, but the normal counting always begins from 1. So if it is that, then we'll have to make this is last to be true. Is last equals to true. Okay, otherwise else is last is not true. It means that is last is not is not true. This is called false. So that's how we'll know that whether this page has reached the last screen or not. All right, so while still here on change method, see on change method, then we update the state. Okay, so after updating the page and also the state, then you should be able to know whether you're on the last or not. So alright, that is the on-change method, and I hope you've understood everything step by step. Okay, so we go back, we have the preview, the page preview. Then it has what you call controller. So this controller is the one that you can use to control, either to close the screen or to stop the thing or to move it to next, something like that. So let's go ahead and give it a page controller. So you're going to come here and give it a controller, and then you give it page controller. So this page controller is going to be a variable that we're going to create also. So this page controller, you just simply create it like this. Okay, you say page controller, and then you give it a name, then equals to page controller, and open. So when you open, it has a parameter that it takes. It asks, for example, where do you want your item to begin from. So initial page, you can say it should always begin from from 0. Okay, so you can look at other parameters. Okay, you may need to do what to set in this page controller. So you come and make this page controller to be the control of this page view. So after doing that, the next thing is what is now after creating the page controller. I hope you are following and I hope you're understanding. Now the next thing is now to build the items. Okay, build page view. Okay, so what do you want to display? Okay, so this one is going to be So I can just simply come here and say children. Now what you want to display, children, and then I can call this item what I call build page view. This one is just going to be returning for me things that I want to display. Press Alt and Enter to create that method. Okay, so if I want to display just text and the pages, okay, so I can just simply say text and then I put here page, okay, that is on, and then put it to string. So by doing like this, you should be able to know. So I'll have to open it again. All right, I have to return. Okay, so I'll first finish it. So this page builder is not that it's going to be doing what? It's supposed to be an array, because it is a column. So to return it in form of what? In form of array. Yeah, you see? So I hope you can see that. So we have an item here, but we have not just added. So you can just see that we have now at least some control on it. So this page builder is just responsible for building what? The item that you want to display. Alright, so let's go ahead and now just build now this item, this beautiful thing that you need to display. Alright, so it's going to return a list of what? Of widgets. So I can just simply come here and say list of widgets, and then I return this widget that I want to return here. Okay, like this. So in these widgets, I'm going to do what? I'm going to loop. I'm going to loop, and then I create one by one. All right. So this is the task of the page builder, to build the list of widgets that you want to display in the screen. So let's go ahead and look through these widgets as we create a single widget one by one, or the single user interface for each wizard. All right. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to say for variable, maybe you can call it maybe wizard or anything, in items. So we put our wizards into items. All right, so after doing that, we're going to now go ahead and create a single what? A single widget. All right, so you can say maybe widget, and then you say WG, something like that, anything. Widget equals to container. All right, and then just this is a container. So after creating that widget, you're going to do what? You're going to add it in this what? In these widgets, all the widgets that are going to return, this one here. So dot what? Dot add widget, WG. So this will be called one time, and then mean that these widgets will be built only one time. So I can just simply come here and say maybe text, sorry, and give some child, and then give it maybe text, and say okay. So you'll see I'll be able to do what? To scroll one by one. I hope you can see that. Okay, now let's go ahead and now start putting content inside this item, inside these widgets. All right, so it's going to be a container. Now we're going to design this beautiful thing that you're seeing here. So it's going to be a container, a very pretty container. Then you put alignment center. So going to be alignment center, can as well be a card. Okay, alignment center. And then after we give this width and height infinity, so you can spend as maximum height and maximum what width as possible. So we'll have something like this, you see. All right, so after doing that, we're going to give it a wrap. This wrap is optional. We're going to give it a wrap, so it can be as minimal as possible. So give it a what? A wrap. So wrap will take what? Will take children, and then inside this wrap, we're going to give now a what? A container. Okay, container, and then this container we can give it height and width. Give it height and width. All right, after giving it height and width, now we're going to go ahead and create now a card inside this container. You know, we have here nothing. Okay, now we're going to put here a child of a card, and then we put our content inside that card. All right, so let's go ahead and put here the card. I hope you're following. All right, then after putting a card there, we're going now to give this card a what? Some shape. I've already shown you how you can import this shape, or how you can create this shape. So after doing that, we're going to give the layer of this card and the elevation. Good, so you can do that. Then after, we're going now to give this card content. So you give it child, and then since we want some things to be on top of the other, so we're going to give it a stack. All right, and then this stack is going to have children, and then you go ahead and give the image, the first image. So I'll copy this and explain it. So I'll give the first image. So you can see this image is now referencing this item. Okay, so maybe we that, or you can call it object, something like that, into items. So it's a wizard.background. So this is why we had to create a what? A model. So this is a background of this wizard, this one here. So the dummy, it initializes and store this some background in this what? In this wizard, the background image. Okay, but you can do your own that you want. Then you give the width and height to be infinity. So since we have already defined here the height and width, so you can make this one infinity, and then say maybe box fit to be covered. Then we'll have something beautiful like that one. All right, and this is slidable. You see, it's slidable. It can be slided. I hope you can see that. Okay. All right. Oh shit. All right. So after doing that, now we're going to add there some content on it. We're going to add now the overlay. The overlay. This time, this overlay that's going to be here on top of it. So just simply come here on bottom, and then say color, and then give it for example light green, and then make it with opacity of 0.7. So there will have that kind of background of green. Okay, so it can be even kind of red, then give some kind of opacity. So opacity means it should be kind of transparent. So if you want to make it like really you want to do something on top of it, you can make it transparent like this. Just give a stack, give an image, and then give something, a layer between, and this layer between should have almost same height, and go ahead and give it with the opacity, and then pass the how transparent you want it to be. So I hope you understand that. Okay, I hope you understand that. All right, so after giving it, now the next thing is now we're going to write here the content on top of it. Okay, so since you have now that layer, and then you can now go ahead and do it, and put now the content on top of that layer. So, and that's the power of stack, or that is the use of stack. Anything that is next to it, it will be on top of the next thing. So let's go ahead and now put the content in that layer. So I'll just simply come here and give a column. Okay, and then this column we're going to give now some height on top, so you can have some children, so you can have something on top of it, some space here. It is 35, and then we're going to give this title. Okay, so this title is going to be from the wizard. All right, so I'll just copy this and then come and give this one. Okay, so this title is coming from the what? From the wizard object that we initialized. So I'll just go ahead and import this to format. So this is just our first text. Okay, so now import like that. You see, it's beautiful. Okay, it's beautiful. All right, so after doing that, the next thing we're going to put this next lorem ipsum, which is also the description that is in the wizard. So I'll just come and paste here. It is nothing but a container. It's nothing but a container that is having a text and having this kind of styling. So there we go. I hope you can see that. All right, so have this. Okay, So after doing that, the next thing that you're going to do, we're going to give it an expanded. So we want an image, this icon to be as maximum as possible, and then you give it this image. Sorry, in this column, this is a container. I come after this container, just this column, then put an image and the wizard of this image. So this image is the one that is in the what? In the object of wizard, this one. Okay, so create your object in your own way. It can even be a network image in your own case. So I give it a height of 140 and the width of 150. All right, and then give this image a color of white. So those images are already provided in the thing that I gave you. So you'll have something beautiful like this one. Okay, then we have a button. Okay, so I'm going to copy this button and explain it step by step. This one. So I'll just copy this container and I'm going to explain it step by step. Okay, so this container, you can pause the video and see what I'm explaining. It's having width of infinity. Remember, this one has expanded, meaning that it can speed as it's going to push whatever is next to it to the bottom. So it's going to have an image of width of infinity and height of 40, and then inside this container will have a button called of elevated button. Okay, and then this elevated button is having this style that you can see here of button style form, and then it's having light green of this color. Then after we have the text. So this text, it is checking is last. If it is last, it makes the word get started. If it is not last, it makes the word to be what? To be next. So I check if it is last here also. When someone presses on this button, if it is last, I end the screen. Okay, I pop the screen. I go back. This is navigator.go back. And then if it is not last, you see, I return here. If it is not last, I say page controller.next page. Okay, and then you put the decoration the animation that you want. But this one is going to call the page controller and make it move to the what? To the next page. So when you save, you'll have something like this one. So if it is not last, it will have the word next, and if you click and it is not last, it will move you to the next page by the use of this one. So if you reach the last one, you see the word is get started, and of course it is last. So when you click on that one, it is going to take you back to the what? The main screen. So if it is last now, this is when you take someone now to the what? To your app if you're doing the onboarding of screen. So I hope you've understood that. You can pause the video and internalize it again, because this is very important. You can even make a different design in a way that you can have totally separate different design, and you use that app to do what? To get your users on what? On board. So you can see next. I can even go back. You see, can go back, can go next, and when you're done, you say get started. You see, ready to travel, pick a ticket and put some description, flight to destination. Okay, and then enjoy the holiday. So maybe your application might start like that. So you can see I've taken you step by step. If you feel like I skipped any step, please rewatch the video very carefully and make sure that you understand. Okay, and make sure that you do what? That you understand. Otherwise, these things are very possible. So you can think creatively of how you can make such kind of item even much more better. Okay, you see, like you have a lot of parameters here that you can do. Also, WhatsApp status, they have something like this where you can just simply slide, but for them they have timer, so you can implement the timer that when someone is on new screen, when the page is on new screen, it starts counting. After the certain second, it moves you to what? To the next page by the power of the what? Of the controller. All those are the different ways of how I can implement this one. If I want to implement this one to be 100% of the width, you see, I can even say maybe width infinity, height infinity. It should be able to do what? To spend the maximum height as possible, and also the width infinity, something like that. If you want, you can as well expand as to infinity size, or make it a full screen if you want to. All right, so that is how you implement such kind of wizard. Try it out and make sure that you do that you understand. I wanted us to implement this one also. It is just the same. I think you can do it as a challenge. Okay, the last thing that we did not put is now the these dots, the bottom dots. Those are very simple to put. Just simply come here to align and then add lines. Then you will be able to have those bottom dots, you see, in the main screen. After expanded, then put your build dots, how you want your dots to look like. Okay, so I'll just copy this method and put there for you. You pause the video and do it. So instead of wizards, we can just put items and then put here the colors that you want, and the dot is selected. So you'll have your dots. You see, the dots are down there. So go ahead and challenge yourself and make sure that you do these things. When does the text change? The text is changing on change listener. Let's see, when you build this, let me show you. This builder, it builds all the widgets and make them ready. Okay, so this page view, it is responsible for switching those pages. The page view the page view component is the one responsible for switching the pages that you have built. You see, this builder, it is when we build our pages. Okay, so we put even the text there. You see, the titles already put there. So you build them only one time, and then it will be responsible for Flutter to switch them. So, and then you can look at this function of bottom buttons, of bottom points, whatever, buttons, whatever. You can design them in any way that you want, whether you want it to be them in box, something like that. You can as well design them like that. All right, so you go ahead and challenge yourself and do this one. Go ahead and challenge yourself and do this one. Instead of giving it a background color, give it a white color. And also, this is just very simple. It is just a column, and then the scaffold, you give it an image in background with a layer behind it. So challenge yourself and do this. Okay, we're remaining 8 minutes. Let's see what you can do in those 8 minutes. So this light, I want you to do it by yourself, and let me see, and do something wizard overlap. This one, I want you to do it by yourself. Challenge yourself and do that. Let's go ahead and do these card outlines, and then if time allows, we will go ahead and do the expanded. I wanted to do another thing. Is it the overlap? This one. Yeah. So we're going to do those ones. I'm going to do the first one, the outlines, and then this card overlap if time will allow. Outlines. Just very, very simple. I think you should do a hard one. This is just simple. Okay, let's do this one. Let's do this. It's a little bit challenging. Let's say that you want to do such kind of user interface. Yeah, if we finish this, we'll have done a very good service to ourselves. All right. The overlap. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it. So we're going to create a fresh screen. So as I've told you, please challenge yourself and do this. Challenge yourself and do this one. You will not be taught everything. Another thing, you have to brainstorm, how can I do such also by myself? Okay, otherwise, if you just do everything that I told you exactly as I tell you, then you'll have not learned, you'll have just memorized. So challenge yourself and do this. It's like the other one, but here the background is not an image, the image is behind the scaffold. Okay, so do that please. All right, so let's go ahead and do this overlap. Okay, let's go ahead and do this overlap. All right. This single page that has card that overlaps. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So just simply come and say new. We're going to create a fresh screen and call it card underscore overlap dot dart. All right, so we're going to put here stateful widget and then call this one card overlap. Okay, then come and import and remove this. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. First of all, let's first add it in the main home. Let's first go and add it in the main menu. Alright, so there you go. Let's go ahead and design it. So remove this placeholder and return scaffold. Alright, so let's go ahead and see. So the first thing, we're going to turn the background color and make it gray of 10. This scaffold. So these colors, I've already shared them with you. Just go ahead and download that project, the Scratch project. The link is in the description of the video. Okay. Then after download that Scratch project, the one that you'll begin with to create the system. Then you give it this background. We give it the up bar, we eliminate it and give it a 0 height. Okay, the up bar will give it a 0 height. Alright, so after doing that, we're going now to go ahead and add a single scroll view. Our body of single scroll view. So the single scroll view is going to take a child of what? Of a container, and this child of container is going to take what? Child of column. Right, and this column is going to take what? Children. And the children, the first thing we're going to add there is the what? Is the stack, because we want this image to be on top. We want the image to be behind these things. So let's go ahead and add our stack. Alright, then we pass children. Then after, we're going to give it what? The container. I'm going to explain a few things in this container. It's just having a background color of primary color, and then it's having a width of infinity and height of 256, and then it has a box decoration. Okay, a box decoration that is having a background with opacity of 0.4, and then it has a child of an image of asset, and then this image is image age. Okay, so it's just a container with these few parameters that you can pause the video and look at them. So you have something beautiful like that one. Okay, so after doing that, we're going to now give another container in bottom of it that is going to have this item. So I'm going to copy it and explain it step by step. So I'll just simply come here after this container. So since it is a stack, it means that this one is going to be on top of the other one. So it is just having a width of infinity, and it has a column, and then after the column we have a main axis of size minimum, and then the alignment of center, and then we have we have children here. This widget is optional if you want to put it, if you want, don't put it. And then to have an asset of image asset of this image, okay, and this image has this height and this color, okay. So after doing that, then we will pass the text, since it is a column and takes multiple children, and this text you can import it, okay, pressing Alt and Enter. Then you put the style of of the text, and then you save. Then you'll have something beautiful like this one. So I hope you are observing what I'm doing right now. Okay, so after having that, the next thing that we're going to put is now to put this top bar, these ones, okay, so that it can be on up, like our up bar should be on top. So just simply come and copy this, and I'm going to explain it. So I'll come here after this container, I'll come and add now our up bar, which is nothing but remember the up bar that we had to eliminate it by giving it a height of 0. So this one has just an icon button of menu and have a spacer, since it is in a row. So a spacer is going to push both of them from the further end, and then you have an icon of search, and then also an icon of of more, okay, and they are white. So since we have an overlay between this of black, then the content in white in front, it will be visible. Then you'll have something nice like that one. I hope we are together. So after doing that, the next thing is now you go to this content, okay. Then you go to this content. I hope our time is up, but we can do it faster. Okay, so I'll just simply come and copy this container, okay, this container. Since all of them, they're in stack, you know, they're in stack, so they're just going to be on top of the other. So I'll come and copy the container, put that container here. Alright, so after doing that, we just give it these parameters, the paddings, alright, and then the transform, translate to this value, right, so it can become some kind of an animation. And then after you give it some children, a child of of column, and then give it some children, and then this children is where now you're going to put this card, okay, this card. So just go ahead and create the card, okay, and the card is going to take these parameters, okay. You can pause the video and look at them, just color, and then the shape, and then it takes the child. So the child is going to be a container that's going to have a column inside it, okay. So making something nice is not simple. That's why not everyone does nice thing, okay. Child, and then it's going to have a column inside it, and have children, and then inside those children we're going to give first the parameter and make sure that they're always at start. Then inside these children is where we're going to give maybe this top title here, okay. Then you go ahead and give this top title, okay. So you can see the styling of this title, all right. So go ahead and do that, save. All right, so after, give it height, then give these parameters, so you can see how I do one here. Pause the video and see how I do one, then you do the rest like that. Should be outside stack, otherwise stack will not make it appear. Should be next to the stack. in this column like this. All right, so we are here. Okay, so in this column, so in this column we're going to now give different parameters. This one here, different rows and value, row and value, row and value. Okay, so you can just pause the video and see how these row and values are written. So I'll go ahead and give it here. So they're just text, an icon, a row which has an icon, and then the text like this. Hope you can see that. Okay, so do the same. This, I have to give it some padding. Yeah, like this. You see? So we're going to do the same for the rest. Row that has icon and text, icon and text. Okay. And then you'll have something nice like that. Okay, so this can be a single product details page, something like that. All right, so you can create it only one time and then you reuse it in different projects. Then after doing like that, then you can go ahead and create this card of address. So the card of address, I'm going to put it outside here. No. Okay, I'm going to put it next to this card. After stack, I can collapse this one and then I put it here. So the card of address, you can challenge yourself and do it even without looking. You see? I should come here. Yeah, like this. So challenge yourself and do that card of address. Then lastly, you can put the description. It's just nothing but some lorem ipsum text. I import my string, then boom, we have such a beautiful user interface. Okay, so pause the video and look at the code carefully, or you go ahead and just try to create your own way of how you can achieve such a nice thing or such a beautiful UI. All right, that makes our end of our today's lecture. We meet in another lecture where we're going to look at so many other interesting things. So don't miss next lectures. Today we have covered the cards and the bottom sheets. So in the next lecture, we'll take it from there and look at other interesting things that you can implement while doing your user interfaces. Make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel so when you upload the next video, you're notified. And also don't give up. Keep learning, though it's boring, but that's the only way you can get skilled. There is no any other way you can get skilled. So see you and goodbye. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I welcome you to our 8th lecture of learning how to make mobile interfaces for Flutter apps. So in this series of videos, we are covering a lot of different scenarios that you may need when you're doing what? When you're implementing your mobile applications. So today we are going to proceed from how I stopped in the previous lecture. But if this is your first lecture, I recommend you to watch the previous videos. But if you want particularly to watch these topics that we're going to cover in this video, still it is okay. You can just download the Scratch folder, the Scratch project, and the link is the description of this video. and you put that project in your computer, it's where you'll start. It's the one that you start with, because in that project it comes with a lot of assets, images and packages that we are using. And if you have it, then you'll not need to suffer so much looking for the images that we're going to use for examples and the rest. So with that much said, we always do 40 minutes. So I'll start our counter. Where is it? It is here. I'll start our counter. Then after 40 minutes, we'll see how we go to, we have a break. So with that much said, let's go straight into our today's business. So today we're going to see how we can create different kind of buttons in Flutter. For example, we're going to see how we can do these kind of basic buttons. We'll also go ahead and see how we can do these kind of utility buttons. We'll go ahead and see how we can do these kind of fab buttons. We're also going to go ahead and look and see how we can make the toggle buttons like these ones. So we're going to cover all the things that you may need to know about the Flutter buttons. So I hope you're ready to do this with me. If you are, then let's go straight into our today's business and get started. So as I told you, you need that startup project, and if you have it already, then you don't need to worry. So this startup project will look something like this one. Okay, so once you have it, you'll have all the assets and the packages already set for you, so that you concentrate on the user interfaces, not on the dummy data, on the resources. Okay, so this is the project that you always work with. So I'm going to create another subsection for buttons. So I'll come to our main route, this one here, and then I'm going to create another subsection that I'm going to call buttons. Okay, and then after, we are going to put our first example there. So the first example that we're going to look, we're going to see how we can do these basic buttons. Okay, basic buttons like these ones. So I'll just simply come here and I put basic buttons. Like this, then I save. Then you have here basic buttons. So after doing like that, we're going to create a screen that is going to be taking care of those basic buttons. So I'll come here and create a special folder for buttons, and then inside there we're going to put a stateful widget for buttons. That's our buttons basic file, and then we can call stateful widget, and then call it buttons basic. Let's say buttons basic screen. Okay, then after we'll go ahead and import the stateful template, so we can remove this one here, the key. All right, so after doing that, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to make this button appear to be, when someone clicks here, you should be taken to to these buttons. So how do you do that? We'll just simply come to our main route and change this one to. So now, if someone clicks here, you'll be taken to to our screen of buttons. So once we have that, we're going now to go ahead and do it and start implementing what you need. Okay, so I'll come here to the screen of buttons, this one here, and then I'll write it in my code. So I'll just go to where the code is. These are the basic buttons. All right, so the first thing that we're going to begin with, we need to do something like this. So let's begin by a scaffold. Okay, so just simply first create a scaffold. So I'll come here and remove this placeholder and put a scaffold instead. Import it. Okay, this scaffold, it will have an up bar. It will have maybe a background color. An up bar, which is going to have this what buttons. So this app bar, I showed you how we import it. So if you have the Scratch project file that I told you about, you'll be able to get this app bar. So I import it and then I save. So I can see here basic. I can put here basic what? Basic buttons. Alright. So after doing that, the next thing we have now the app bar. So the next thing I'm going to do is putting here the single scroll view, so that this should be scrollable. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. So come here and put body. Let me first disable Copilot. Alright, so come here and put body and put single scroll view. So this single scroll view, it's going to take some paddings of 15 all sides like this, and then after it's going to take what? It's going to take scroll direction of vertical. Alright, so after doing that, the next thing it's going to take now the what? The child, which is going to be a column. So just simply come here and put child, and it's going to be a what? A column. So this column will take what? Will take children. Alright, so after having those children, so we're going to begin by creating these buttons, These buttons. So create those buttons, as you can see, they're in a row. So we're going to begin by creating a what? A simple row. So here under children, we're going to create a what? A row. That's going to take what? That's going to take children. Alright, so after doing this, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to put our first spacer. For example, if you want them to be spaced equally. Okay, so you can put spacer and then you put our first button. So the button we're going to do is the elevated button. Okay, so elevated button, then you close. So you can import the style that we have for you. So it says style, and then you say elevated button dot style from, and then this style already come with what the Scratch folder that I gave you. Okay, so say style from, and then you put here the background color, then you can specify the color that you want, and then after we put the text, which is going to be the child of what? Of this elevated button, and then the text is going to be like a normal button, and then you make the text color to have the style of what? Of color white. Okay, I mean gray on the 800 pixels. So here on pressed, we are not doing anything. We just pass on press method and we don't do anything. So you can pause the video and you see how I've created this kind of what? This kind of button. So if I save it, I'll have this button here. Okay, so the spacer is pushing it to this side. You get it, So you have that kind of what? That kind of beautiful button. So let us go ahead and add another spacer here, and then you add another button. This one, okay, which is having the primary background. Okay, so I'll just simply copy this and then come and paste this one here. So that is how you can create this kind of what? Of button. I hope it is kind of self-explanatory. Once you created the first button, the next button, you can create it like that one. However, this one is giving it the primary color of blue. So here it can be the primary color of your application, and then you'll end up having such a nice what? Such a nice button. Let's put again spacer, and then we see we go ahead and put this accent button, a button that is having the background color of accent color. Okay, so I'll just simply copy it. So here they're just same buttons, but the difference is they have different colors. Okay, that's the difference. The difference is the color. So you see you have here the accent button that is having that kind of what? That kind of pink color. Okay, so you can create your own buttons with your own colors that you want of your own choice, and then be able to achieve such a nice and beautiful thing. So after creating buttons, so the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to see how I can create the text buttons. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this row, and I'm going to explain everything. So I'll just simply come and put this next to this row here. Okay, let me go ahead and explain. So you have here the spacer like we had here. So everything is the same, but here the difference is it is text button, is not a elevated button. It is a text button. So it is the text that is going to be appearing most compared to other features like the background, the way the previous button was. So you can see those buttons. Sometimes they put it maybe when they want to tell someone to retry, or when it is neighboring the main button and there are tool options. So you can use the text button. So the text button, the main content that will be shown is the text, and even the color that will be setting is the text color. It will not have a background. It will be just kind of transparent. So that is the text button. So you can just do the same thing and then do them 3 times, and then you can see how I change the color here, foreground color, and then I give it color of transparent, and then the color of the text, I give it the primary color. So you see when I click here, it will bring that kind of the interface, or that kind of appearance, so someone can know that it is a button. So you see, until they click on. So in case they say maybe there is something that, okay, read our terms, you can put the before you sign up. So this can be a button of signing up, and then the terms of agreement or terms and condition can be in this kind of a button of text. So that is how you can do the text button. So another type of button is the button that you can disable. Okay, you can as well disable button. Okay, so to disable button, you just simply give it you give it a state, and then you do you disable it. Okay, I'm going to copy this and then I explain everything step by step. Okay, so these are just normal elevated button like the one we did at first there. Then you give it foreground, and then you give it set material state, and then here you say if it contains disable, then it should be it should be disabled, or it should be set at none. So here in the foreground, you say resolve with color, and then you pass the color that you want, and then you do then you give it if it contains disable, should be doing it should be displayed as disabled. So by doing like this, you'll be able to achieve a button that is that it is disabled, like this one. All right, so these others, they are just same button that we just created in these top examples, just elevated button. And in this elevated button, you have given you have given it the foreground of color white, and also the text of the color of the primary. So you'll see this text button, this elevated button that is having the background color of white, still it is different from the text button. The text button looks really much more like a text, where it does not even have the borders. But the elevated button, even though it is having a white background, still it will show you that it is a button by kind of applying the shadow, as you can see. So that's how you can do elevated buttons and accent button that are based on text. I hope you can see that. All right. Okay. So other types of button, these are icon buttons. For example, you want to have this kind of plain icon button. So how can you achieve it? Okay, so let's go ahead and put a divider so it can separate our normal buttons from the next button that we're going to do. Okay. Come here to the row, come back to the column here, and put a divider. So you'll see our thin divider has been created there. Okay, so after putting the divider, so the next thing you're going to do you're going to create the row of these 3 buttons, of icon buttons. So I'm just going to copy it and explain it. Okay. All right, so you can see it is just like a normal button, but it is having what we call icon button. So those are the ones that we call icon buttons. Okay, they accept icons and they can look as neat as you can see them. And then also, after putting the icon button, you can format it. So you see, it is very simple, just two parameters. Okay, the icon itself and then the open or the on press. Okay, that's how you design what? Icon buttons. So then lastly, you can as well make this floating what? The floating action button, the one that is always there on bottom. You can also as well use it anytime. And then for it is also like kind of icon button, but for it has what? It has the background with it. Okay, so if I come here, I'll just simply say floating action button. That's the button, and then you can give it a tag, and then you give it a color, background color, what you want it to appear in background, and then you give it an elevation of, for example, 302, and then you do what? And then you do what? And then you add an icon. For example, you can see here, just simply put a child and then give an icon that you want to display there. Okay, so when you do like this, you'll be able to do what? To get beautiful icons like these ones. I hope you can see them. Okay, so instead of you suffering your icon, you better know such kind of things, and then you'll just be implementing them in different UIs accordingly. So this is an elevated button. They may look the same, but every button has its uniqueness, that it doesn't look the same depending on the data. Okay, so that is how we create what? That's how we create what? Basic buttons. Okay, so we're going to see now how you can create what? Utilities button. If you want to make something like this, how can you do it? Members, okay, I think. All right, so let's go ahead and do this kind of user interface. Okay, so what we're going to begin by creating a what? A fresh screen, and then that fresh screen is we're going to see how we can come up with something like this. So I'll come to our screen here, and then I'm going to create a new, completely new screen. So come here to buttons, and then right click new, and then say file, and then you say buttons. This one we call it what? Utilities. So utilities buttons. Utilities.dat, and then we create a stateful widget. A state. Okay. The word is not correct, the extension, so I'll go ahead and rename it. Refactor rename .dat. Okay, so we're going to put here stateful widget, and then we call it buttons utilities. Press enter. Then come and import this one. Alt and enter, then you say import, then you can remove these keys. So after doing that, we're going to add this screen to our menu, so that when someone clicks on button utilities, they should be taken to this screen. Okay, so go to our main route, which is here, and then come and duplicate this one, Ctrl D, and then come and paste here the class that we just created, and we import it. And then you call this one buttons what? Utilities buttons, or button utilities. Alright, so after doing like that, now if I press here, should be able to take us to this screen, which just has a placeholder here. So I'm going to remove this placeholder and put a scaffold, and then we should have something nice like this. Alright, so after doing that, let's go ahead and start now implementing. So come to our code. Buttons in utilities. So we're going to begin by adding our app bar here. So we'll begin by adding our app bar. So I'll import it. There you go. So you have button utilities. Then after, we're going to go ahead and add our what? And add our body. So our body is going to have single child what? Scroll view. Okay. Then this single child scroll view, of course, is going to have what? A child. But before we give it a child, let us have give it what? A scrolling direction. Of course, going to be vertical. And then you give it what? A child. So the child that we're going to give it is going to be just a container and then a column. I don't know whether this container is helping anything here. Nope. So you can just give a column straight away. So the single scroll view, let's give it what? A column, so you can add there multiple what? Multiple items. So it's going to give it children, and then the column, we're going to begin by adding this user interface. So we're going to say, okay, we're going to design this one. So to design this section, we're going to begin with creating a container that's going to help us to create some padding and separating it from other UIs. Okay, so let's go ahead and design the container. So container, open bracket. So this container is going to have a child of column. So why do you need to put column? I mean, it's going to have a child of column. So why do you need to put column? It's because you want to put this first item on top and then you put this one next to it. Okay, so let's go ahead and put column. So go ahead and put children, I mean child, and say column, and then it's going to have children, and then after we're going to give it padding. This icon, we're going to create this icon and give it some padding. So I can just copy this and explain it. Okay, so I import these colors. Okay, and then I say this icon is having this color. So you can see this one is just let me explain it. It is just padding that has edge insets of 25 all sides, and then it has a row inside it, and this row it is having icon at beginning, which is this icon, and then we have a container, an empty container, or you can put a sized box that has width of 25 and then the text of morning pizza. You see, you can do something like that in that way. I hope it is not complicated. You can pause the video and also do it. All right, so after doing that, we're going to go ahead and now start putting this next, which is going to be a row, and put these next buttons that you're seeing. So to do that, we just simply go ahead and create a row. Let me go ahead and create a row, and then give it children. Okay, so after giving it children, so the first child is going to be a container that is going just to separate this button from the beginning here. Okay, so it's going to be 20 plus 25 children. Okay, so there you go. So it's going to have that space. Now after putting that space, let's go ahead and now put the what? The elevated button. So here, you see we're implementing the button that we've just learned. So put there, elevated button, and then you give it a style of white, and then give it a child, which is going to be forced to stop, and then give it background of black, and then give it a on press listener. Okay, and then save. Then we'll have such kind of what? Such kind of button. So you can see it is not like rocket science. It is not so complicated. You can pause the video and you try this out. You see, you have that kind of button. Then after, we're going to put a space that's going to separate that button from the next button, this one. That's going to be an install. All right, so go ahead and put that, and then also put an elevated button with those colors, and then put the word uninstall. Hope you can see that. So just an elevated button that is having this style and a pink color, and then the text that inside there is an install, and then the color of the text is kind of white. All right, you see, you'll have that kind of what? Of user interface with such buttons. Okay, so you can think creatively of how you can use such kind of what? Such kind of an interface, or even modify it. So there we go. So we are done with this first section, so we can proceed with the next section by putting this user interface. Okay, this is not our today's topic, but let's go ahead and do it. These are the main topic, but let's go ahead and do this one just for the sake of learning. Okay, so I'll go ahead and create another section here. So for the sake of learning, we're going to go ahead. So this is a container that you're working with, and below this container I'm going to put a divider of height 15. Okay, let's go ahead and put a divider. I think it should come in this column. Alright, sorry, this is a container, and then after putting that container, we're going to separate the two. We're going to put a divider. So after putting the divider, this divider should come here in this column. Right, so after we're going to put now our next column that's going to contain these items. Okay, so this column is going to just have this icon and then this word storage, and then followed with this total, and then we can display that. So you can put in the same column, or you can just create a separate column again. Just collapse these ones so it cannot confuse you. Okay, so you have this in the parent. Let me collapse this. So we are putting all these one in the child of the scroll view of the single child scroll view. Okay, so put after the divider. The next thing we're going to put our column. And then say that column we give it children, and then after we're going to give it alignment of start. So on top of this column put alignment of start, and then we go ahead and give it some padding, so you can be able to create this kind of an icon. So give it padding, and then say padding, you can put even all, and then put 25, and then after you inside that one you give a row, and then in the row the first we put an icon. After putting the icon and give it this color, you put a separator that's going to separate this icon from the word storage, and then put the text of storage. Okay, so by doing like this, your items are going to be in a row with storage, with the word storage. I hope you can see that, though I cannot see our divider. I don't know why. Let me give it maybe color of red. Yeah, you can see it is there, but you cannot see it clearly. But you can as well increase its thickness. Now you give it 1, something like that, and then you give it a gray color. Yeah, then maybe can say shade 300 if it is shouting so much. So you can have such kind of a divider. So you see ours is kind of, so it was there but it was not looking clearly. So all right, so after doing that, we have now, you see how I've done I've done this, having the word storage and then the icon, then the word storage there. All right, so after doing that, let's go ahead and put the word total. So this total is going to be in a row, a column. It's going to be, let me just copy it and explain it because it's not the main topic. Go ahead and import progress static, and you'll have something like that. Okay, so let me explain everything step by step. So after putting the storage on top here, so the next thing we created a row. Okay, after creating a row, we give it children. You give it children, and then you give it expanded. So expanded will make it spend 100% width, okay, and then you give it flex 1, so it should be 100% of the space that is available. Then after, we created a container inside that row, and we gave it a column, okay. So the advantage of creating this row is to make sure that it is going to spend 100% of the of the available width, okay. So after doing that, so this container here is the one that is here, that is hidden. Let me give it a color, and you see red, so you can see it. There's a container there that you cannot see, 8 and say 5, because you may ask, like, why did you create a row? You see, there's this container that is pushing this one to here. That's why you created that's why you created a row, but it is invisible. Okay, so we have expanded, the one that starts from here up to the other side. Then we have a column that is going to arrange the total and these numbers. Okay, so after doing that, we have a height of 8, and then we have here the text that is going to show maybe the size of the storage, okay, and then it is having this style and this font size. Then you give it a height of 5, and then you give it we create a progress static bar, which is progress static dot get flat progress. Then you pass the total and then the minimum that is remaining. So by doing like this, you'll be able to achieve this kind of static progress. So it's 70 and it's remaining 20. Okay, so you can change these numbers if you want. You can say 100 and this remaining is maybe 30%, something like that. Then you'll be able to achieve something like this. And then after, you create now a row that is going to have these two. Okay, so it's going to be expanded, and then another thing is both of them are going to be expanded, and then the first expand, you give a column and specify the up, and then the word 9.40 MBs, this one, and also do the same on the other side. You said up this side, and then you said data, that amount. So by doing like this, you'll be able to achieve such kind of user interface. So you can see how you implement your buttons in that way. Okay, so go ahead and challenge yourself and do such kind of a user interface. You can even do it in a different way. So that's how you can do that. But remember, this was not the main topic. This is just helping you to learn many ways of how you can implement these things. So you can pause the video and also try this. The remaining bottom item. You can even see it from here. So pause the video and try this one by yourself. So after doing that, we can proceed. So this one, I'll just copy it and paste it. I'll not explain it. Just paste it here, but I'll not explain it. It's on the main thread. So you can have such kind of an item. Okay, so I hope we are together. Something like this. Okay, so you can do such a thing. Challenge yourself and do such a thing. All right, let's proceed. So you have seen how you can create utility buttons, or how you can place buttons into utilities. Then let us proceed and see how you can create this kind of fab button. Okay, this one, a floating button. All right, so to create that kind of button, of course, I've already seen it in different user interfaces. Let's look at something that is a little bit challenging. Got how that's in the middle. Okay, let's see how you can create this kind of a button that is having a more. Okay, like when you create it, it opens other buttons. We call it this button that has more. So that's what we're going to create, this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and face that. So let's go ahead and create a fresh screen, or you can duplicate the screen that we had. Let's duplicate this one and just remove some content to save time. So I'll just simply come here and then come here, buttons, say fab more, and then after I come and copy this and select and then search it and rename it. Alt and enter to rename. Okay, so I'll just simply come with this one, call it fab more. Okay, so you can change the icon, the naming here, and say fab more. So after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and do what? We're going to go ahead and add this one in our what? In our main screen. So to add it in the main screen, we just simply come to the main route, okay, and then duplicate this. Sorry, this one, and call it what? Fab buttons, fab more, whatever. Then come and paste here the class that you want. Sorry, this is the class, yeah, come and paste it here and then import it. All right, so let's go to that. Then when you click here, you're able to go there. So I'm going to remove up to the scaffold. Okay, let's remove everything up to here. At least you guys, you can do up to this level. So that's there. So we're going to see how you can achieve this. Don't mind about this list because we'll come to them. Right now we just focus on buttons. How can we achieve such a thing? Okay, so to achieve such a thing, we're going to have our normal floating button. This one, floating button. Okay, so once you have our floating button, we're going to have our normal what? We're going to have our normal floating button. Okay, so we want when someone clicks on the floating button, you should go ahead and expand these items. Okay, so how do you approach that? We come here and then add floating button on the scaffold, add floating, and then in this floating button, we are going to call it what? Speed dial builder. This isn't just a name of a widget, a name of what? A name of the function. You can call it anything. In this case, I call it build speed dial, something like that. Okay, so can call it there, and then after I go ahead and create it. Alt and enter, create method. So this method is going to return a what? A widget. And then in this widget, it's going to do the logic of what? Of building it. Okay, so we're going to return this feature, this widget called speed dial. Okay, speed dial. This. So you import it. Okay, so all right, so this floating button is just calling this. So here you say return speed dial. So this speed dial, it is going to take a few things. We're going to take elevation, like how do you want to be elevated, and then it's going to take also the animation, like the animation icon. Okay, so after giving it those two, the next thing we're going to give it, the theme color, so you can import those themes. All right. So after, we're going to give it the how you want it to animate. So you can say animate linear. So if you press here and put dots, then you see different kind of animation that you want, that you may try out. So me, I'm going to keep it simple and just keep the animation of linear. So after doing that, we're going to give it what? We're going to give it a background color of accent, so it can look a little bit standing out. All right, so you import the accent color, and then after, we're going to give it now the children. So like, okay, when someone clicks on it, what should open? Okay, what should open? So we're going to give it what it takes the children now. So we give it children, and then in this children is where you do what? You pass item that you want to be expanded, all the things that you want to show when someone clicks on it. So the first item that you want to do is just build a child, and then you give it a an icon and an elevation, just like you always do with other buttons. An icon, an elevation, and then it is speed die child, and then an icon and elevation, so you can format the icon that you want, and then it will have the on tap listener, like in case someone clicks on this one, what should happen. And then you can also do the rest for the remaining one. Like this. So if I save, I'll have such kind of a button. So when I click, you see it is able to create that kind of a block on the main UI, and then show me these icons. And you know, these icons you can do what, you can format them as you want in any way that you want. So that is how you can achieve such a speed dial, okay, or such an expanding button. So our time is up. Let's see if when you come back, so you can as well even attach text. Okay, you can as well attach text. Okay, so by just simply passing the parameter that of text. Okay, so another thing, let's see what we may need to look at when you come back. We'll look at the toggling of these buttons. So we have a lot of more to do with buttons. So let's go ahead and have a short break. Then we come after that break. We're going to look at material buttons and also maybe the toggle buttons, and to see how we can learn from all these things. And then also the outline buttons. Yep, backdrop is not there, so you see also how I can implement such kind of buttons. All right, so let's go ahead and have a short break of 5 minutes, and then after 5 minutes, 7 minutes in fact, so 15 past 3, we should be back for the next session. So let's go ahead and have a short break. 15 past 3, we should all be back. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo, and I welcome you to our 9th video of learning how to make mobile application user interfaces using Flutter. So we always do for 10 minutes, and I'll start our timer so we can go straight into our today's business. So in the previous lecture, we covered different kind of buttons. So in this lecture, we're going to proceed from how we stopped at in the previous lecture and resume and continue. Okay, so we're going to see how we can create this kind of buttons, the one with high emphasis like this one. Okay, also with it like this one, and then also we'll go ahead and see how we can create toggle buttons like these ones. So that's what we're going to do in this video. So I hope you're ready to do this. If you are, then let's go straight and start doing it. So right now we're going to do the toggle buttons. How can you toggle a button like this one, whereby you click on one and it's the one that is doing that is being enabled. All right, so how can you do such a thing? Okay, let's see and let's learn and let's see how we can implement such toggle buttons like these ones. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Okay, so I'll do these 2, and then you can challenge yourself by doing these 3 or these remaining ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so the first thing, we're going to create our free screen or our fresh screen. So I can just come and duplicate this one, and then I just call it buttons toggle. Okay, and then come and change this main class name and call it buttons toggle. Okay, then after, come and change the wording here, the title, and make it buttons toggle. And then after, I come and add this to our main screen here. Okay, come and add it here. So to do that, we'll just simply come to our routes, and then we'll go ahead and duplicate this and call this one buttons toggle, and import it, and then you can just come and call this one toggle. All right, so now this one should be clickable in a way that if someone clicks here, someone should be able to see this buttons toggle. Okay, so let's go ahead and clear everything in the buttons toggle. You will come here to scaffold and remove everything in the scaffold, so you can start with a fresh page. Okay, so we save, and then you go to buttons toggle. You're able to see this. I believe everyone should be able to do at least up to this level. Okay, let's see now how we can achieve the toggling of buttons. Okay, save time. I'll come to okay, so we're going to begin by doing what? By creating a container. Alright, so I'm going to call this one, I'm going to create a container there, and then this container I'm going to give it some padding and margin of horizontal and vertical. I mean the padding of symmetric, horizontal and vertical, and then after I'm going to give it a child of what? Of a column. So I'll come here and say child and give it a column. So column to have children. Okay, in the children here, I'm going to begin by passing the first icon, I mean the first text here, which is going to be total. I mean text toggling. Okay, text toggling. So just simply come and paste it here in this children of this icon. So I'll go ahead and import. So I hope everyone can do this, just displaying this text like this and applying the padding that I've just applied. I believe everyone can do that. So after doing that, I'm going to go ahead and do what? I'm going to go ahead and add another thing, which is going to be the toggle buttons. Okay, so I should be able to toggle like this. Okay, let's go ahead and see how I can add the toggle buttons. So to add the toggle buttons, just simply come and add this class of toggle buttons. Toggle buttons. Okay, so it must take children of item that you're going to toggle. Okay, and also it must take if is selected. Okay, so an item is selected, which color do you want to do what to display? So just simply come here to toggles and then put is selected. So this is selected is going to be a boolean that will be true or false for the item that is selected. Okay, so and then you give it also a color, maybe of gray 60. So let's go ahead and create the variable of is selected. Okay, it's going to be a list of boolean of items that are selected. So I'll come here on top the word override. We put our list. I mean, we put our list of boolean is selected tab, and then it's going to be list of generate 3, and then we go ahead and do it and make default default. So after doing that, we go ahead and it's selected there. So after doing that, the next thing we create the item that will be selected by default. Okay, so just simply come here by default, create the is selected one to be true. So this means that it's only one that will be what? That will be selected. Okay, so after doing that, we'll go ahead and add more items in our toggle buttons. So the item that I'm going to take is now they're going to be now the buttons themselves that are going in in these user interfaces. Okay, so I'll just simply come and copy this container and I paste there and explain what is inside there. So I'll come here where there is children of toggle buttons and then paste it there. So let me go ahead and explain. It is just nothing but a container that has edge insets of 25 as a padding, and then that has the child, which is button 1, and then also the text that want to display, which is this one. After doing that, so the next thing you can add the rest container, button 2, button 3, and button 2 and button 3. So let me go ahead and add these children here. Okay, so you have 3 buttons there. So after doing that, you see they are not clickable for now. So we're going to make them what? At least clickable. So after doing that, we're going to put on press listener. So this press listener will be giving the item that has been selected, okay? And then we do what? We generate the list of item that has been selected and then make it to be true as selected, okay? So just simply come here on this button itself, on this button parameter, you can add here, you can even put on top here and say on press, okay? So on press will give you the index of the item that has just been what? That has just been selected. Let's say list generate and then say index, make it false, and then you say is selected tab, then you get the index that has just been clicked on and then make it true here, okay? So by doing like this one, the buttons, and then set state, make sure that you set state. So when you do like this, you'll see now the button can start having the state. Okay, I hope you can see that, like when I click on a button, the state will remain there, so it can start now having the what? The state. So that is how you achieve such button that can have the state. I hope you can see that. Or button that can be selected. Okay, so let us proceed and see how we can do this kind of buttons. This is just the same, but it is just the same, but the difference is what? The difference is this: instead of having text, they are icons. So you can also do it on your own. Okay, so this one can also be done on your own, since they are what? They're just the same exactly, but what is the difference? The difference is the items inside them. Okay, the item inside them. One can be an icon, another one can be what? Another one can be the text, as how we demonstrated here. So go ahead and challenge yourself and do this kind of what? This kind of button. Okay, so if we use text here, so you should also be able to use the what? The icon. Alright, so that's it for the buttons. The toggle buttons. The remaining is just a challenge for you. Go ahead and do for that of what? Of icons. So let's see how we can do an emphasis button, like the one you see there, which is outstanding and it is really on top of others, so someone can be able to do what? To click on it. Okay, so how can you do such an emphasis button? Okay, so let's go ahead and design this user interface, and when we design this user interface, we give you them what? These respective buttons. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So I'm just showing you how you can implement the button that we're just learning right now. So we're going to come here, right click, new, and then you say button underscore high underscore emphasis that. After doing this, so the next thing is now to do the content inside there. Okay, so I can use stateful widget, and then you put the name of the class. It can be button high emphasis, emphasis, then screen, something like that. So you can leave the way it is. Alright, so after doing this, we proceed and add this one on what? On our home screen. So to add on the home screen, we just simply come to our main route and duplicate this and put button high emphasis as a screen. Come here and put the text that should be seen. So when I save, that button should be here. Okay. So let's go ahead and click on the button. Then we should be able to see an empty screen. All right, now let's go ahead and design this screen and give it life. So of course, we'll always begin with what? With the scaffold. Okay, so we're going to design these UIs, this first one and the second one. So maybe from this design, that's when maybe you can also get inspirations of doing different kind of things. So we're going to give it the title and the up bar. We import what is missing. Okay, so when I save, we should have such kind of beautiful UI. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is now to add a single scroll view. Okay, so single scroll view is going to take some padding and also the direction. Okay, so after it's going to now take the item that is going to be scrollable, which is going to be a column. Okay, so this column is going to take different children. So we're going to design this card very first. Okay, so the child is going to be the card, and then we import the card just in case it's not there. Right. Sorry, children. Okay, so we put our card there. So how to design this user interface? So the first thing we're going to put the border radius of the card. So you can see that is the shape and the what and the items and the parameters, rounded rectangle border, and then the circle or the radius that you want to supply it. You can see it here. So after doing that, the next thing that you're going to do is now to give it maybe the click behavior, and then after we're going to give it now the column. So the column, since these are two images, I mean these are images and then followed by these items, so we're going to give it a column inside there as the child of the card. So just simply come child and then it's going to be a column. So this column of course is going to take what? Children. So make sure the column is what? Starting. The cross alignment of the column is start, and then it's going to take what? It's going to take children. So inside here we're going to give the image. So if you have the Scratch folder or the Scratch project that I gave you, that I told you to download, that is in the description of this video, you should be able to get these functions of getting an image and being able to display them. So when I save, we have that kind of what? That kind of image in our card. So the next thing is now to start putting the card information. So I'm going to get here another container next to the card, next to the image, and then we're going to give it padding all of what? Of 15. So you should have some space around it. So after doing this, the next thing is now to add the column here, because this is going to be items that are in form of column. It's not to add the column. Okay. So it's going to be child and then put column, and then it's going to take children, and then we're going to do what? We're going to make this column always what? Always start the cross alignment. Okay, Then after putting the children, then we're going to start now putting the items. Okay, so for example, this we have the word title of travel here, so you'll go ahead and put it there. So you can look at my text. You can pause the video and look exactly what I'm doing. Okay, so you can even get an idea from what I'm doing. So I'll go ahead and save. So you'll have the word travel written there. So after doing that, the next thing is now to separate the line by height of 5, and then followed by this word 5 sheets, etc. This one up to here. Okay. So when I save, I should have such kind of user interface. As you can see, it's not magic. You can pause the video and just see what I've just written right now. There's nothing like magic there. Okay. So after doing that, now let's go ahead and put our buttons. Okay. So they are going to be just in a row, one following the other, and they're elevated button, and that's it. That's how you can implement such kind of button. If you still remember, I told you that the usage of the text button will always be following the primary button, okay, which has a background. So you see here, view, entry, and then here we have learn more. So it will look weird if both of them then the same shape, same design. So that is how you can design such a nice UI. All right, so let's go ahead and design. So and that's how I can implement these buttons, by the way. That's how I can implement these buttons. So let's go ahead and design this remaining card. For it seems to be tricky, but we can, of course, do it. Okay. So we're going to go back to the cards level and then create another card. Okay. So come where the card is, it is this level. You can collapse it. Okay. You can put maybe even the new card on top. Put a height of 5, then put a new card on top. So it's going to be card. Oh, I should copy it and explain it, okay? It's going to begin with the card and then these settings. Okay, so I hope you can see that. Put the stack. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So this stack, I'm going to explain it. These ones. Okay, so you see, I have travel special. Okay, where you have the use of this few text. I have travel special and then special menu. I mean travel special menu, something like that. And this button is really on top of this one. Okay, so that is how you create the leading buttons that request attention. All right, you can see. So you can pause the video and follow my code very carefully and make sure that you don't leave you behind. Okay, so proceed. Give me just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. All right, so that's how you can create and implement buttons in different scenarios. So you have created these ones, we have also created these ones, I've implemented in that way. I've implemented these buttons. I've seen how you can also implement the toggle buttons, and also I've seen how you can create such an emphasis button that can even be on top of everything. Okay, so this is a fab button, fab extended. So a fab button can also be anywhere, or floating buttons can be anywhere. So with that much said, let's go and learn something else also. All right, so we're going to see how we can implement also the chips. Okay, so chips, they are simple. How you can make them in your system when your application and implement them in a different way. So again, to learn about, we get introduced about chips. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how we do that. Okay, all right, so let's go ahead and get started. So we're going to begin by creating these ones. We're going to begin by creating these just basic chips, like the one that you see on email. When you're writing an email, you attach the people who are going to receive the email, or the receivers, and then you can present them with their photo, their name, and the icon to close. So that can be achieved with with chips. So let's go ahead and see how we can achieve that. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and create a new screen. Going to create a new folder that we can call chips. Right, so in that folder we're going to create create a file and call it chips underscore basic that, and then go ahead and give a stateful widget that we can call chips. Okay, chips basic. Okay, so after doing that, we go ahead and import. After importing, let's go ahead and add this one in our main screen here. So come to our menu route. So it's a different topic, and just duplicate this title and then put the name of the topic. Then after doing that, we go ahead and add the first one. So let's go ahead and click. So just paste there the name of this class, chips basic, and then put there maybe chips basic, like this. All right, so now when someone clicks here, they should be able to do what? To get this empty screen that we just created. All right, so it's going to have a scaffold, and then it's going to have what? We're going to now start formatting this scaffold. Okay, all right, so the scaffold, the first thing that we're going to begin by adding there the up bar. I believe everyone at this level, they can create such kind of one up bar. So I don't think that I need too much explanations there. You can pause the video and you see how I have created my up bar in my scaffold. Okay, pause the video and understand if you do not understand how I created this up bar. So after doing that, I'll go ahead and save, and then we'll have our simple screen. So let's see now how we can achieve the other thing. This one, So we're going to have a column. Our body is going to be a single scroll view. And inside this body, we're going to have a column. Okay, and that column is still going to have our alignment, and make sure it always starts. Okay, so after doing that, we're going to go ahead and create a row so that you can have this word too, and this icon, and then this icon, okay, of phone book. So let's go ahead and create a row. Okay, so after putting the row, so the next thing that we're going to do is just to make this alignment always start. Okay, then this row is going to have its own what? Its own children. So the first child that we're going to do is going to be just this word 2, which is having some padding, and then the word 2. You can see it there. Okay, and then import the what? The styling. So you'll be able to achieve this. Okay, you'll be able to achieve this. Okay, so after doing that, the next thing is now to put now the chips. So the chips are going to be in expanded space so that you can space it as maximum as possible. Okay, so just simply come here and say expanded. Okay, and then after we go ahead and give it a child of wrap. Okay, so wrap is going to take a list of what? Of chips. Okay, so this is the first chip. So let me explain the first chip. So the first chip, it's a UI that will come with a place for you where you can put an avatar or an image. So you see here an avatar, we put a circle avatar, and then you pass the what? One of the image from what? Background avatar, and then you put one, but we'll pass one of the image from what? From our package, okay? From our assets. Then you give the label. The label is going to represent the title on that single what? On that single UI or on that single chip. And then you have the delegation icon. So the delete icon is the icon that you want when someone clicks on it, they should delete. And then you'll have the what? The delete color, the color that you want to put on that icon. So there are so many ways you can do that. So there's so many ways how you can style it. You can make it delete to be red, something like that. So you can see the main point why this is very important. Okay, so when I save, you see, I'll be able to see that chip. Okay, so you can duplicate it, you can start doing anything that you want. All right, so I hope you've understood it. Okay, so you can get this other chip and add it. So you should be able to at least achieve that. Can get also this chip. Okay. Then lastly is this icon for button. For phone book. So you can see it is just nothing but phone book icon, and you can do that, I believe. It's an icon button. So if I come here, right, so then lastly we put this button. So this is just the icon button that's going to appear there at last. So you see, that is how you can design this kind of what? This kind of chips. Okay, so there are different ways of how you can do it. Okay, so that is the basic one. So you can as well use them as what? As tags. So to use them as tags, you just do everything that you've seen here. You can as well do it. Okay, and then instead of putting there anything that is plain, you can just put tags, and then you pass only the labels, which is self-explanatory, and I don't think that I will need to explain that. Okay, these are just labels. Then we have chips for groups, where you can have different chips that can be clicked on. Okay, and chips that are outlined, like the one that is outlined. When you click on it, it shows you a different thing. Okay, so you can do such kind of what, such kind of a resolution. I mean, this such kind of what, such kind of chips. Okay, so you can use them also for input. So you just write a logic that when you click on a chip, and it is removed from the item that is there. I mean, in this screen, and then added to the what? To the item that wants to be charged. I mean, to be searched. You can as well do it like that. When you remove it here, it has to come back. Okay, so you can implement the chips in that way. So those are different ways of how you can implement chips. You can use chips in filtering when you're implementing the filtering. So you can use as well chips. For example, you can see this one. I'm filtering different fields. Okay, then lastly, you can use these chips, of course, to make even action. See, they are even simple and straightforward. Okay, so that's it for our today's lecture. I think we are going to come back for the very last session, which is going to be dialogues. Okay, we're going to come back for the very last session, which is going to be dialogue. So you're going to challenge yourself by doing different tasks that we have discussed about today, about the chips and the rest. So let's go ahead and have a short break of 10 minutes. At 10 past 4, you should come back for the very last session for today's learning. So make sure that you don't miss, and make sure that you keep time. So exactly at 10 past 4, we should all be back for the next lecture. Okay, so let me stop the recording. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I welcome you to our 10th lecture of Mastering Flutter UI. We always do 40 minutes, so let's start our timer. In our today's lecture, we're going to see how we can do different kinds of dialog boxes in Flutter. In fact, we're going to do something like this, whereby we're just going to have basic dialog box. You can click and then have a simple basic dialog box. You click here, you have a confirm dialog box like confirm. You click, you have confirm or decline. You click where you have a dialog box where someone can select multiple options and then okay. We're also going to see how you can make a custom dialog box whereby you can have your own form or your own custom fields within a dialog box. Okay, so we're also going to do a warning dialog box like this one, okay, that can send a warning to someone. We're also going to see how we can do but I don't know whether time will be enough, but if time becomes enough, we'll go ahead and see how we can do this achievement dialog box, okay, and so many other dialog box that are prepared for you, an image dialog box like this one, a project dialog box, and also maybe the designer's dialog box, something like that. So there are so many dialog boxes that are prepared for you, but in this lecture we're just going to concentrate on on dialog boxes. So with that much said, let's go straight into today's business and we see how we can create these kinds of dialog boxes. So I'll come to our application. As you can see, this is the application that we always use to practice. And I'm going to create another I'm going to create another section of dialog boxes. Okay, so I'll come to application and then come to our screens, and then I'm going to create a new section or new directory. I'm going to call it dialog, okay, or dialogs, or anything. You can use plural. Let me use plural and call it dialogs. Rename, refactor, rename, dialogs, like this. All right, so inside there, we're going to put basic dialogs, or you can say dialog basic. So you can come here and say file and call this one dialog underscore basic underscore screen. And instead of that, then after doing that, press enter. Then go ahead and create a stateful widget of dialog basic screen. All right, and then go ahead and import the states, and then you can go ahead and remove this if you don't need it. All right, so we'll have something like that. All right, so after doing that, we're going to go to our home screen and add this dialog screen on the home screen, so in a way that if someone clicks on it, they are taken to this to the dialog box screen. Okay, so let's come to the home screen, which is going to be our menu route, and then we're going to create another section called dialog box. All right, I'm going to call this one dialog, okay, or dialogs, something like that. Another section can put here maybe some kind of looking for a relevant icon, whatever icon it is. All right, so after doing that, let's go ahead and now put here our first dialog basic screen. Okay, so I'll come and paste here, and then I'll just come and copy dialog basic and then put here dialog basic, okay, like this. So I want when someone clicks here, they should be taken the screen of dialog basic like this. So I'll go ahead and do it and import it with their dialog basic screen, and then I save. And now I want when someone clicks here, they are taken to the screen of dialog. I believe you can do that at this moment. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the dialog box and then come here and put a scaffold. Okay, and then inside here, then we start doing our business in dialog boxes. So we'll come to our code, save our time. I'll come to our code and just reuse the dialog boxes that I already created. I have this basic one. All right, so begin. So we're going to have our normal scaffold there, okay, and then a background of white, and then we're going to give it what, an up bar. Okay, so our up bar will import it as always do, and then we call this one dialog basic. Okay, dialog basic. So in the save, we should have something like that, which is having that dialog basic there. All right, so after doing that, then the next thing is now to do what? To start implementing. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is to put the single scroll view, so I can have this kind of what? This kind of items in there. All right, let's go ahead and do that. So even if you don't put single scroll view, you know they're not going to be scrollable. You can just go ahead and put column directly. Okay, but it doesn't cost us anything. Just put body, give it single scroll view, and then the single scroll view, we're going to give it padding of 0, and then scroll to vertical. Then we're going to give it what? A child, and this child is going to be what? Of course, column. And then inside this column, we're going to have our first what? Our first width. Okay, it's going to be the word confirmation. Okay, this one here, we're going to make it what? A confirmation dialog. Okay, so you can just create inkwell straight and then do what the needful, or you can just simply first put the container. So children is going to have here the container, and then inside the container is going to have width and height. So the width will be infinity, and then the height will be 50. Then after doing that, we're going to put now the child, which is going to be inkwell. That's going to be clickable. Okay, so it's going to be child inkwell, so you can be able to do what? Click. So you pass on what? On tap, and for now we just keep this method open. You don't put anything there, and then you go ahead. This child, inkwell will have also a child that's going to have what you can call a line, and then you say align center, or you can even just put padding directly and put the coordinate you want to display there. All right, so let's come here to inkwell and give it a child, and then give it this information. So let me put align center, so I'll surround this one with what? With align, and then you pass as align left center, like this. All right, so now this one's going to be what? Is now going to be clickable. You see, I'm able to do what? I'm able to click this one, okay, because that's inkwell. Now when you click here, we want it, when you click here, we want to show this first dialog, okay, this dialog of confirmation. Okay, so to do that, we're going to call a function that's going to be responsible of opening that dialog, and it's no one who's going to create that function apart from us. So we're going to create a function that it will be calling, and it creates for us that dialog. So that function, you can call it confirmation dialog, and then we give it context. So give it context because launching a dialog, it will be needing context. So I'll come here where there is on tap, and then you put the function of confirmation dialog. Let's go ahead and create this method. Okay, create as a method that is receiving context, and then inside this function, it is where we're going to put now the logic of show dialog, like this, show dialog. So calling show dialog, it will make the operating system, or Flutter, to do what? To launch for you dialog. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our dialog here. So in this function will be called, we'll open the dialog by calling show dialog. This one is a what? Is a Flutter function. Okay, it's a Flutter based function. So the first thing it will take context. So go ahead and give it what? Give it context. The second thing it will take whether it is dismissible or not dismissible. Okay, so pass whether dismissible or not. So if we say false, it means that even if someone clicks outside, it will not do what? It will not close until someone does the needful. Then we give it what? Then we give it a builder, as we always do, so it can build now this what? This dialog. So again, we give a builder, and then this builder, the build will take context, and then curly bracket like this, and here return what you want to be in the dialog. Okay, so let's go ahead and return what we want to be in the dialog. So we pass alert dialog is the one that has to be returned, and then it will have its own parameters. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So just simply come here and say return alert dialog. Now in this alert dialog, it's so you put parameters. Okay, we put things that you want to be shown or different conditions. For example, the first parameter is a title. Okay, is a title. For example, you can say warning, or you say alert, or you say maybe heads up, or you say anything that you want to act as a title of that dialog. So you see here, use Google's location services. We're asking a question, just use the title of that dialog. I hope we are together. So if I click here, at least you see I'm able to launch my own my own dialog. But the problem, even if I click here, it cannot disappear. Why? Because it said it should not shouldn't be dismissible. Alright, so after doing that, then the next thing we'll put is now the content. So the content will also take a what? It will also take a widget. So it means that you can also express yourself in the content. So here I'm giving my middle lorem ipsum. It's from my strings. Okay, you can import my strings if you don't have them from the project that I told you. Okay, so I hope you are together. Then after doing that, now we have what we call actions. Which actions? So at this moment, our dialog is just as simple as this. It has no any action. Okay, it has no any action. It just shows up. Now, what if you want to display some actions like okay, accept or decline, or agree or disagree, something like that? There you have to pass what we call another method. You have to pass another method that you can call actions. You have to pass another parameter here in the dialog and pass what we call actions. So actions going to take an array of widgets. So this widget, it can be like a text button, like the way we discussed. Okay, so you can put there text button. You already know what's meant by text button. You have already practiced it. Okay, you can put there text button. So here I put disagree. So when someone clicks on this button, I'll know that they clicked on what? On disagree. So this is how I close the dialog, by saying navigator.of, I pass the content and then say .pop. So by doing like this, it will be able to do what? To close the dialog. Okay, it will pop it off. Okay, so if you want to also maybe the agree button, also do the same here. So you can create such a dialog that when someone clicks on agree, you do a certain action. When they click on disagree, you do another different kind of action. So let's see, when I click on here, you see agree and disagree. Okay, so when I say disagree, it calls this method that closes it. Otherwise, if I don't do anything here, I see that I commit this and I just call. So even if someone clicks on disagree, that will not work. So it is be your full control to decide when the dialog should open, when the dialog should should close. So that is that is a good introduction of dialogues to you. So you can now start thinking, how can I make use of this Flutter feature in my applications, or in the application that I'll be developing. You should start thinking. You don't need to wait to start thinking. All right, so that's how you implement basic dialogues. All right, so can proceed and see how we create alert dialog like this one. So you can see this one is just like the one that we've just created, but the difference is it doesn't have content. It also has the title. Okay, so let's go ahead and create it. So I'm just going to come to where our commands are here, and I'm going to duplicate this one. So this just, I've done nothing but just adding what option of calling alert dialog. Okay, so I want when someone click here, we show the alert dialog. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the alert dialog. It's just going to be like confirmation dialog. Okay, so go ahead and say alert dialog. Okay, so okay, we create this method of alert dialog. So this method is going to look much more like this one. So we can just simply copy this. So the only difference is this one is only the title doesn't have content. So I can say, are you sure? Okay, are you sure I want to delete this app? So that's kind of confirmation, or you can say, are you sure I want to delete this product, etc. All that. So the difference here, you don't need to the content is not available. So by doing like this, it will automatically become an alert what? An alert dialog. You see? I sure want to delete this app. So if you want to make this one maybe green or something red or anything, you want to style them, so you have the full control over everything. You see? You can say agree, then it will disappear. So that's how we implement the alert dialog. So let us see how we can implement also the single choice dialog, where someone can select something and then we take that recording or that whatever they have clicked on, that record. Let's say maybe want someone to pick something, so you may show them a dialog and then they pick and then you make a recording. So let's go ahead and do that, a single select dialog. Okay, and then this one is a multi select dialog. We're going to do one of them and then for you to try out the other one on your own. Let's do the single select dialog. Okay, single select dialog. Okay, so single choice, I call it single select. Okay, so I want, when I call it, it should what? You should build the what? The dialog from here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add duplicate this and then call this one. Okay, so in there we're going to put single choice dialog. Okay, so you see how I can have something like this one. All right, so the first thing you're going to do is to design the single choice dialog. Okay, is to design the single choice dialog. Okay, okay, this here, I want us to build it. So this single choice dialog, it's not just going to be a normal widget, it's going to be a stateful widget. so that it should be able to do what? To update what you click on, and then it changes accordingly. So you create it as a what? As a stateful widget. You can even be in the same screen, but after doing so, you give it full control to do anything and even update the status. So for you, just be waiting for the what? For the results. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a stateful widget of single select, and then we'll go ahead and do it and build it. Okay, so let's begin. So you can just simply say, so coming in bottom, you can as well even have the same file in bottom. So it's going to be single select dialog. It's going to extend stateful widget. Just come on. Okay, so it's supposed to be a class, right? It's a class, of course. Okay, so it's going to extend stateful widget. Let me just copy this. You can even create on what? On a separate screen. It's supposed to be outside. This is a class on its own, so let's push outside here. So then after creating its stateful widget like this, the next thing we're going to create is now its stateless, or the its state. So come here and create a class that extends single state. So this class is going to have, of course, the builder. You must have the what? The builder. You must have the builder. So just come and copy this one, and then I paste here so I can explain everything step by step. So it is having a builder, and then this builder, it is returning a simple dialog. So the simple dialog can take the title, and then can take children or item that you want to do it, that you want to display. So we have to have these items so they can be displayed. Okay, so let's go ahead and create these items. It's just a list of strings. Like this. All right, so now we have finished creating our single select dialog. So the next thing is now to launch it, okay, to display it, to be able to display it. So to call it, we'll have to build it, since it's a widget on its own, a stateful widget on its own. So we want, when someone taps on that, on single trace dialog, we should build it and then call it. So you see, show, then they pass context, then you say build, and then you pass the state. Okay, so it is show, and then you open bracket, and then so you here just running a builder show context, and then after comma, and then say build, and then after comma, and then you call whatever class that you want to do it, that you want to build. So by doing like that, you'll be able to do it, to get a single state dialog, as you can see it here. Okay, we can be able to get single state dialog, as you can see it there. All right, so that's how we do it. Then that's how we do basic dialogues. So go ahead and practice, don't undermine them. Okay, so in the next lecture, I think we'll begin from there. We're going to look at the remaining remaining dialogues, such as this one, such as this one. For this lecture, we can stop from here because the things have been too much. So I'll pause and then we resume from there in our tomorrow's lecture, and we see how we can make some such kind of nice dialogues that you can implement in your different projects. So unless there is a question, is there a question or a comment or anything? Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I welcome you to our 11th lecture of Mastering Flutter User Interface series. In this lecture, we are going to proceed from where we stopped in the previous lecture, and we are going to resume with our dialog boxes, and we see how we can creatively use dialog boxes in our mobile applications. So we're going to see how we can create custom dialog boxes and different ways of how we can implement it in our mobile applications. As you know, we always do 40 minutes, so I'll start our counter and then we jump straight into our today's business. So if this is your very first video, I recommend you to watch the previous videos in this series. And if you don't want to just need this particular topic, then what you should do, you'll have to download the Scratch project that comes with basic things such as packages and assets. And that link to that Scratch project, it's in the description of this video. So go ahead and download it, and then or clone it, and then put it on your phone. Put it on your computer, and then after putting it on your computer, run it. So when you run it, it will put assets, packages that you're going to use in this system, in this practice, in your project, and then the remaining things you just take it from there. So that's what you'll have to do to get started with these lectures. So with that much said, let's go straight into today's business, and we look at what you're going to do today. We're going to see how we can create. We are going to resume with today's topic. So we're going to see how we can make custom dialog boxes such as this one. Assume that you want to create a pop-up where you can collect the data from the user. So how can you create such a custom dialog box that can come on top of the current page, and you're able to do anything that you want using that dialog box? So that's what you're going to see, how you can do such kind of a thing today. We're going to see how you can do a dialog box like this one, where you have a fully user interface customized within it. Okay, we're also going to see how you can do dialog box like this one. Okay, like this one, where you can collect maybe a post where someone can write something like this in the dialog box, and so many things. So if time is enough, we're going to see how you can do a lot of things, or how you can implement dialog boxes in different ways. So without wasting much time, let's go ahead and start our project. So this is a project that we always use to do what? To practice. If you still remember, this is the dialog box that we created yesterday, or in the previous lectures. Okay, so right now we're going to now take it from there, and we go ahead and do what? And do this custom dialog box, this kind of a dialog box. So let's go ahead and start with this machine. So the first thing that we're going to do right now, we're going to create a screen, or that we're going to put that we're going to implement the custom dialog boxes. So this is our section, the code where we're putting the data about the dialog box. So I'll go ahead and create another empty screen that I'm going to call dialog underscore custom dot. So that's where we're going to put our custom our custom screen. So let's go ahead and say stateful widget and press enter, and then put custom dialog custom, maybe you can put screen, and then go ahead and import these things. All right, this is having an issue, the word is not correct. Dialog. Okay, so that's our simple screen. I believe everyone at this level, they can do such a thing. So after creating that screen, we're going to add this screen to here, to our main route, so that someone when they click on the custom dialog screen, they should be able to be taken to this screen. So let's go ahead and go to our menu route. Okay, and then go to where there is dialog basics. So we're going to just duplicate this one and call it what? Custom dialog, or dialog custom, the one that you can customize, and then you put there custom dialog, and then I import the dialog. So after doing like this, now we should be able to click here and you're taken to the what? To this empty screen. She just has a placeholder, and to the place we're going to implement our what? Our custom dialog. So let me go ahead and click on the what? On the empty screen. So to save time, I've already created this code, so I'm just going to open it, and then I'll be copying, and I paste, and I explain everything step by step. Okay, so it's dialog custom, which is this one. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to begin, of course, we're going to begin by adding there what? A scaffold. So we'll come here and remove placeholder and put what? And put scaffold. Also remove this constant. So after doing like that, we should have such kind of a what? Of a white screen. So the next thing that we're going to do, we are going to add this app bar. This app bar. So I'll go ahead and import that app bar. Okay, you can create your own custom app bar if you want to. Alright, so then you have our app bar there. So after putting the app bar, now the next thing that we're going to do, we're now going to put the what? The body. So the body is going to be a container, okay, like this one. Okay, after putting the container, this container we're going to leave it to give it an alignment of center. Okay, let me first. This thing is interesting, yeah. This copilot thing. It has already done for us everything that we need. Hey, Copilot, let me first disable Copilot. It is predicting things that I want to do, so I'll end up not doing anything for you. Alright, let me remove Copilot. Alright, so we are here. Then after we're going to do what? To put the child, this center, we're going to put here a child of a button that we want to click, and then it does what? It shows the dialog. So I just copy this button and then come and put here as a child. Let me remove everything that can confuse you. So I believe everyone can create an elevated button that is having this style. Okay, elevated button dot style, and then you put this style that you can see here on your screen. Okay, now we're going to have just a button that is having the word show dialog in the center. Okay, so at this level you should be able to do something like that. So this is just a simple button. Now we want, when you click here, it should show the custom dialog, or the dialog that has our own content in it. Okay, so I'll put the on press listener, which you can see here, that will be called when someone clicks on what? When someone clicks on that button. So now let's go ahead and write a function that is going to be responsible for showing that custom button, custom dialog. So it's going to be just a builder. Just say show dialog, and then put context, and then put pass the context, then you say the builder, and then you open this bracket and put underscore in between, and then you point at custom dialog. So this custom dialog is now the content that you wanted to show in that customized dialog. So it's going to be just a widget that we're going to show inside there. So this is how you write to show a custom dialog. So let's go ahead and do now this function that is going to be responsible for doing what? For returning the custom dialog. So first of all, it's going to be a class. So just copy it and then come and make it a what? A class. Okay, that is going to extend stateful widget. So you can simply say class, and then you say custom dialog. So it is totally outside. Okay, and then we can just simply say stateful like this, and then put custom dialog like that. All right, so I hope you're together there. Let me repeat. Come outside your class and just say stateful widget. So just paste there the word custom dialog, this one here. then we'll have just a stateful widget, meaning that you can as well put your screen or any kind of screen in form of what? In form of custom dialog. And you do everything there as if you're in what? On a full screen. So if I do it like that, so you see it's just a stateful widget, and then it is having what? A state, and then this state is just having a state, a placeholder. So if I click there, you see it is showing, but with a what? With a placeholder in it. You get it? So now inside there is where we're going to put now the what? The content. So after creating a stateful widget, this one here with its state, so you are going to return what we call a dialog instead of a placeholder. So go ahead and return here dialog. All right. Okay. So inside this dialog, it's where we're going to put what we want to show there. So you can even put the scroll view where someone can even be able to scroll. So go ahead and put a child and then put scroll view, and then this scroll view will take child. Of course, it's going to be a what? A column. A column. So I can just make this scroll view to be scroll direction vertical, and then I put inside here a column inside this scroll view. So you can see it is just like kind of an external screen that you're putting in on top of what? Of another screen. And inside here you can do almost everything that you do what? That you want. So I can pass here children, and then come here and pass here text like this. Okay, so I just want to show you what you can possibly do. So here the difference is, instead of returning a scaffold, you're returning what? You're returning a dialog. So when I click open, you'll see that I have my text there. So, but the whole point is we are having like a full scaffold, I mean a full screen or a full UI where we can perform almost everything that we need using what? Using that on top of another screen in form of what? In the form of a dialog. All right, so after doing that, so let's go ahead and proceed with what we're doing. Okay, so after putting the column, so we're going to pass material, and then this material is going to have a what? This kind of a scaffold is the purpose of that material. Okay, so let's go ahead and pass this material widget. Okay, and then after passing material widget, we can give it what? We can give it now a color of primary. So give it color of primary. So import this color. Then after putting the color of primary, the next thing we're going to pass, we're going to give it now the content or the child. So just simply say it has the child, and then the child is going to be what? A container. So designing our custom dialog. Okay, so after doing that, then we go ahead and give this container some height. Right now we're trying to do this thing on top here. Okay, give the container a height of 50, and then we'll have such kind of thing. Then after, we go and put a row inside that container. So just come here and give child and give a row, and then inside there we're going to give children. And the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put here a closing what? A closing button. So on the first, to put the icon button, that's going to be a closing button. Okay, so it is icon button, and then of context, then you put the icon, which is going to be close, and then the color of icon is white in this row, and then you put on press. So when you press, you just say context of whatever context, and then you say pop. So it will fall back and then close the what? The dialog. Okay, so let's okay, so after doing that, the next thing you can put now the text. Okay, and then you make that text to have white color. Sorry, next to this closing icon. Okay, then you say they should have a white color, something like that. So you'll see you're having your custom dialog on top of another screen, and it's having these features, and someone can click there and it closes. All right, so after doing that, you're going to put here maybe like something maybe save. Okay, we're going to put that button of save. So to put the button of save, it's going to be an inkwell that's going to have a splash, and then it's going to have splash, and then a container which is going to have a text of word save. Okay, and then remember to put spacer between here. So if I put it there, it's going to be next here, the word save. You see it? So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put a spacer so it can spread them. Okay, like this. So by doing like that, you have such a beautiful UI. Alright, so after doing that, the next thing now we're going to add the content inside here. So this can be anything that you want. It can be a form, it can be anything that you want, but the whole point is you're able to customize your own dialogue and put any content that you want. Okay, so you can think creatively and start putting content there. So I'm just going to come here after my column here, so you can see how Flutter is powerful. So after the column here, and then I start putting there the content that I want. You see, so this is just a list style that has a title of this, and then a trailing of an icon that is white. So you can see that. Hope you can see that. Okay, hope you can see that. So go ahead and do that. I can even go ahead and put your own content that you want in that dialog. Okay, so this dialog, it means that you will not close the previous screen. You just let the user to use the current screen to do any kind of operation that they want to do on top of another screen, and that is it improves the user experience. Okay, so we proceed. You can go there and add a container. So I'm going to just add this container and then explain things that are there. You can decide. I'm going to explain, but the main point is, like, I've shown you how you can customize a dialog box. So it will be up to you to see what you want to put there. So that's the main point, and I think I've covered it. So inside here, I've just put a container that is having padding of this one, and then I put a column, okay, inside that container, and I make that the item in the column to always be on start. Then after I do what? Okay, after I put a text, okay, that is going to be having the word London here, and then after doing that, I go ahead and put event name, you see, so someone can be able to type in here. Okay, and then here you put, and then someone maybe select a date, select what, and then they do what. You see, it can even scroll, and then you click save, and then you can do some action back here. So I hope you can see that. So you can pause the video and see how I've done this one, but the whole point is I've shown you how you can do what, how you can be able to customize your own dialog box and put anything that you want. That's the whole main point. So I hope you've understood how we can achieve that. Okay, how we can achieve that. I hope you've understood. All right, so just go ahead and try it out. Okay, so I'll mark this custom dialog as what? As done. So we're going to do also another thing. We're going to see, so I've learned how custom dialog can be done. Okay, let's see how we can do such a beautiful dialog, a dialog like this one. So it's going to be almost the same, but the difference is it's going to be the UI. Okay, the difference is going to be the UI. But here, another point is we are able to communicate. You see, a dialog can be able to do what? To communicate to another dialog. All right, so let's go ahead and do this one. Let's go ahead and do this one. So this one, we call it custom information dialog box. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come to our screen. I'm just going to duplicate this current dialog, and we're going just to modify it to suit something like this. Okay, So let's go to our screen, and then we are going to call this one custom info dialog box, or dialog custom information. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll come to this screen that we just created right now. I copy it and I paste it. Okay, so inside here I'm going to call this one dialog custom, and then I put info. Then after putting like that, I come and change the name of the class. So I'll just select this one and then press Ctrl F and press Alt and Enter. And then I come and change this one dialog custom info screen, or information screen. Then after, I just come and change this title to custom information dialog. Okay, so after doing this, then we're going to add it on what? On the main screen, so that when someone clicks there, they should be taken to this second screen that we just created right now, this one with custom info. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll come here to our main screen, which is this one. So I'll come to the main route, which is this one, and just I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to duplicate it, and then call this one custom info screen, and then I press Alt and Enter, and then I just add the other word, maybe information, something like this. So when I save, okay, when I save and someone clicks here, they are taken to this custom information dialog. So we're just going to remove this content and do another content like this one. Okay, so let's go and see. So we've put custom info, and then you put here show dialog, where there is a show dialog, this one here. So it is just the same, like what we did the other one, but the only thing here, we're going to change the user interface. So we're going to begin from here. So I'm going to come here to custom dialog info, and then come here to show dialog, and then come to this guy, and then I'm going to remove the content inside this dialog. Okay, so I'm going to put the data here. So that's the beauty. You can also create these things only one time and just keep on reusing them in your different projects. You see, so this is where you're going to put the content. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So we are going to first of all pass the background and make it transparent. So we'll just come here to this dialog and give the background and make it transparent. Okay, so when someone clicks there, background is transparent of this content. So after doing that, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to give the container and give the height of 150. Okay, so this container is going to have a limited height of 150. So just simply come here and put child and make it container and give it a height of 150. So after doing that, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to give a card inside that container. So come this container and give the child of a card. So after doing that, we are going to go ahead and give the shape of this card. Okay, so let's go ahead and give the shape of that card as rounded rectangle border with a circular rounded of 4. So after giving the shape of the card, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to give the background of the color of that card will be white. Of course, it's already white. All right, so the next thing we're going to do, we're going to give the clip behavior of a silver. Okay, so after doing that, then the next thing to do, I'm going to put there a wrap. So go ahead and put there a wrap. So that's the child of this card, it's going to be wrap, and this one's going to take children. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and start putting the content inside there. So the first thing I'm going to put, the first child is going to be a container that's going to have padding of 20 from all. So I'm going to put the first child, which is going to be container that has padding of 20 all sides. All right. So after doing that, since we have specified our width, so you can come and give the width of infinity. Give the width infinity and the color to be light green with 400. So by doing like that, we'll have that kind of of background color. Then after doing that, we're going to give a column in that card. So you can put your child and put column, and then after give it children. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and give it some content of height to make some padding on top side. Okay, and then after we're going to go ahead and give an icon of this check. Okay, so you see we'll have that kind of, so you can use this one maybe to show someone's account has been verified, or maybe a transaction has been completed successfully, something like this. Or when you have something to show to the user and you want to pop it up. Okay, so after putting that icon, I'm going to give another spacing of this, and then after we're going to put text of account confirmed. So come here, put text of style 50, import the text title, my text title. So this was already in the thing that I gave you, and then give it a color of 50. So account confirmed, so you can see the word is there. All right, so after doing that, the next thing we're going to do, we're going to give it a height of what, of 50, so I mean of 20, so this word cannot collapse. It should not collapse to what, with a border. All right, so after doing that, so designing this, so after doing that, now we're going to go ahead and create another container that is going to put this information. So let's go ahead and put a container. So this container is going to be outside this column. It's going to be now inside the wrap here. So it's going to have width of infinity, since the width already specified it. Okay, and then it's going to have a column inside it. So the child of this content is going to be what, a column, and it's going to have children. So this column is going to have our communication there. Let me reload again. This set is limiting us. Yeah, that height was limiting us. All right. So I hope you can see up to that level, members. Okay. So after putting the short message there, we can go ahead and add more information in that column. It's going to be after putting the information here. So we're going to put now a what? An elevate, a spacer of 10, and then we're going to put an elevated button. This one here. So this button can look like too much code, but it's not too much code. You can as well create it. So an elevated button, and then put here my toast.show, and then it will be passing this information. So you see, so you can pause and look at this button. It's just nothing but just a simple button. So someone can click on get started and then toast to get started. So you see how you can do such a beautiful what? A beautiful UI. This was supposed to be with faith. Yeah. So members, you can see how you can do such a nice what? A nice thing within just a few minutes. Okay, and then you can use this one maybe to show anything that something is confirmed. You can use it to show it a warning. You can use it to show it success. You can use it to communicate to the user effectively, because when it pops up, it means that the user will have to do some action on it. All right, so that is how you can create your custom dialogues. So the whole point here, you can put any content inside this dialogue. Okay. All right, so let's do another dialogue. There are so many that I had prepared for you. Let's do this is the one that is interesting. This one, terms. So you can do something like this. It's nothing but a dialogue which you can put the terms inside there. So we're going to do this one of terms because it looks unique, and then we're going to do this one of achievement. It is just like the one we've just done right now. So you can give yourself a challenge and see if you can do such a dialogue. Okay. So pause the video and challenge yourself. Do a dialogue like this one. Pause the video, challenge yourself, do a dialogue like this one. Pause the video, challenge yourself, do dialogue like this one. Pause the video, challenge yourself, do a dialogue like this one. So those are, we've already done them, kind of custom dialogue, and then you put there any content. Pause the video and do a dialogue like this one. All right, I think we're going to do one like this, and then you'll do the rest. A dialogue like this one, a dialogue like this one. All right, let us do this one, and then also we do the dialogue for terms, and then the rest I'll just show them to you, and then you try them by your own. Okay, so you have to try by your own. All right, so let's go ahead and do this one. This one of a designer. All right, so I'm just going to use this very screen, this very one, and it's the one that I'm going to modify to do this designer dialog box. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll come here to this screen that we just created, and then I duplicate it, and then say designer. Okay, dialog designer, and then we're going to change this one to dialog designer, something like that. All right, so let's go ahead and put it and change the class name. Select the whole class name, press Ctrl F, Alt and Enter, and then go ahead and change dialog designer screen, or custom dialog designer, something like that. All right. Okay, so this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add it on our home page, so that when someone clicks there, they're taking that designer custom dialog. So I'll come to our main route here, and then duplicate the very first one, and then come here and call it designer, import dialog designer, or designer dialog. Right, so now when you click here, I should be able to show you. So let's go ahead and modify the designer dialog. So everything is going to be the same, only that we're going to remove this content inside this dialog and put another content that is totally different. So I'll just come here and remove all the content. I believe everyone can do up to this level. And then inside this content, we're going to put the designer content, or the dialog that I've seen. Okay, so everyone should be able to reach this level. So this is what we're going to do right now. This dialog of header, and we're going to do this one of header, and the achievement. Such an achievement, where do I put it? Current contact us, yeah, in contact us. So dialog contact, right? So contact dialog. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this beautiful dialog. Okay, so the first thing, so have up to show. So we are going to begin immediately from here. Okay, so we're going to begin by returning what? A transparent background. Return transparent background. So let me show it and then I'll be updating. So transparent background. After returning transparent background, we're going to give it a container. So go ahead and give it what? Container. Okay, then after giving it a container, you're going to give it a width of 310. Give it a width of what? Of 310. Alright, so after giving it a 310, go ahead and give it a card inside. So this child of this container, make it a what? Make it a card. So after making it a card, okay, go ahead and give a rounded rectangle border as the shape of this card. Okay, as the shape of this card. So go ahead and give this card a shape of that. Alright, but you can leave it, just an option thing. Give the background color of the card to be white. Okay, so you can make it what? You can make it white. Alright, so after making it white, give the clip design, the clip behavior to be this one. Okay, so after giving it a clip designer to be that one that you can see there, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to okay, so we are designing this and electricity disturbed, so we are putting this one here. Okay, so after we're going to put a wrap. Wrap works like kind of a column, and then so come here and give a child to be wrap, and then after we give alignment of the wrap to be center, and then we give it children, and then we go ahead and create this first what? This first button. So let me show you. This button is just going to be alignment right. It's going to be a container which has an alignment right, and then it has some padding of 5 in all edges, and then it has a child of icon button. Okay, and then you give this icon, and then we say when someone clicks on this icon, on this button, it should pop. Okay, so by doing like that, we'll have something like this. You see, something like this. Beautiful. All right, so after doing that, next to this container, we are going to put a divider. Okay, let's go ahead and put divider there. Okay, then we'll have a divider there. Then after, I'm going to put a height of 10. So height of 10. After doing that, then we'll have something beautiful like that one. Okay, a height of 40. So after doing that, then we're going to go ahead and put a container in there. All right, so go ahead and put a container, and then after putting container, we're going to give padding and width. Okay, padding and width. Okay, then after doing that, we're going to go ahead and create a column inside that container as the child of that container, and then we're going to give it children. So the first child is going to be this, what we call, so we say alignment start of this container. So the first child of this container is going to be circle avatar, and we're going to give it what? A background of asset image of photo number 6, photo mail number 6. Then we'll have something like that. Okay, something like that. You see, it's beautiful. So after doing that, the next thing to it, you are going to give it a height of 10, so it can be spaced. And then after giving a height of 10, let's go ahead and give now the text of this one column. So text of that, then you give it a marks in of So that is what we've done. Then after, I hope you can see, then after doing that, we're going to go ahead and give it the description of this person. This is a photographer, we can call him a designer. Then you see, product designer, that's why I call this one designer. Then after doing that, we're going to give it a height of 35. Okay, then after doing that, we're going to give it now the content of that. So I can give it now here, some Lorem Ipsum. Good. So you see, that's beautiful. So after doing that, we are going to go ahead and put now a height of 35, height of 35, and then we'll have something like this. All right, then lastly, you go ahead and give it now this bottom thing. Let's go ahead and design it together. It's going to be a container that's going to have child of what? Of column. Okay, column. And then this container, we're going to give it background color of blue. And then with the parameter of 900. So right now we're trying to design this bottom thing. Then we go ahead and put the first child of that column inside there. It's going to be text that's going to be centered. All right, so go ahead and give children, and then we're going to call this one text and centered. Contact us on social media, and then do like this. Make this it have a gray color of 20. Then after doing that, we're going to give it 40. Okay, height of 40, so it can be spaced from the next thing. Then after doing that, the next thing we're going to give it a row, so you can have these icons of social media. Let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to give it a row. We're going to have children. So the first thing is going to take a Twitter icon. A Twitter icon is already in that scratch folder that I gave you. That's a Twitter icon. So we put here the row should be centered. So come and put these parameters on this row. Okay, so they can be centered. So you have our Twitter icon. Then after we go ahead and give I will create also some space between them, 25, and then you put the next icon. Okay, so the next icon is going to be a Facebook icon. Okay, something like that. And then the next icon is going to be Instagram icon, following the space of 25, something like this. All right, so after doing that, then you come on the further end in the bottom, in that wrap in the bottom, in the column in the bottom here. So we go ahead and give it height of, next to the row, go ahead and give it a height of 10 or 5, and then you'll have something like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and get padding. This container, we get some padding. This container, which is having blue, we give some padding of 15. All right, so what is limiting our container from touching the edges? Let us see. I think it is this one. So we'll have to remove it here and you put it in the wrap, I think, here. Yep, so we'll have something beautiful like that one. So you can be creative and think of how you can make something even much more better than this. All right, so go ahead and challenge yourself and do this one. Challenge yourself and do this dialogue. Challenge yourself, this one will finish. Challenge yourself and do this one with a dark background, okay, and that kind of green. And challenge yourself and do this one, okay, with this kind of icon. So you give yourself a challenge and also do this kind of dialogue. Okay, challenge yourself and do this one, the review dialogue. Didn't we do this one yesterday? Challenge yourself and do this one. So all those that have told you to challenge yourself, please don't undermine yourself. Just give yourself a challenge, as I've said, and do this kind of dialogues. Okay, this one of a post, you can as well do it. Okay, so that's it for dialogue. I've just shown you the main concept, which is being able to customize the dialogue and put there your own content. So the rest, you can be creative and see how you can make use of those dialogues. Let's go ahead. You can also do something like this. So you just pause the video and then try those things by your own. So when you try, it's when you get enough experience about it. All right, let's go ahead and have a short break of 5 minutes or 4 minutes. So 20 past 5, 20 past 3, we should be resuming the next session. Immediately at 20 past 3, we should be resuming the next session. And make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel, so when I post other videos, you get the notification. All right, we meet in the next session after 4 minutes. Hello, and how are you? And welcome to our 12th session of mastering Flutter user interface series. So in previous session, we looked at how we can customize dialog boxes, and we look at so many examples that different ways of how we can implement it. So in this session, we are going to learn how we can create expanding widgets in Flutter. So always do 40 minutes, and you can see our time has started. So let's go straight and start at today's topic of expand in Flutter widgets. So expand, it will help you to collapse information such as this one, and then you show it when someone clicks on the expand icon on the expand button, and it can help you to organize your things in a very cleaner way, and someone will only be seeing information when it is required. So that's what we're going to look at right now. So we're going to see how we can do such a kind of thing, and then we're going to also design a flight ticket like this one. This one can even be the order for your e-commerce project, e-commerce app, and then someone can do like this to expand and see the details. So we're going to see how we can implement all these things today. So we're also going to see how you can create an invoice and also be able to expand and also collapse it. So that's what we're going to look at right now. So without wasting much time, let's go straight into our today's business and start implementing these features of Flutter, the expanding. All right. So let's begin by creating this basic expand, so you can first understand the concept of expanding and collapsing widgets. So I'll go and do and create another folder for expand. So this, come to screens, then come here and say new directory. I'm going to call it expand. Okay, and then this expand, we're going to create a fresh new new screen that we're going to call expand basic, and then say that. So in this screen, it's where we're going to demonstrate the basics of expanding and collapsing widgets in Flutter. So let's go ahead and create here a stateful widget and call it expand screen. All right, so let's go ahead and import the material UI. Then after, we're going to go ahead and add this to our main screen or to our menu, so that when we should be able to access it, when they click there, they should be able to. Guys, just a minute. Let me first pick my boss. So we're going to put this expand into our home screen. So I'll come to the menu and then duplicate this one, and then after we're going to call this one expand screen, and then call this one expand, and then we can call it maybe expand basic. Okay, the basic of expanding. all right, so I want when someone click here, they should be taken to the basics of expanding. So when I click there, I'm taking this empty screen. All right, so let's go ahead and demonstrate this basic expanding. So the first thing we're going to do, we're going to begin by putting the scaffold. Then the first thing that we're going to add the title and make the background to be gray. So I believe everyone can do this at this moment. Alright, so after doing that, we're going now to put there the body. That's going to be a scroll view. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to give it some padding of 40. Make it vertical. Okay, now I hope everyone can do this at this level. Now we go ahead and put column as a child of this. The children. Okay, so we're going to begin by putting our first expanding, this one. Okay, so it's going to be kind of a widget, a separate widget. So I'll call it panel 1. So let's go ahead and create that method. Okay, it's just going to return a what? A widget. Okay, so we're going to return a what? A card. So this is a card. So return a card. So card, it must take a child. Why is it crying? Supposed to be widget, eh? Okay, so there you go. Okay, so in here now, how do you create this expanding feature? So you can first put these first parameters of our normal card, then go ahead and add now the expanding feature. So the expanding feature is going to be just first going to be a column. So this card is going to have a child of column, and this column is going to have children. So the first child of this column is going to be this text that's going to have the word expand. And okay, so we're going to put a container and put this first content. So I can pause the video and explain it. So it is going to be a container that has a row inside, and this row is having the container of 15, so the first word should be distanced from the margin, and then it has a spacer, so it can separate this icon and this one, and then it has an angle of animation. So this one is the rotation animation. Okay, so this transform, this icon that you're seeing here, the button here, it is being surrounded by transform.rotate. So this transform.rotate is the one that is going to be doing the logic of rotating this icon from top to bottom. Okay, so that is transform.rotate. So transform.rotate, it takes an angle of which you want to rotate in. Okay, so it's going to create an animation dot value, and then put mathpy and then say 180. So you should be able to rotate it at 180. Let's first create this variable called animation 1. So it's this one, the first one. We call it animation 1. It's going to be responsible for the first animation. So let's go ahead and create it. So you can come here, create it on top here, and then say so you're going to define it let, and then say animation, then you open square bracket, and then say animation 1, and then here you can say animation view. So after doing that, the next thing we're going to define them now by creating the init state. Okay, so go ahead and create init state, initialize state. Let me just create it, just say init state here, init state. So inside here, so we're going to define this animation. Okay, so define the first animation, which is going to be animation 1 goes to be twin, and then say begin at 0, and when it should end at at 180 degrees, and then you give it a controller. So you're going to define this controller, and then the animation view is going to be cover me animation. That's the type of animation that is going to take the controller also 1. Okay, and then it is going to take a curve of curve linear. So let's go ahead and and define this controller 1. So to define this controller 1, we just simply define an animation like this animation, give it double, and then I'll define this controller 1. So you're going to have two controllers also, since you're going to deal with two things. So I'm going to give it controller 1 and then define it from here. Okay, so controller 1, you have to define it first before you define the animations. So I'm going to copy these controllers and define them on top, because they are going to be used by the animations. Okay, so controller is going to be animation controller. So you part vsync. So if you're going to pass vsync, you have to extend this one with the ticker provider. Okay, ticker provider, this one here. So you come to the state and then add with the ticker provider mixin. Okay, after putting the state, and then add with ticker provider mixin, and then come here and then say animation controller, then say vsync, and then pass this, and then say duration that you want to animate. Okay, so after doing that, then this one will be for the second for the second animations. You can also define them at once, because we're going to have both of them. So we're going to define animation 1 and animation 2, which is this one here, and the view that we're going to control it. Alright, so after doing that, we're going to define the mathematics value, so you can be able to get can be able to calculate the pi. So you import it, just say import that math as math, then it will be enough. So come here on top and say import that math as math, it will be enough for you to get for your mathematics. So let me first comment this one and see if you have the icon that will be able to toggle. So we have to restart the screen. Okay, so here we should now be able to do what? To toggle the icons. So I'm going to create the logic that's going to be responsible for toggling or for switching something from back to forth. Otherwise, you can pause the video and see how I've defined these values, how I've defined them, how I imported the math, and how I initialize them in a what? On start with different animations. Okay, now after doing that, now we're going to do the real animation by calling, when someone clicks here, we should call the toggle. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that method that's going to be toggling the two. So I just simply press Alt and Enter and say create method. So this method is just going to return void, and then it will be checking whether it has expanded the first value or not. Okay, so these are going to be just booleans with true or false. So we can put them on top here. So the first one will be just checking if the first is expanded, it should collapse it. If it is not expanded, it should do what? It should expand it. Something like that. Okay. So you put controller.forward, it will do what? It will expand. If you say controller.reverse, it will do what? It will do the opposite. So you see, now we're able to toggle our controller here. Now what's remaining is now to really hide and display. So to do that, we're going to come to our text. So this is the first row that we created, that even has the logic of toggling. Then after that row, now we're going to put the size translation that's going to be responsible for expanding and collapsing. So let's do that together step by step. So after putting this row here, can collapse this container. Let's go ahead and put what you call size transition. So size transition is going to take animation factor. So we put here the view that we defined. Okay, and then it is going to take what? It's going to take the content that you want to be to be displaying and hiding. Okay, so just go ahead and put here child, and then put the content that you want to expand and hide. Okay, so it's going to be a column, so I can just copy the content and explain it. Okay, so I'll copy it and explain it. So that's how you do it. That's how you define an animation. So I'll just simply come here. So the content inside here is just a normal content. Okay, it's just a normal content. I hope you can see that. Okay, so when I save, then I'll have the content like that. It's just nothing but a column. Okay, that is having also maybe a button of hiding, and this button of hiding, its task is just to toggle whatever is there. So you see, I can expand, I can hide, I can expand, I can hide. Okay, I can expand, I can hide. So I can try it also in different ways. So the main thing is just to initialize the controller, create the controllers and the animations, and then implement them as I've just shown you. Okay, so this one will hide and expand like the way you see here. Okay, so that is it. Alright, you can proceed now to this one, which has an input in it where I can expand it and hide it. Alright, so let's see how I can implement that. So I come to a column. So you put another build number 2. Okay, so let me go ahead and create that widget. Okay, now in this widget you're going to just return a card like we did in the previous one. Okay, so in this card we're going to give it child of what? Of column, so you can have our first column here that will be responsible for expanding and hiding. Can give it height and alignment on top here. So after giving it alignment, the next thing is now just going to put the content inside there. So this content is just going to be this top thing that you're seeing here. We can as well design it. So in here we're going to put now the toggle that will be toggling that second widget. It's just a simple method, as you can see it here. So I'll come here and add that toggle method. It will just check if the first thing is defined. If it is expanded, it expands. If it doesn't expand, it collapses it. So if I save, I should be able to do what? To expand and collapse the icon. Then you go ahead and put the what? Now the content that should be expanded and hidden. Okay, so that content is going to be next to this first item that we just displayed. Okay, next to this one, next to this input word in the input row. Then I'm going to put what? Size transition. Remember with the second widget, so I'm going to come here and put size transition. So in this size transition, I'm going to give it what? A second what? Size factor or controller. So it's the one that will be responsible for collapsing and hiding. So this, you see how we defined it, all that. Right. So after doing that, the next thing I'm just going to put now the column that is going to hold the content of what I want to display when someone clicks on expand. So this content can be any content of your own. Okay. So you see, it is nothing but a column that is having a what? An input, the decoration field. I mean an input field, a text field, something like that, and then it has an input decoration like that. Then here we have a row that is having a male. Of course, it's going to be a drop down of male and female. So we're going to pass here. We're going to create a variable of gender that is going to have male and female. But let me just leave this one. Just want to make it simple. Here is just nothing but what? The content that you want to display in there. And then here I show you, I give you a controller where you can also hide it. From what? From the within buttons. Okay, so this is nothing but the content that you want to be inside that. So we can be able to hide, we can be able to expand, and be able to collapse. So you can pause the video and make sure that you try them and make sure that they do what? They do work, and make sure that you understand them. So that's how we implement the collapse and hide in a basic way. So I hope you've seen and I hope you've learned. So now let's go ahead and see how we can implement an invoice like this one. An invoice like this. Then if we implement this one, then it means that for you can also go ahead and implement the ticket, okay, something like that. All right, let's go ahead and implement the invoice. All right, so I'm just going to create a new screen that I'm called expand invoice screen that. Let's say stateful widget. Remove this one. There we go. So let's go ahead and add this one to our main home screen. So someone should be able to click there. Okay. Come to menu route. Duplicate this. Put it there. And then put here expand invoice. Okay. Now when someone clicks here, they should be taken to expand invoice. So I click expand invoice, they are taken to there. Okay. However, we can create a separate section. We forgot to create a separate section for dialogues. So this is for dialogues. And this is for expand. All right. So we're going to design an invoice like this one, where someone can be able to expand their orders, can be able to collapse and see, just like the way you see it here. Okay, let's do this. Okay, so let's go to the screen. Expand invoice screen, and let's go ahead and start designing the invoice screen. Expand invoice. Go here, expand invoice screen route, and then we're going to do what? We're going to we're going to begin by creating this screen. Okay, so you see there's a lot of controllers in there, but no problem, we're going to create it. We're going to do what it takes to come up with something beautiful like this. Okay, so let's go ahead and begin with adding the scaffold. So our scaffold is going to have the background color of white. There we go. Then it's going to have a single scroll view as the body. Okay. Alright, so after doing that, again, now to give this single scroll view a column as its child, and then I'm going to give it children, and then those children is we're going to give the up bar. So I'm going to copy the up bar and then explain it. So this up bar is going to be scrollable. Okay, so it's going to be an up bar that's going to have an elevation of 0, and then it's going to have this color, okay, the brightness of light, and then the color of teal, and then the background color of teal, and then the leading icon, which is going to be an icon button where someone can click and then we pop up, okay, this one here. Then at the end we're going to put up the pop-up menu, and then this pop-up menu we're going to put what? We're going to put settings and maybe display settings. Alright, so that's what we're going to have. So if I do like this and I save, we'll still have something beautiful like this, where someone can even click there and get the settings. Okay, so after doing that, I hope you've seen how I've done it, but it's scrollable. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create a container that's going to contain this top content that you're seeing here. So let's just design that top content together. So after putting the upper, we're going to put a container and then give it children. Okay, we're going to give it alignment of center and width of infinity, and give it that color of teal, something like this. Okay, I have that one. Okay, so I hope you can also do something like that. All right, after doing that, so the next thing we're going to put now the the child of column, which is going to contain this content. So child and put column, and then you are going to have children. So in those children, so you're going to pass this first total and then the second total and give them what? Color of white. So I'll come and import my text styling here and here, so you can have a white color there. Okay, so when you save, we have something beautiful like this one. Okay, we have something nice like that. So we have to make it alignment always be at start, cross align start. Okay, you see it is simple and straightforward. Then after putting the total, then you can put maybe the height. After putting the height, and then the next thing we're going to do, we're going now to put the row that is going to have these two, the invoice number and then the word purchase in bottom of it, which is going to be a column, and then it has a spacer, and then at the further end it is going to have a what? This feature icon, feature button, this one here. Okay, so you have something like this. So you can pause the video and look at just this row. It is straightforward. Okay, so I hope you can understand this. I hope you can see how I've just achieved that with a spacer that separates this between. Okay, then after doing that, now we're going to put now the content that is going to follow here. It's going to be outside this green color, the teal color. So I'm just going to copy that and then I explain that box. So I'm going to come here outside this teal color here. We collapse that teal color and then put this kind of design. So it is having the invoice date, as you can see it there, So it is just a row that has an calendar icon in beginning, and then followed by a column here that is having the invoice date in that font, and then the date itself in that font that you're seeing there. So after doing that, now we're going to see how we put a divider and then start working with the logic of expanding and collapsing. So shall go ahead and put here the divider. Okay, so the divider is there, but it's not very clear. This device has an issue with divisors. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do, I'm now going to put what? The container that is going to have the content for expanding and collapsing. Okay, so I'm going to copy it and explain it. So it's going to be items. This one is in a row. By saying that items, they're in a row. So I'll come here and put items like this. So they're in a row. Okay, so we're going to have at the end here at the end, we're going to have our what? Our animation. That's like the way we did the other time. That's going to be rotating between 90. That's going to be rotating in minus 180 degrees and also 180. Okay, this one between 0 and 180. Okay, so we're going to create the first animation controller. Let's go ahead and create it. This one here, I'm going to create these variables, all of them, and then I'll explain one by one, so we shouldn't repeat ourselves. So let me come here on top and create all these variables here. Okay, we make sure it is expanding ticker. So make sure that it's having with the ticker provider at the end here. Okay, then after, we're going to create the init state and initialize these icons. Okay, these variables that we've just created. So you can pause the video and look at those variables. Each of it has a in meaning. It's there, they're just controllers. So let's go ahead and create the init state. So just simply come here and say init state. So when the screen starts, this variable should be defined as follows. Okay, as follows. Okay, so having a main controller, it's having an animation controller, and then say vsync, this duration is equal to that. Just go ahead and define these ones. As you can see those on the screen, of course, because most of them I've just explained them right now, so they shouldn't confuse right now. So now I hope you can pause the screen and see. So there are many, because we're going to use them in what? In many views for expanding and collapsing. So here we go ahead and import math. Okay, so after importing math, so the next thing is now to define this toggle that will be collapsing the items information. So create as a method. Okay, this method is just going to be here, checking if the first thing is expanded, it should expand. If it doesn't expand, it should do what? It should reverse it. Okay, so I understand. So I'll restart my screen. You can see that. So I should be able to at least switch in one way or the other. So now here, after columns, after container, we're going to put the what? The items themselves. Okay, and the items are going to be like these ones. Okay, so let's go ahead and define those items. So the items are going to be surrounded with the what? With the size transition, this one here. And the size transition is going to take the first animation that we will be controlling when you call this toggle. Okay, Then the item, let me copy this one and then explain it. So I'll pause the video and do it. So it's going to be here next to it. And then we have here the row. Okay, this is just a row. So I'm just defining this one. So it is a row that is going to have the first icon, and then it's going to have column that's going to have this expand and collapse. So the first row is this first one, which is having the web design, and then having expanded, and then the value there. Hope you can see that. So that's the first row. This is the second row. So once you design one row, you can go ahead and design the rest. Okay, that are having the items. Okay, but the main point here, items are surrounded with the what? With the size transition, the one that can be controlled to expand and collapse. Hope you can see that. Okay, so you try it out and make sure that you're able to achieve something like this. So you save, and then you'll be able to do what? To expand and collapse, expand and collapse. I hope you can see that. Okay, so our time is up for the next session. So I give you a challenge to go ahead and finish this description. So this description is the same exactly, but for it is just lorem ipsum or plain text. So go ahead and challenge yourself and do the one for description. Go ahead and challenge yourself and do the one for what? For the address, since I've already finished for you this one. So when you challenge yourself, it is when you really know that you're getting the concepts, or you're not getting concepts, you need to watch again. So challenge yourself and do this. Okay, so you should have a complete thing that you can collapse like this, that you can preview like this. All right, so that's it for this session. Let's have another short break of 5 minutes. So 4:15, we should be coming back for the very last session for today. And in that session, it's where we're going to look at how we can design the grids like these ones. Okay, so this flight ticket, you can look at its UI and challenge yourself if you can do something like this, which has also an expand and hide. Okay, so go ahead and challenge yourself and see if you can do something like this one. Okay, so that's what you're going to do as a challenge to you. All right, so let's go and have a break, and then after 7 minutes we come back for the very last session of today. See you after 7 minutes. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo and I welcome you to another lecture of mastering Flutter user interfaces. In today's lecture, we are going to look at grid user interfaces, and also, if time allows, we'll go ahead and look at lists user interfaces. So without wasting much time, let's go straight into our today's business and look at this thing that we're going to learn today. So I've already opened the project that we always use to work with. I'm going to add another section called grid. So I'll come to our main route, and then I'm going to duplicate this one, and put grid. And then we're going to put the grid basics. Okay, Okay, so we're going to create a screen where someone clicks there. We take them to the what? To the grid basic screen. So let's first create a section, a new category, a new directory for grid. And inside here, we're going to put a new file that we're going to call grid underscore basics.dat. Okay, then let's go ahead and create stateful widget and put grid screen. You go ahead and import everything. All right, so after doing that, we're going to add this on the main screen so someone can be able to do what? To click there, and then we take them to the grid main screen. Good. So now when you click on grid main screen, it should take you there to that screen with a placeholder in it. So now in there, we are going now to start putting the grid content. Okay. So we're going to see how we can do such a grid. Okay, such a grid user interface. Okay, this is what we're going to see how we can do. So we come, the first thing we're going to put scaffold, of course. So return a scaffold. Then after, we go ahead and add the app bar. And in this app bar, we put grid basics. So you can put basic grid. Then you have such kind of what? Of an app bar. Okay, so in our scaffold, we are now going to put the body. So our body is going to be a grid adapter. So this grid adapter, I already created it, but I'm going to rebuild it together with you, so you can do what? You can be able to understand what is there, what's supposed to be there. Okay, so we have grid adapter. It takes just items and maybe on click listener, and then after we put .get view, so you can be able to do what? To display that grid in our screen. So right now what we're going to do, we're going to see how we can generate such a what? Such kind of an adapter. Okay, so it's an independent class that is going to have the grid logic and the rest, and then for it to be just returning the what? The user interface. Okay, so just like we have models, it is better to have also the logic of lists of user interfaces, I mean of widgets separate, and also the logic of creating something that's going to display things such as the width, and such as the list and the rest. You put it separately. Okay, so we're going to create a class that we're going to call a grid adapter, and then that's class that we'll be calling to display any kind of what? Any kind of grid that you want. So let's go ahead and create here a separate folder that I'm going to call adapters. So in those adapters, we're going to have different items that will be displaying in there. So the first adapter that we're going to add there is the grid basic adapter. Okay, the grid basic adapter. So I'll just simply come there and say new new file. I can call it grid basic adapter.dat. So in there, we're going to put the logic that is just responsible for what? For creating the grid information or the grid adapter. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do there, we are going to create a class called grid adapter, and then we're going to give it different parameters. Okay. The first thing we're going to give it a list of items, and then a list of items. So list of items, it will be now the list of what we want to be displaying. For example, this one will be accepting only strings. Okay, so it's going to be a list of what? Of strings. Okay, so that's the first thing that we're going to give it. So the next that we're going to give it, we're going to give it a list of tiles. Okay, item tile. So item tile is nothing but our custom class, okay, that we're going to create right now. So let's go ahead and create a class called what? Item tile. Okay, so it's kind of our model or our widget that we want to be displaying. So I'm going to come here in bottom here and create a tile. So it is a class called item tile, and then it extends the stateless widget. Okay, so import the stateless widget. Just a stateless widget. Then inside this class is going to have an object that's going to be responsible for displaying, and also the index, and also the function that when someone clicks on that item, what action should be done. Okay, so it's going to return, it's going to have now a constant of an item tile that's going to take a key, and then the index, and then the object. Okay, so the index is going to be like a number of that will be the ID of that particular item, and also the on-click listener, like when someone clicks on it, what should be done. So that is a constructor. Like when you're creating this item tile, you must pass these three things. Then after doing that, then you put here on-click listener. So when someone clicks on it, we want to call this on-click listener. So be just calling that item and pass it the index and the object that has been clicked on. Then after, we give down this item the build, on build. Okay, the build. So it will take the context and then say we're going to have now stack. So now start building your user interface. Okay, so this user interface is going to just be an image. So it's going to be stack. So in case you want to put something on top of it, it's going to be stack. Okay, and then we say children, and then this children we pass image.asset, and then you pass the object. Since this object is just a string or a location of the image, we just pass the object, and then you give it the height of infinity and width of infinity, and then you say it should be fit, and then say cover, and then you pass here the material, so someone should be able to do what, to when they click they see that kind of a ripple. Okay, and then put the inkwell, and then after putting the inkwell, you put the opacity, and then the splash. Okay, and then after we put the on tap. So when someone clicks on tap, we'll be calling this on click item, and then this on click item, and this on click item we'll be calling the on click object or the function that was passed. Okay, so that's it, and that's it. Then this container, we make it having the width the child of this material. It's going to be a container that's going to have width of infinity and height of infinity. So by doing like this, you can pause and look at this class. Can look at a bit confusing, but it will make sense once you do it, once you understand. Okay, so this is just a kind of widget that will be displaying per time. Then this is on click item listener. Okay, so after doing that, now with this class is now the adapter that is independent and created separately. Okay, so I want now to be able to do what, to deploy it or to display it. So in order to display it, I want to give it another method called onView. So this onView, getView is the one that is going now to compile this widget and the data that will have passed here. So let's go ahead and create that onView, getView. So this get view is going to be in this main class here on top here. Okay, so this get view, it will just say grid.count. It is going to create a grid with this grid.count is going to be a list of a number of grid item that you want to display. So it's a grid.count, it return grid.count, and then you say scroll direction should be vertical, and then you say cross axis spacing should be 2, and then say main axis spacing should be 2, and then say padding should be all 2, and then you say cross axis count it should be 3. So this one you just saying maybe this axis should be 3, and then the spacing should be 2 between them. So this spacing that is between them should be having the pixels of 2. And then after you give the children, so the children is going to be a list of this list of items that someone will have passed here. Okay, so that is how you create an independent adapter that will be responsible for displaying the data. Okay, and that is very effective in a way that things will only be built when they are required. So you can pause the video and try to understand this one. So almost all our adapters we're going to be doing, they're going to be looking like these ones. Okay, so after doing the adapter, after creating the adapter, then you're going to see that displaying this item in our in our main scaffold is going to be just clean to implement. All right, let's go ahead and now go to our main scaffold or to our main grid screen, and then it's going to just see, which is just as simple as this. Then you have a complete thing. So we're going to have a body. So here the body is going to be our grid basic adapter. Press Alt and enter, and then you say you open it, so you'll be like initializing it, and then here you're going to pass the items that it needs here as the first parameter, and then this here we're going to pass the on click method, like when someone clicks on it, what should be shown. Okay, so this on click method you can create it here. You can create it here within the state widget here. So you just simply say on click method, it will take index and the object, which is the string that someone has clicked on, and then maybe when someone clicks on it, you'll be making a toast. So I mean that when someone clicks on this item, you'll be doing what? You'll be making a toast here and show what someone has really clicked on. So maybe you can do other logic, maybe navigating them to another screen, something like that. So let's go ahead and pass. Sorry. So this one's going to be grid dot. Okay, so you pass, and then the second thing we pass the on click listener, and the third thing, I think that's it, and then you put dot get view, like this. All right, so now this first is going to be a list of strings, or a list of item strings. Okay, so to get the list of items of strings, we are going to use our dummy data that comes with your with the Scratch project that I gave you. So I'll just simply come here and I put our list of items. So it can just be a list of string, and then you pass it here. So I have to create this constructor. I'm using the wrong thing. Be the other side. This one here. So let's create our constructor. I've not created the constructor. So our constructor here it's going to be, so you come to this grid and then put what will be receiving. It's going to be grid basic. It should be the same name as this one, and then you say this dot items. So when someone will be calling this one, they must be providing the items, and then you must be also providing the click listener when someone clicks on it. Then you loop through these items, you loop through them, and then say item dot add. Then here you pass the item tile, which is this user interface, and then put index, pass the index that it needs, and then pass the object, which is going to be items, which and the string of the string or the image that you want to display, and then pass on click, and then pass this on click listener. So by doing like this, you'll be able to do what? To create this one. So these items, to generate them, we just simply say items.dummy.get nature images. So this one will come with a Scratch project that I gave you. This is nothing but it gives you a list of what? Of nature images that in the Scratch project that I did what? That I gave you. It loops through them, and then after looping through them, it shuffles them and then return back. Okay, so it's just your data that you want to display. So by doing like this, you see, you're able to get something like that. So you can put multiple dummy data. So you can add here after getting the nature images. You can add, so say items dot. So come here to build. Wait. Should be here in the build. So every time you build, so you say items dummy.get nature images. So you say add all, then you add all the what? The nature images. You add like multiple nature images. Okay, so here you can get different kind of images that are in the dummy data that I gave you. Okay, so this is just like maybe the data that comes from the API or the data that comes from anywhere, and then you add it there. Then after you loop and send it to what? To the user interface. So you'll be able to get something like this. You see, when I click, I'm able to know. So you just pause the video and go slowly by slowly. You'll be able to understand. I know it can be kind of confusing for the first time. So we just created this adapter, and that's what you just need to know how to create. However, there are also maybe simpler way that I will show you how you can do this. But this is the hard way and the most effective way, or the cleaner way of doing things, whereby the logic of your items, they are separate in a different adapter, and also your items, the display of your data is separate in a different what? In a different screen, or in a different layout. Okay, that is how things should be done, though it can look a little bit confusing at this moment. So this dummy are just adding the strings of images in these items, and then here I pass the items, and then I click listener. So when someone click on this, it will be calling this one, and then I just display it here. Okay, so when you do like that and open, see, it will create a nature images and shuffle them. This is just for the user interface, but when we go to now implementing the real data, you'll be able to do what? To understand them properly. I hope you can see that. So you can create such a beautiful widget. You can create maybe an album. You can create maybe a photo gallery, image gallery application, and implement such kind of things. So let us proceed. Right now we're going to see how you can do a widget like this one. Okay, so it's going to be the same, exactly the same, but here you just simply say they're going to be two, and then here you put the user interface is going to be a little bit different, and it's going to have just an item in front of it. Okay, so since you're having a stack there, you can go ahead and do what? And display item in front of it by putting the image next to it. Okay, so all right, let's go ahead and create this one. It's just exactly the same knowledge, but this just to change in the user interface. Okay, let's look at something different. Let's do this, and then you'll challenge yourself by doing another one. Let's do this section, okay? Because this one is just the same. This one with a single line is just exactly the same. All that you need is just to modify. For example, here is just to modify what you need to show here. And the grid adapter, you can just simply come here. So since you have stack here, let's say you have stack, okay, so bottom to it, or can come here, bottom to this one, you can put your text, and then display what you want to display. For example, I can say I display the object, which is a string, and then you'll see you have that. So if you pass style, you see you have that with a white color. So you can use positioned, and then you make it to be on bottom. You see it is now in bottom here. Okay, so I can say maybe max line should be 1, then I have it like that. So if you want to put a text, some content, I mean something in between this text and the image, you can just simply put here container, and then give it a width of infinity, and then give it some height of maybe 50, give it some color, color of black. Then you see have that container. So you can also make it positioned, and then give it bottom, say 0, so it will be at bottom. So aligned, I think. Can give it height of infinity. Let's see. So it's going to cover the image. Then you give it transparency with opacity of 0.2. Then you see you'll have that layout that is between them. I hope you can see that kind of layout between the image and the text. Hope you can see it. Okay, you see it, the image is there, and then there is another layout between them. Then you can go ahead and do what, and change this one maybe to bluish. See, you have something like that. I think black is better. Okay, so and then after you can come and maybe give this text some container padding, and then say maybe padding all of 8, so it can be there like that. Can be container and give it margin, something like that. So you can design any kind of this basing on what I've just elaborated to you here. You can use stack. So here I used show you. So you just change the user interface. So here is a what? Align. Okay, so you put stack and then you put align, then you say align bottom, then to be able to align your content in bottom. So you see, I have a stack of image on top, and then after the stack of image on top, I have align bottom, which is going to be what? Which is going to be this eye that you see here. Okay, and then it's an icon. Then I have after align bottom, then I have the container, which is having that opacity, the background with opacity of this color, and then inside it there is a what? There is a text of this row that is having an icon and what. So by implementing this, you'll be able to achieve exactly what I want. So instead of doing this fresh tutorial for this, you can just challenge yourself and change the UI and do the UI that you need. So instead of putting position here, you can as well use what? You can as well use align. Let me remove this. You see? Then you just put align there. Then display this one as what? As a object. And give it maybe max line. See, you can put here maybe some text. So you see, you're able to achieve that. So if you want to change the number of grids, you can just simply come here, instead of 3, you just simply put 2, and then you'll have something like that. Okay, so it's just changing the user interface, but the logic is exactly the same. So I'll let you challenge yourself. I'll let you challenge yourself by going ahead and change the what? The user interfaces. Okay, so I hope you see that. So you can also just challenge yourself by doing this. Okay, so once you get the concept, that means that you'll be able to do what? To do anything. Okay, all right. So see our time, having 9 minutes. Let's see if we can start the list. Or yeah, I think we can stop from there for today. Then the next lecture I can start and design these lists. Okay, and design these lists, or we do them right now and we are done with them. All right, now let's start with the next lecture and you see how you can do this kind of list. You can drag and also can have multi-selection. All right, let's start with the next lecture with this one. So for this one, we'll stop it from here, and then you'll challenge yourself by doing the remaining thing that I've asked you to do, like modifying the grid, its user interface, and also maybe presenting it in a different way. So in the next lecture, we'll go ahead and start with the list and also look at what? at different menus such as these ones. So make sure that you don't miss in the next lecture. For today, we'll stop from there. Make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel so you can be updated. Okay, unless there's a question or some remarks, but for today, we'll stop from there. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo back, and I welcome you to our 14th lecture of mastering Flutter UI. As you know, we always do 40 minutes, so I'll go ahead and start our timer. In today's lecture, we're going to look at how we can do different kind of lists, user interfaces, and with good programming practices. So with that much time, with that much said, let's go straight into our today's business and we start implementing what we've just said. All right, so this is our project that we always use to demonstrate with. I hope you can see it. So what I've done, I've just launched it to my emulator, and if you remember clearly, this is the last thing that we did in the previous video. So if this is your first video, I recommend you to follow the previous videos that we've been demonstrating or that we've been teaching. If you want to start from here, then you have to download first the Scratch project, and the link is in the description of this video. So you download that project, and after downloading it or after cloning it, you put on your computer. So the remaining examples, you'll be able to do it to get something that is familiar to this. So the advantage of that project, it comes with source code that gives you the assets that you will not need to again suffer with the assets such as images, constants, models. So for us, so that the work that we'll be concentrating on should be the user interfaces. So let's go ahead and start. So I'll assume that you have this project on your computer and you're ready to go do it to get started. All right, so today we're going to look at lists. So I'll go ahead and open our demonstration application. Hope it's on this app. It's on the other app. All right. Let me compile it. So we are going to look at how we can do different kinds of lists. So this is what you're going to do, a basic list, how you can do such kind of a list, okay, and someone can click and you're able to tell where someone has clicked. So we'll go after, we'll do section list, where you have a section and then display different kinds of data on that list. We'll go ahead and do a list so you can have an expanding, where you can click and then expand. Also, we'll go ahead and do a list where you can be able to do what? To drag, like this one, where you can move the user to another level and also move this one to this level. A list where you can drag items. Okay, we'll go so ahead and do a list where you can swap an item like this, and that swap item gets disappeared. Okay, so you can implement that feature in different ways. So we'll do that list also. Then we'll also do the list which can support multi-selection, or can support more than one item. Also, we'll do a list of such kind, like a news application. Then also I'll leave you with a challenge of doing a list like this one if I finish the other one, and also a challenge of doing a list like this one if I'll have finished the other ones. All right, so that's what we're going to do today. So we have a lot of things to do together, right? So without wasting much time, I'm going to launch here our application. Now this is the one that I always follow. Okay, then stop this one. Then we start without wasting much time. Let's start. Okay, so this is application. Okay, this application. So we are starting real business right now. Our timer is showing 35 minutes. So 5 minutes were just for introduction and explain what we're going to do. So let's go ahead and do now serious business. So we're going to create a section for the what? For the list here. So we'll come to our menu here and then create another section for the what? For the list. So I'll come here and copy this and create another section called lists. Okay, and then you can change the icon, put the icon of list there if you want to. So after doing that, so the next thing we're going to put now an item that is going to navigate us to the list. So I'll come here and call this one lists. All right, so after doing that, we are going to go ahead and create now the list user interface itself. Okay, the basic list. We are going to begin by creating this list, this one here. Lists. We're going to begin by creating this basic list. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to create a special category, a special folder for the screens of lists. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come here to screens and then create new directory. I'm going to call it lists. Okay, so in this list I'm going to put list basics. So I'll come here and say new file. So I'm creating now the screen of the list basics. So I can say lists basic. Okay, .dat. So this is the screen itself. All right, so after doing that, the next thing we're going to put now the real list of that here. So we'll go ahead and collapse and then we go to where this is, and I'm going to start explaining everything. Okay, let me first put just a stateless widget, a stateful widget that I'm going to call lists basic. Then after doing that, we'll go ahead and import. Remove this key. We rename this list basic. All right, so after I can come here and put a placeholder of text. I believe everyone can do this. So after doing that, so we're going to link this list to our main screen so that someone should be able to click and then move to this list. So we'll come to our main screen. This is the one. I'll go ahead and remove this and put lists, and I import it. So after doing that, now if someone click on these lists, you should be able to do what? Wait. When someone clicks on what? On this list, it should be able to be taken to the what? To the basic list. This one is called basic list. Okay, so when I click here, I should be able to be taken to this basic list item. All right, so this is where the class is. All right, so that's where we're going to start from now, creating a what? Our list. So I'll come here to our screens or the routes, and then I come to where I put the lists here, and then basic list is here. All right, so after doing that, now let's go ahead and start designing the what? The real list there. Okay, so the first that we're going to do what? We're going to create a scaffold. Okay, scaffold first. So I'll come here and put scaffold. So you return here and put scaffold. All right, so after putting the scaffold, we'll have something beautiful like that. Okay, let me first disable Copilot because it is giving me the answers before. All right, so after putting the scaffold, so the next thing we're going to put the up bar. So everyone knows how to put the up bar on this scaffold, and then me, I'll import mine. You can also design your own up bar in that way, and then just keep on importing it. All right, so after putting the up bar, so the next thing that we're going to do, we're going now to put the what? The list body itself. Okay, so this list is, the body is going to be a list adapter, list basic adapter that we're going to give the items and also the on click listener, and then say .get view. All right, so it means that these are the variables that we must have at first before we do what? We start creating the list. So you need the list items. So this list item can be your list data from the API or from anywhere. Okay, so I'll go ahead and get the context first. Okay, so I'll go ahead and create the what? The list items. So I come here in this class and I create the list item. So according to the project that I gave you, it should be able to give you a model of people and also a dummy that can get for you people. Okay, so this dummy, you know what it does? It just generates some random what? Some random list of what? Of people. So in simple terms, this is nothing but a what? But a model called people. So if I press Ctrl and click on it, it will take me to the class. Okay, it has taken me to the class that I created here in these models. So you can create your own model if you want. Okay, so you see, this is nothing but a class called people, and this people is having a string, is having a name, is having the image, the name, the email, and what, and whether it is a section. So if it's a section, it is true. If it's not section, it is false by default. And then it has a constructor called what? Section people.section, and then it will pass the name of a section and also the name of whether it is a section or not. All right, so these are the two constructors that it does. So you can either take an empty constructor or it takes this what? Constructor that will pass a section. So that is what? Our simple model of what? Of a list, of a person object. So I'll go back to our list. So here we have dummy.getPeople. So this is where you can now do the logic of getting your data from the internet or from the API, and then you get this data and destroy these items. But here I created this class called dummy. It will generate for you what? Some dummy data. So in the project that I told you that you download, you'll be able to get this what? This item. So when you press dummy.getPeople, you'll see it is a static method inside the what? Let me open this. See, it is a static method inside a class called what? A class called dummy. So I prepared these things so that we don't suffer in doing what? In regenerating this dummy data. So it is just a class called dummy, and it can return for you some dummy data. So I press dummy.get people.data. You see, it is just a static method inside that class of dummy that is returning a list of people which has the name called get people data. So when you open this method, it is list people, so it is a list of people, and then say items, which is nothing. Okay, so after doing that, I create a loop. So it is for each loop, it is going to get an integer beginning from 0 up to the length of people that you may need. Okay, and then after I plus plus. Okay, so it's going to loop. So as it is looping, it is creating an object of a person, and then it gets an image of that person. It gets a random name. You see, I have a constant called people's names. So if let me take you there. You see, it is just a list of constant called people's names. Okay, so you can also see how it is. So it is creating a random of people's name, and then also the email, and then after creating this object of people, of a person, it adds it in this list of items. So after looping here, after the loop, it shuffles them so that they should not be the same. It creates a random logic, like it is shuffling. This is what called shuffling. So after shuffling them, and then returns for you the list. So if you call this method, it will generate for you the what? The dummy data of random users. Okay, so in this case, it can be now your users from internet or what, but for us, we're just concentrating on what? On the API, I mean on the user interface. So here we are getting the what? The data of what? Of users. And I hope you've understood that. Call these items. So I've explained what this class meant and what this get data meant. So after doing that, the next thing, you're going to now add more items in this this item. So you just simply say items.add all, and then you say get dot what? Item.add all, and then let me see. So it is in the build. So it has put in the build. Put it here so that every time it should be random. Item.get all, so you add more people like 3 times. You can even add as many as you want. So it is getting like more people like 3 times as it is making a shuffle, and then add them in this list. Okay, if you want, you can even shuffle again from here. So this list should be totally what? Should be totally different. Okay, so this is how we're getting a what? We're getting a dynamic list. So after getting a dynamic list, then it means that we have now data that we can display, and I've explained what is meant by everything here, so you should be understanding. Now we have the data that we can display. So after, now we're going to create our what? Our adapter. So the adapter, it is the one that is going to be responsible of organizing that data and display it in a what? In a screen. You can create your own list builder here. You can create your own list builder, by the way, here, and then display these things automatically without even creating an adapter. But it's a good practice. If you want to keep your things clean, you better create a what? An adapter. Okay, so this adapter will be responsible for displaying the data in your what? Into the screen, so you can reuse it again and again. So the body here now of this what? Of this scaffold is going to be our adapter. Okay, so we are going to create a class called list basic adapter. That's the class that we're going to create. So this class is responsibility is going to be an adapter that will be responsible for displaying this kind of data on the screen. So if you create this adapter, you can even reuse it on different what? On different kind of screens. Okay, so that's the advantage of what? Of creating things in form of what? In form of modularized architecture. So let's go ahead and create this adapter. So that you don't now know the meaning of that adapter. Its responsibility is to do what? Is to display the data on the screen. All right, so let's go ahead and create that adapter. So creating an adapter can be boring, but once you learn how to create one, then it will be very simple for you. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. What I'll do, I'll come here to our project, and then I come here to where there's adapters, and then I create a new file. Okay, right click here and say new file. Okay, on this file I pressed and they say list basic adapter and they say dot that. So in this adapter it is going to put the content that you are going to be using to display what, the data of what, of a list. Okay, so you can go ahead and create a class called adapter. So let's go ahead and create it. So it's going to be class called adapter, and remember, once you create one adapter, the later you can just be duplicating, copy and paste them and just modify where you want. Okay, you can create one and then in the rest of your project you just be modifying them. Okay, or if you want, you can just display the list directly in the scaffold if you want to. All right, so we're going to create now a class here for the adapter, and I've told you the meaning of adapter is to display the data. We give it the data and then it does the logic of displaying it separately. Okay, so this adapter, you're going to call it what? A class of list adapter, and then the list basic adapter. Okay, list basic adapter, you can call it any name. Okay, so after doing that, the next thing you're going to do in that adapter, so that adapter is going to have items. Okay, so the items of what it will be displaying. So you're going to put here list and then say items and then say list of people. So it will be expecting a what? A list of people. Okay, so that's the first thing, because it's going to display the data. So it will be expecting the data of people. Then the next thing, it's going to be expecting the list style. So list style is going to be the list user interfaces. Okay, so item style, so it's going to be like a single item. Okay, or a single item of a what, of a list. So this item tile, I already have it. Okay, I hope you have it too. So if I press Ctrl and I click on it, it's just a user interface that I created only one time, and you can use it to do what, to display different kind of items. I hope you have it. Okay, I hope you have it. Let me see where it is if I share this. Okay, we can create our own. Let's create a new one here. So the item tile is now the user interface itself. So going to be another list of items that's going to be displaying. Okay, so let's go ahead and create now the item tile here. Okay, so item tile is going to be now the user interface itself. Okay, so it's going to be a separate class here. It's going to be a stateless widget. So let's come here and press and create what we call stateless widget and call it what? Item tile. You know how to create a stateless widget. You just write STLS. Okay, and then press enter, then put the name of that. So it's going to be a stateless widget and it's going to be called item tile. Okay, so you see, this is the item tile. So we have two classes, one for people that's coming from outside, and then we have a list of item tiles, which is this one, and it's going to be this one. Okay, so there are two classes here. So after doing that, so we are doing this thing one time, and then the rest of the classes maybe we'll be duplicating it, so that we should not repeat ourselves. So be very attentive so that, and make sure that you understand. So we are here, we have created the list of item and also created the class of item tile. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create a constructor. A constructor is a function that must be called when this list is what, is initialized. Now the constructor must be having the same name what, the same name as a what, as a list. So in this constructor, I'm just going to say list style. Okay, so list style as you see here, and then an open bracket. So I put the things that must be provided to this adapter for the what, for the list, for this list adapter to display. So I say they must provide me the items. Okay, and then the next thing that they must provide me the click listener function, or the function that I should call when a user clicks on a what, on a single item. Okay, so we have to create now that function also. So we can come here and just simply write function and then put on click. Okay, so someone will be able to provide these two things in order to initialize this class. All right, so you can open curly bracket like this in case you want to do some things when this list item, when this list builder is created. So immediately when it is created, okay, So after doing that, so we're going to put here some logic that will be done when it is created. So you see what I'm doing here, I'm just getting these items and I loop through them. So when I loop through them, I'm creating I'm putting the data into this items tile. Okay, so it's a place where let me repeat this again so you can understand. So this list basic adapter is a what? Is a constructor. A constructor means a function that must be called when a class is being initiated. Okay, so if you want to do something immediately when that class is initiated, you open it here. So if you want someone to provide you, or whatever function that's going to call this one, to provide you with the content that you need in order that class to operate, you pass them through the what? Name of the constructor. Okay, so to create a constructor is just a function which has exact name as the what? As the class. So this constructor will be called immediately when this list is being created, or this adapter is being created. So this adapter is being created immediately once you receive this data. I now need to create now the user interfaces. Remember, they have given us the data of items and they have given us the function that we should call when something is being clicked on. So I now need to create now the user interfaces that should be displayed on the screen. However, I'll show you another different algorithm that is less complex than this one in the next video, not like too much complex like this. Okay, so I want to do what? I want to go ahead and create the what? On click item. I want to create now the single item for these. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do what? I'm going to loop. Okay, I'm going to loop through these items as I'm creating a list of what? Of widgets that I should be displayed. All right, so I'll go ahead and loop. So this is a loop. This is a loop of these items. Okay, I loop through them and then I say I++. Okay, so I can get the ID. Then I say items.add. So I'm adding this list tile. You know, this list tile is nothing but a what? But our user interface. Okay, it is nothing but the user interface that is going to display the data. So I'll pass the index or the item that the index or the position where that item is, and I also pass the object, which is the items, and I pass the item, it's the item position. Okay, so this is the object or the data object, and then I also pass on click listener. Now you see I'm calling this constructor. It is giving me a warning. Why? Because in this list style we just created it, we did not put a constructor. So I'm going to give it a constructor that is going to accept the index, going to accept the object, which is the item that should be displayed, a single item, and also it's going to accept the what? The on click listener. So it's the constructor that we must put here. But you see this constructor that we put here, it does not accept anything. That's why you're seeing the what? The warnings. So we're going to come here to our user interface here, and then we put that constructor that's going to accept those things. So you see the first thing that's going to accept, okay, so this item or single item, it is going to need what? An object that is going to display, or a single object that should be displaying, which is going to be a class of what? Of people. Okay, then it's going to need the index. Okay, so that we should be able to know where someone really clicked. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and put here another variable here called index, and then after I'm going to need put a function. So this function is a way how you can pass function into another what? Into another another function. Okay, so we are going to accept an object of a person. I'm going to accept the index. I'm going to accept the what? The function of on click. So I'll call this function on click when someone clicks on it, or when someone clicks on an item. All right, okay, so after doing that, let's go now ahead and create the constructor of this particular what? Of this particular class, of this particular item tile, the one that will be called immediately when it is being created. Okay, so our constructor is going just to accept the index. So I can just simply put this that index. So this index will be initialized automatically. Okay, so if you want to make them in form of the names, to accept the names, so you can just simply put here curly bracket. Okay, So the first thing that we're going to accept is the key. So you go ahead and put something like this, key and then key. Then go ahead and put required. So the first thing that's going to require is going to require the what? The index. Okay, so I put this dot what? Dot index. So the item position. It's going to require this dot what? Dot object, and then this dot what? Dot on required this dot what? Dot on click method. Alright, so that is the constructor of this particular user interface. Okay, this is the constructor of this particular user interface. Alright, so here I can just simply return text this build. Maybe I can say single item, and then I maybe pass here the what? The index. Okay, so it means that for someone to call this on build, he must provide this information. That's why you see here, when I'm looping, I'm providing the index, I'm providing the object, I'm providing the on click. However, you can provide as many as possible, or you can even provide less. It's just up to you. So you can pause the video and see how I've designed that that adapter. That is the core skeleton of it. Alright, so it means that this adapter at this point we can use it. So let's go ahead and just use it as the way it is, and now we'll come back and now we'll design this this interface. So to use it, we'll just simply copy the name, list basic adapter, and then we go to our screen, which is this one. Okay, and then here we'll open the bracket. Okay, so you know what this will import dot items. Okay, that's the first thing that's going to accept. So the next thing is going to accept on click listener, the function. So you have to pass the function that should be called when someone clicks on what? When someone clicks on a single item. So we are going to create our function here that should be able to be called, that we can pass here. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that function. Okay, so I'll just simply come and put this function here. I'll call this function on item click, and it's going to accept the index and also the object that the person has clicked on. Okay, it's going to accept the index. I call it on item click, just a function. On item click, it's going to accept the index and then the object. So in this function, when someone clicks on it, I create a toast. I hope you have this toast method in your utils class that I shared with you. If you don't have it, you can as well print, just put something in the console. Okay, so I'm going to just simply display the object.name, and then just to confirm that I can now access the item that someone has clicked on. So if I want, I can even navigate to the next page. So this is a good architecture that things are organized, everything is separate in its respective place. That is the on item click. So I'm going to come here and pass this on item click by putting this dot on item click. Let's go ahead and remove this function. Can be open. Okay, and then after I have to call .get view. Okay, .get view. So .get view is going to be our method now that is going to do what? To be responsible for getting back, for returning back the the content in the list. Okay, so I'll come and call it here, but you know you have not built it. Okay, I'll come and call it here, but you have not built it. So let's go ahead and build this. Okay, so we'll come here to our list adapter. We're going to add now one function here, a static function that is going to be responsible for merging the data and the widgets, and then return back the widget as a list builder. Okay, so let's go ahead and create that function. However, in the next video, in the next example, I'm going to show you the simple way how you can do this, though this one is the most organized way. Okay, so we're going to have here a function called get view. Okay, so this get view is going to return the container. It's going to return the container now here. That's going to display. Okay, it's going to return the container. Okay, now in this container is going to have a child, and that child is going to be now the what? The list.builder. Okay, and I'm going to explain this. So go ahead and put a child of this container to be list.builder, which is going to take the context and then the index. Then it's going to take the what? The item style. Okay, so this item tiles is this item that we have just built here, and then here we pass the items.count, the item style.count, so the number of tiles that we have here, and then put their length. Then you can put some padding, okay, some padding around it. So this is the one now that's going to do the magic of merging the data with the what? With the user interface. So you can pause the video and see how it is. This is just nothing but a list what? A list builder. So now if you come here, let's keep anything. So I imported the wrong list. Alright, so you see it is list basic adapter, then I pass the items, I pass the on click listener, and then say .get view. So when I save, you can see I'm able to get single item, single item, single item. So it means that we have successfully generated our what? Our list. But the point is we have not displayed any content there. Let me put my laptop on charge and resume. All right, so at this moment you can see that we have what? Items there, but we have not displayed. So let's go ahead and design now this single item widget, okay? This kind of widget on this item. All right, so where shall we find it? We'll find it in adapt, of course, on this here. Okay, so I'm going to change this one and now start putting the list item itself. All right, let's go ahead and do that. So I'll come here to our list builder and then we design that items. Okay, so let's go ahead and design the item. The first thing that we're going to have inkwell. Okay, so that when someone clicks on it, you should be able to call the item. So let's go ahead and put inkwell. I've never started with inkwell. So it's going to have a child, and then it's going to have on what? On tap listener. So when someone clicks on this item, I want now to call the function that we passed. Okay, so on tap listener, when someone clicks on it, I now call this what? On click. So I call on click, and then we pass the object. We pass the object that someone has clicked upon. We get it, eh? Okay. Just repetition. All right, they're the same. Okay, so after doing that, now the next thing that we're going to do, we are designing this a single item. We just design a single item, then it will be possible for all. We're going to put padding for all. So let's go ahead and put padding. So padding is going to have padding padding symmetric of what? Of 5 from both sides, and then the child here is going to be what? A row. So let's go ahead and design a row. So are we putting the row? We are putting a row because this content, you can see it is 2. There is a picture here alongside the what? The content next to it. Okay, so we're putting a row first, and then you put the cross axis alignment to start, and then the main axis to max. Okay, so let's go ahead and put those parameters to the row. So after doing that, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to put now the children of this row. So we're going to put the children. So the first child is going to push this image in front here, which is going to be just a container with width of 20. You can as well use a sized box. Okay, so when you save, you see everything is alright, but nothing is being displayed. Alright, so the next thing is now to display now the image. Okay, the image. So I'm going to copy this and explain it. Come and put it here. So you can see it is now this image, this one. So it's going to be container, and then I put circle image, and then I pass the image asset image, and I give it width of what, of 50 and height of 50, and I save. So you see I'm able to get my what, my pictures. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. I hope you can see that. All right, so after doing that, we go ahead and now create a container that's going to separate this image from the next text. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So create a container that's going to separate this image from the next text. And remember, you do these things only one time, and you can implement them again and again in different kind of projects. All right, so after, we're going to put expanded. That's going to have the column, the remaining space. Okay, we're going to give the column the remaining space. So put here expanded. So that is very important. Otherwise, you'll see your things are crying as if because of the space, if you don't give it expanded. So the remaining space, I'm going to give it what, the column. So that's why I put the what, the expanded. So now this is our column. We're giving it a column because we're going to have a name on top and the description in bottom. So the column, we're going to give cross alignment of what, of start, and then after we're going to give now the what, the content in that column. Okay, so the first content is going to be our name. So come here, children, and then the first content is going to be the name. So I'll go ahead and import this. Okay, so this is a style of a title, so you can style this name to what, to a title. So go ahead and put the title style and then put the font weight to normal. I've already explained this, how we import it. So if you save, you'll have at least the name there on top. Okay, you'll have the name there. That's beautiful. Then lastly, we go ahead and put the what, the container that's going to separate that name from the description. All right, then after, we go ahead and put the text or the details or a short roll rem that's going to give now the details of that container. Right, so this is my string constants. Okay, just say a random lorem ipsum, then you'll have that container there. Then that's beautiful. Then after, we put some container is going to have 15 space, okay, of height of 15. After that, the lorem ipsum, put a container of height 15, and then after, we go ahead and put a divider that's going to divide that content from the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and put a divider that's going to be a thin line and give it a height of 0. So when I save, you'll see I have that divider. Boom, you have such kind of a beautiful what, of a beautiful list, and that's how you can approach it step by step as I've shown you. I hope you've understood. I hope I was too fast, but if I'm too fast, you can pause the video. And follow along. So when I click on an item, I'll be able to do what, to toast, but this emulator does not toast it. But you can put something in the console. You'll be able to see that you have clicked on what, on a certain item. Okay, so that is how you do what. That is how. Let me put here. Here on click, let me just put this item in the console. So I just simply say print, and then I put the name. So if I come to the console and I click, right, something is not right. They're saying what here. Okay, create a function. This one that is skipped. Click item, and then we'll be calling it, and then it will be passing the data. I think it's supposed to pass also the index. Okay, yeah. I think if you come here, if you see here in front, originally, sorry, if you come here to our list basic, our on click function, which is this one, it accepts the index and the people and the person object, but here we're passing only the person object, so we are doing it wrong. So we have to pass here index and the person object as it promised. So I hope here you should be able to do what, to get it. You see, I'm able to get it. So you see, that is it. Yeah, so that's it. I hope you can pause the video and go step by step in order to understand this. All right, that's it for this session. We are going to have a break of 5 minutes, of 6 minutes. So exactly at exactly at 9 p.m. Exactly at 9 p.m. we should be back for the next session. Let's go have and have a short rest, and we meet at exactly 9 for the next session. I hope you've learned how to create such kind of a beautiful user interface of a list, a dynamic list. All right, let's meet in the next session. Exactly 9. So let's just have a short break, and then at 9 we should be back. Hello and how are you? My name is Muhindo Mubarak, and I welcome you to our 15th lecture of Mastering Flutter User Interfaces. In this lecture, we are going to proceed from the previous lecture, whereby we are going to design a sectioned list, a list like this one, which has some sections. Like you see here, we have January, and then the records of January, and here we have February, something like that. So you can be able to use this in your different kind of application. This is the list that you're going to do that we're going to design in this session. As you know, we always do 40 minutes, so I'll go ahead and set our timer, and then we go straight into our today's business. So as I told you, one of the powerful thing in mobile application development or in development is having ability to reuse your code in different ways. Okay, so in the previous lecture we designed a list, and we achieved something like this one. Okay, but it did not have sections. So in this lecture, we're just going to duplicate this one, and then we see how we can add the logic of section. So we get that experience of learning how you can reuse your own code. Okay. So with that much said, let's go ahead and start doing. And you see how it is very effective and simple. Okay. So with that much said, this is the list that we designed. So we want to design something like this. Okay, which has sections. So that much said, let's go straight into into their business and start implementing. So as you can see, I've already launched the application. This is the list that we designed the previous lecture. So if you didn't watch the previous lecture, I recommend you to watch the previous video so you can be on the same level with us. Okay, so this is what you designed in the previous video. So what you're going to do right now, we are going to go to our main screen here and add this sectioned lists here. Okay, so let's go ahead and navigate to our main route or the main screen, and then in here we're going to duplicate and add what you call sectioned lists. Okay, so sectioned lists. So in this section lists is where we're going to have now the list of sections. Okay, so as I've told you, we're going to duplicate the list that we already have. Instead of us creating another fresh thing, we're just going to duplicate this one, as you get that experience of the power of knowledge of how to use your own code. And we're going to see how it is very much effective. It took us 40 minutes to design this, so let us see how it can take us to replicate it and modify it. Okay, and that's the power of mobile application designing or the power of programming. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press all right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press Ctrl, and I go to this list basic screen. Okay, press Ctrl and click on it. This is the screen. I'm going just to duplicate it. This is the one. So I'm going to call this one list section or sectioned. Okay, so I'll go ahead and press Alt and Enter to rename. Okay, so I'll just copy this name of this screen, press Ctrl, copy it, and then press Ctrl and press Alt and Enter so I can be able to rename the whole of it. Okay, so I can call this one list sectioned instead of basic sectioned, so I can call it maybe screen. Okay, so it can be list sectioned screen. Okay, I can come and change here to sectioned list, the title. So after doing that, I'm going to copy this list sectioned screen and put it in the what, in the main controller, so, or in the main route, so I can be able to be navigating to there. So I'll copy that name and then come here, then come to our main route, which is this one, and then change this one to list section screen and press Alt and Enter to import it. So no audio, oh sorry. All right, so I hope you can hear me now. So I have just done what, I've just duplicated the other section, and then after duplicating it, I did what I did, I just duplicated the other section, and then after another screen, after duplicating it, I just create a second section. You'll watch in the video what I've done. Okay, so this is the same section but different classes. You can see here we have now two classes. Okay, we have two classes, one's called section list and one's called basic list. They are the same exactly, but only this one has a different name of the class and has a different title, but they're exactly the same. Okay, so I've just come and import this one, this section list, this class here. I've come and put it here on the our main menu. That's someone should be able to click there and they go to that list. So now when you click on this section list, you're able to do what, to go to the section list. Okay, when I go back, I click here, I'm able to see go to the basic list. So let's go to the section list. So the section list is exactly the same, but the difference is the adapter. Okay, so what you're going to do, you're going to duplicate the adapter, because almost the logic is the same. As you can see here, the logic is the same, but the only thing, this one has sectioned. So we're going to duplicate the adapter of section list and the adapter of basic list and create it, and it's same adapter but section list, and then you go ahead and add these small changes that this one will have what, a logic of sections. All right, so after doing that, let's see what we're going to do next. We're going to go ahead and come here to list section, adapter, okay. So let's go ahead and duplicate the adapter, because what makes them the same is just the what, the adapter. So we are going to duplicate the adapter of basic and then create a one for the what, for the section. So I'll just simply come here, the list section user screen, which is this one. Okay, then I press Alt and press Control. I may press Control and click on it. Take me to this basic adapter. You saw how we designed this adapter. I hope you still remember. So we're going to go ahead and duplicate it, and then call this one list what, list section adapter. That's the name of what, of our adapter, list section adapter. All right, so I'll go ahead and rename the name of this adapter. So I'll just simply press here Ctrl F. I copy this name, separate Ctrl F, and then press Alt and Enter so I can rename, and then I paste there the new name, which is list section adapter. Okay, so that's the new class of our what, of our section adapter. So let's go ahead and implement this adapter on our what, on our screen. So I'll come to our list section screen. Instead of having list basic adapter, we're going to put what, list section adapter. Okay, so that is what we have now, right now. Okay, now we are fetching this data from the what, from the list section. So this list section adapter is the one that we're going to modify. Okay, so let me show you the changes that we have in the section adapter that I created before, and then we implement them in this one. So in this list section adapter, the main section here, so you have items, same function, okay, same on click method, okay, and then same index. So here we are adding the items, okay, I'll show you this clearly. I want to explain it clearly so you can understand. Show you here section. I just want to modify the one that we have without creating it from scratch. Right, I'll take it step by step. So this is our list section screen. Where is it? I'll take you for the screen first so it shouldn't confuse you. All right, let me close everything and then I explain everything. I don't want to confuse you. So this is our let me close everything. All right, so go to our main route. This is the main route, and then we go to our list section, which is this one, the list section screen. Okay, so let me also take you there step by step. So list section screen, come to our list section. Okay, so we begin with adding there the data. Okay, so we begin with by adding there the data. So we get the context. Okay, after getting the context, we get the list of people. Okay, we get the list of people. We already have the list of people. Okay, after getting the list of people, we add there some more people. We add there some more people. We already have this. Okay, after adding there some more people, maybe you can shuffle if you want. Then the next thing you have, you can select. You can create the what? The section count. Okay, and then the section indexes. Okay, so that we should be able to add these sections like the way you see here. So this can be your different kind of logic. Okay, so let's go ahead and create those two sections. So I'll come here after adding the items. I'm going to have two variables here. One's called section count, another one's called section index. Okay, so we have those ones. Okay, so after we're going to create what we call get months. We're going to get the months. Okay, so this is also in the dummy data. So these are the months. Okay, like you can have January, February, March up to December. Okay, this is a generator that will generate for you the what? The months. Okay, so we get the months and then put them in this variable called months, and it's just a string that's had these months. Okay, then after doing that, the next thing that we're going to do, we're going to do what? We're going to loop. Okay, we're going to loop into those months, and you divide the list by 2. By 6. So after 6 items, you should be able to do what? To add there a single month. Okay, that's what we're going to do. So we create that what? We create that method. You create that section, which is going to be for reach loop. Okay, and then you say I is less than the items length divided by 6. So it's going to divide it by what? By 6 times, and then say I plus plus. So every time it loops, we get items.insert. So this item.insert is a what? It is just a Flutter function. It's a dat function. So every after 6 items, you see, it's going to loop 6 times. It's going to divide these items and divide them by 6 times. So every after 6 sections, okay, after 6 sections, it's going to insert, and what's going to insert there in that item is going to insert there So again, say after this section count, which is going to be dividing by 5 by 6, is going to insert in that section, is going to insert new, and then say people.section. So this people.section is a method that is already in the in our class of section. Let me show it to you. It is here. I mean in the class of people. It is here. It is just a method or a constructor that is taking the name and then it is taking the section. This is the second constructor. See here we have two constructors. One constructor is of a people, the normal one that will take the person's information. Then the second constructor is the one of a section. So if I want to create a section, you just simply say people.what.section, you pass the name of a section, and then you set the section to be true. So this is what we are doing here. So we say after 6 items, you should go ahead and insert people.section, then it passes the